Hello, everybody. Welcome back on in out here to the Thunderpick World Championship out into EU. We're back into the second series of 2026. It is going to be an absolute blast. We haven't been here for a while, so to some of you guys, maybe new faces back out here onto the desk, but the Romanian duo is back at it. Mine was natural join in with the one and only Pop. How are we feeling this fine morning, Pop?
Feeling great. Looking forward to see some opening matches and find out exactly who's going to be moving into the winners matches, who's going to be going down to the elimination matches. And we're starting off with State taking on Fortress. A little later, we'll have Lazer Cats against Inner Circle Academy, Los Kogutos against New Vision, and last game of the day will be Ex-Mana against megoshort. Some very good matches to start us off here in Thunderpick Europe Series 2, just to get the blood flowing, because obviously we are we're gonna have to get to all the groups, and then we're gonna have the playoffs as well. So it's a lot of action here at Thunderpick.
It is a lot of action indeed. We've got some household names for Tier 2 coming up into the scene. You might have already seen Los Kogutos out there as an organization. Inner Circle Prodigies that we're going to get to see, or Inner Circle Academy joining up next. And a lot of these squads, are just trailing around the Tier 3, Tier 2 mark. State being one of the very notable kind of Tier 3 trying to head into Tier 2 squads of the Danish scene. They're coming on in with a lot of household names like Patty, like Quez, Queenix as well starts to jump the gun and jump the mark out here. But some of the newer names into the squad are actually making bigger and bigger waves as far as firepower is concerned, because we're looking at Slime, we're looking at Xanto. These two guys are rocking a 1.14, respectively a 1.19 rating, jumping the gun out here for the Danish squad. And this is a little bit of a Danish derby, so a lot of these guys have definitely played against each other, maybe played together, but there's a lot of older names onto this State roster than there are for their opponents on down to Fortress.
Well, certainly interesting. On the other side, on the side of Fortress, I'm gonna be completely honest, I have never heard any of those names.
You and me together, buddy.
And not only I have never heard about them, I'm not sure even how to read. So it's Brand, Kingshield, SK, and Greeny.
Those are the easy ones, yeah.
Yeah,
now,
and
let's try to figure this one out.
Backer Bedre?
Bor Bedre, maybe?
Bor Bedre, and just sure, we can go with that. That sounds pretty good. But yeah, I mean, on the other side, you've seen Patty, you've seen Slime, you've seen Queenix, you've seen Quez before. I mean, it's names that you're gonna recognize, and here, not a single name. Interestingly enough, those two teams did play against each other in May, and it was State to win pretty convincingly, 13-7, 13-6. So
yeah,
I am very curious to see what they're going to be able to do today, or if they're going to be able to do anything different. With State most recently, and that most recently means about six weeks ago, whenever they did play, or after they did play against Fortress and 100 Thieves, interestingly enough, they did play against a lot of Danish teams, and they were able to win against the majority of them. Masonic and 100 Thieves were a couple of exceptions. But we do have the veto here. Cash, Nuke, and Inferno doesn't really help, because it doesn't really help with who picked the map. But
yeah, the logos aren't very telling now, are they? But I'll be the bearer of news out here, and I think most likely we get to see the cash pick coming up through from Fortress. State have yet to play it really. Then the other pick is going to be Nuke, which is historically a pretty good map out here for State. Fortress have only played it twice, so it is going to make sense that they're not necessarily going to be all too happy to kind of go on to it. State did manage to beat them on their previous effort back at the PCC 13-7 when it comes down to this Nuke, and then an Inferno decider to end it all off. Yeah, that Inferno, I don't know if we're going to get to talk about it all too much, but I feel like there is, surprisingly enough, a little bit to talk about in between State and Fortress, because it's two teams that as you rightly pointed out, right, they did manage to go head-to-head once before. That was in the PCC, and that was a Danish tournament. away from that, State play another Danish tournament that they managed to win in the end, only dropping a best of 3 to Masonic. And Fortress, on the other hand, they tried their luck at a couple of close qualifiers out on CCT, but besides that, they've only been playing those LAN events. So these two Danish teams, in my eyes, are LAN heavy. They're only play on out in their kind of regional standings of Denmark whenever there's an event popping up here and there, right? And they're not necessarily grinders. They're not necessarily the type of tier 2 teams we're very, very used to when it comes down to this scene. So now getting to see kind of a national duel, a national head-to-head going once again into this one between a team that's, you know, taken some really good teams down, like 100 Thieves once, like Brute beforehand, actually going head-to-head with Lil Mix as well, back on 12 weeks ago when Ursa was still really, really good, right? They did lose 2-0, but they did put up a hell of a fight. So I'm very much looking forward to see what State are able to bring to the table. For Fortress, on the other hand, away from that PCC run where they managed to be like an old, weird iteration of 95 Vikings, which is an org that we don't get to hear a lot of, especially out in Tier 2, maybe like a Tier 3 org coming up in CS. Sashi Academy, which back then was not actual Sashi or Sashi Academy, it was just a mix that they were trying to figure out. And then Strelbora, which was at the time still another mix that was trying to figure itself out. So I wouldn't say these are convincing wins that Fortress have had on their HLTV debut. And ever since then, sure, they've made a couple of close qualifiers, but every single one of them has ended in peril. So from my tone, I think you can tell, Pop, I'm not holding high expectations out here for Fortress.
Well, we're gonna figure it out because the players are ready, and we should be jumping into the server with them. There we go. Kicking it off on Cash. We got State. We got Fortress. Let's see if you were right about your analysis, Atro, because, well, I'm just gonna agree, just as a general idea.
Good rule of thumb.
Oh, well, Greeny wanting to prove us wrong as he takes down Xanto very quickly. Slime, finds the headshot onto Better. SK with a kill onto Slime. 4 versus 3. Ooh, great headshot to Patty.
Yeah, the Glock is going to deal a little bit of damage. 3-way retake out from Tree Room, and they're thinking about the save already on pistols. I get it for Quez and Queenix. They've got the armors, but Patty coming on down to it. I'm sure he's dinked away, but still, you know, I maybe would have liked to see a little bit more fighting prowess coming through. But overall, this is going to be already Fortress managing to take away their pistol round on T side. The HUD is split, don't worry. It's going to be changed in a moment. But yeah, Fortress did pick on over towards Cash. And they are going to be happy to get this T round pistol start. As now it is going to be down to State to try to kind of figure things out. I think this is only the Joker play, though, coming out on Cash. Again, State are going to be the favorites coming into this best of 3. You can see by the odds, you can see by the VRS, the way that they fought beforehand of each other. But coming into it, I think State will really not be happy if they drop even a single map to these guys. So they're going to have all the pressure, and Fortress are coming into this one just completely chill, vibes full of just, hey, we're here to win, we're here to have fun, but at the end of the day, even if we lose, that's kind of expected. So let's see how far we can get out towards A main. It's going to be a push out, and already George is going to deal its toll. 31 HP left onto Greeny. Ask finds himself on a headshot. Looks for another. Taps him away. Brand onto one more. And this force buy out of State is starting to fall apart. Big grenade coming out as well. 1 HP left onto Brand. That takes his own man down as Paddy's gonna line up to it. Okay, pick up looking for a third. Paddy lands it, and he's down to the fight. He's down to the clutch up 1v1. And Greeny's on 12 HP. You've got an AK versus a scout. A single body shot will do. Greeny's forced to back away. Bomb dropped at the entrance of the A site. And Slime, don't know how much agency he has over this entire 1v1, but he's gonna try his hand.
Well, the problem is Slime might have spotted a bomb, which is just going to keep him there. Greeny has to get it back. If he would have had the bomb, then maybe he has a chance at this, but it's just going to be he's spotted. Easy kill for Slime. And there we go. State equalizing the score here, making it 1-1.
What a lineup from Paddy. What a round that was. Comes in, strikes on 3. I mean, technically strikes on 4, because Ask takes his own guy down in that lineup. But, yeah, I'm sure that Fortress aren't going to be all too happy with that. The Eagles and Tech9s now to come around from the T side. And we're already off to a blazing start out here, Pop. It feels like Fortress are trying to go as aggro as they can on this cache. But State have got the individuals. Oh, look at the nades down on B. Trying to fight away. Another MP9. This time Paddy isn't going to have it. The A1S is going to fall on down. They start lining up once more. And Slime and Quez are going to be able to find damage. Already good damage, though, coming out of this Tech 9 round for State. If only didn't force buy it away, it would have actually been quite a decent round. But because they did, and they're all going to fall, this is still going to be State in control.
Yeah, very nicely done. And it does seem like, you know, a little bit different of how they how it started, right? With that pitch around, it did feel like whenever the weapons are coming out, and they were not against the full buy either, but they were just able to clean up shop. And sure, they did lose a couple of players, but we'll see. We'll see exactly how they're gonna do. Well, it's just clocks now, so we're not gonna be too
they're gonna line up
deep into it. Yeah, Slime gets himself a double. I mean, there's the kill from Greeny, but that is not the only kill that they get. SK gets the kill into Quez, so there we go. Still a couple of players that are taken down. That's still good, but yeah, it is 3 on the board for State, and Fortress, they will get the weapons out.
There you have it. State on the 3rd, and now the HUD's been flipped. Thank you, production. We got the correct score line on the board now. Ask also, his real name is Asker, so I see the vision, I see where he got it from. But when I saw the underline coming in between the K and the S, I thought, okay, so his name is Ask. But apparently not. Greeny. Nice opening shot down towards yellow. That is going to be Slime out of the A site. State trying to hold it together now with man's advantage. Nice little default play coming out here for Fortress, but Santo is absolutely in tune to try to deny it. Goes out wide, swings into the boost over for Bedray. The 4v3 ensues. It's going to be this B hit. They've cleared out A main mostly. Important part here now is that Paddy doesn't over peek by himself. If he goes down, the whole round is out. State are going to try. Quez coming around the long way. Greeny might not expect it. Could be dead here immediately. Needs to hit a big flick, but instead, looks like State are going to be playing it passively. This is a Danish trademark after all, but I guess we're not going to get to see a retake.
Well, we were talking about how last time the two teams played, it was 2-0. Good shot from Paddy, but it's not going to be enough to sneak a defuse in. But yeah, the two teams did play each other, and it was State to win 2-0 there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is, you know, 100% no State. They're just gonna roll through this and things are gonna be easy and all this sort. I think on paper, and not only on paper, but out of the rough draft that has been in front of us so far, they do look like the better team, but that doesn't always give you the quick and easy win, right? And Fortress, maybe they do have something to say here, maybe they do have something to prove here, and right now they are just defaulting, so they're waiting to see exactly what State are all about, and then Slime is all about that. Oh, as he gets the kill into SK, but Bedra is able to get the kill in return, so nicely done.
Yeah, I don't hate the aggro here from State. It feels like they're trying to actually, you know, make Fortress work for it. Quez trying to go around on the boost up. People will respect them out here. Brand is going to fall down, just like the fire in the flames. Patty finds two. Through the spray on the smoke in mid as well. Very good outlook here for State now, winning out that 1v2 in mid. Technically a 2v2, but wasn't spotted on the boost up. Greeny and Bedre out to the 2v4, trying to fight out middle. Fortress, you know, they've gone the 2 rounds. Cash has historically been a very CT-sided map. Now around into the boost, the 1-for-1. Leaves a single man left here for Fortress. Tagged on in, chipped away at from Checkers. And he's going to be naded down as well to half HP. Can he get a bomb plant off? Would be good money for a reinvestment in the next round, but he taps it away in the last second. Don't know what the idea about that one was, because the 3v1, you surely weren't going to win it. Was hoping it was only one, but not enough. 4-2. They are going to take that one away, and because you didn't get that bomb plant down, the Greeny's not really going to have a buy. You're not going to have a buy, and Fortress might just have to half buy it away. Those are some odds.
Yeah, I mean, about maybe looking a little one-sided, but again, it's not set in stone, or at least it doesn't seem like it's fully set in stone.
What a nade! Oh, tactical nuke, dropped by Quez.
They certainly know their way around some Utah, but see what the plan is here. They do have the pistols, but there's not a lot of upgraded pistols. A couple of Deagles and a Take 9, and one of the Deagles is gone. Will be picked up quickly by King Shield. Oh, leg spotted. Brand does take down Patty. There's Slime with another. Needs to be careful with those swings into the pistols. Santo with the kill into Brand. Sent to King Shield and Bedre. Yeah, that's not gonna be easy. Slime.
It's not an easy one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, baited out, but he's got a teammate with an AK, and it's down to King Shield whenever he wants to take a swing, or yeah, he's dead.
Or go down.
Nicely done. The knees, double knee there to just flush him out or take him down, and it was the latter. So a 5th round on the board for State, and now the weapons are coming back out.
Coming back out, indeed. I was going to great lengths yesterday with Overseer, trying to figure out, you know, is this still a CT-sided map? Is this going to be played more like a Dust 2 or like an Inferno? And we agreed on the fact that it kind of differs from team to team. Some teams like to play the extremities, play with a lot of utility, play it like Inferno. State definitely do feel like one of those teams, but most, at least Russian mixes or CIS mixes, are going to try to play it way more aggressively like a Dust 2, and it can work both ways. Like this mid control, it's going to be all about that. King Shield dinked away, still fighting, still shotgun hopping away, is going to go down to the grenade, and now Greeny's left all alone in the 1v3. As I was yapping away, all that battle was happening out in middle. Slime a good reposition, and another round on the board coming through out here for State is going to take it away. Good advantages being brewed up out here by the State squad. Again, clearly the more experienced roster is going to have an easier time of adapting to a map like Cash. I was also talking to Overseer yesterday. It's been 7 years since we've had Cash back into the pool out here, Pop. Time does fly by very, very quickly.
I'm gonna be honest, not like we're overpass though.
Yeah, well, we got a lot more used to it, I'll say that. Quez staying around is going to be able to find the 2. Tech9s and the Eagles hoping for a bomb plant, and these grenades, that's the third or fourth grenade kill already. Coming in like 8 rounds in 9 rounds. That is going to be a statistic that we're surely will be forced to try to follow up. Queenix even wanted to go for the nade with nice movement. 7 on the board out here for State, and now we get to see the power of the favorites out into this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, they start to get a footing, and I think we can see why they are heavily favored by the odds. I mean, they're playing really, really well.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, I mean, is there anything that they can... Is there anything that they can change? Well, Patty getting that kill through the wall is certainly a good sign for them, because they did have... I guess maybe it was maybe a little bit of a lineup there for the wall bang or whatever, but oh, the counter boost.
There you go.
Something that
Pulling out all the tricks.
Yeah, I haven't really seen it used all that often, but then again, not necessarily some very one-sided matches that I was able to see. Greeny, surprised. Oh, he actually wins the duel. That's a little unexpected. Patty is going to be expected here, and he's only able to get 1. Queen X finds Askey, so it was a little late on that swing. Maybe could have saved the life of Patty, but it doesn't really matter at this point because it's a 3 versus 2. The Opera is low HP. Oh, wow, what a shot from King Shield. That really could matter very much. Slime, though, with the Op. Oh, it is down to timing. Because Greeny... Oh, he's not going to swing. Slime gets the kill. Missed shot from Greeny. And Slime thinks about it. Yeah, maybe he can line it up, but he really couldn't. Because it was kind of awkward to find all the way into the entrance to mid. But I like the positions of State here. I mean, they got the Opera and B. They've got Queenix and A main. And there's not enough time. Green is actually saving, which is maybe a little surprising. And there we go.
There we go indeed. Again, playing that mid control very, very well. Bringing out all the tricks, as you pointed out, right? We got to see the anti-boost. We got to see the nade still being brought on in. And the lineups through the wall out there. Yeah, that's a very common one. Very well done for Patty for actually managing to get that frag. And he finds 2 in this round. So he puts his life on the line for the round. Makes it worth all the while. And even with those 35 seconds that were left into the 2v2, which is to see Greeny saving the up away for King Shield. And yeah, I'm really going to be doubting now that in these last couple of rounds that are left for Fortress's T side, that they're going to be trying to take any more mid control. Best bet they've got right now is play this default, hope for a kill, hope for an over-aggression. But as I say that, looks like Brand wants to go out. Gonna be checking up into the boost once more. Slime. Could catch him on the timing. He's got a couple of nades out there. We have someone on Shroud as well. Yeah, they're bringing in all the tricks. I love this from State. They've clearly done their homework. And this is the first time they play on this map, by the way, on HLTV. You wouldn't think of that, but with the way they're playing. Spotted out. The op spotted you out too. Slime on the headshot, opening frag found. You're never gonna check Shroud out here as you go out. Too many angles to clear. Nope. Spotted someone out. Where's the headshot? Oh, he's calling Patty in. King Shield might just be dead here. Easy shot. That's the one. That is gonna be the second as well. Patty stays alive. Even so, continues to stay alive. Full blinded on ahead. More Bedray not able to get that kill. And he's going to get quite a little bit annoyed by that. Op retake could be made out there by Patty. And that is just the salt on the wound. Out for Fortress. 15 seconds. Greeny forced to save again. And he's going to get run down by Quez as well. This is a State that is just feeling in control. There you go.
Well, it might have been looking you know, a little closer at the start. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, State, they're just running away with it, and it's not their map pick. Fortress, I'm assuming, like, this would have been their chance to strike, as State, it is their first time they're playing this map. But obviously, they're showing
what a nade.
Very good counter strike. And yeah, great nade. Patty gets a kill as well with the AK. Santo gets a triple kill. And that is a very quick end to a round. That credit to Fortress. They were trying to change up the pace. They were like, okay, let's go for a fast play. Maybe it works out. It doesn't, but you know, just trying that is commendable, I would say.
I would love to see if we have got the stats to bring out, like, to open tab from the observer and just to see the utility damage from State, because this game, I am 100% sure there's more than like 500, 700 utility damage dealt in 12 rounds. More than we get to see in some best of threes sometimes coming away out here from State. Just goes to show how much they've been managing to take Fortress down before even Fortress had a chance at playing the round. But that is the experience, that is the way that these guys are managing to traverse this cache. Some could say Chernobyl was very explosive, so they're playing thematically out here. King Shield. Nice little tap away from Squeaky. Finds the one, and now they're trying to head off on towards B. If they take down Greeny, they've got a white lane in towards that B side. Greeny still playing on the site out there. Is going to fall. Instant headshot from the Glock. One from Tree, one from Heaven. Trying to come around. Fortress are going to hold it together, but not for a while. Rand is going to go down. Bore, he had a great chance of trying to hold that round together, honestly. Could have lined them up into Heaven, but now has to take the 1v1. Kit on hand, no armor to save him, but the P250 is deadly with it too. King Shield, 1v3, no kit available. It's been dropped in at the entrance of Heaven. And now, as you take down one, you need to find two more in time. Xanto and Patty are going to play this one together. No, they're swinging out! And they swung together, falling together, holding hands in the aftermath. That is going to be King Shield with a quad kill to win the pistol. And it's 10-3 now, but it's 2 pistol rounds in the bag out here for Fortress.
Insane, by the way. Just saying that the fact that King Shield was able to win this 1 versus 3 is crazy.
With 4 bullets. 4 bullets in that mag.
I mean, it was impressive that he gets the 2 kills at the end. I don't think they did necessarily anything wrong.
I don't think so.
They did swing a little staggered, but he just hit very good shots. Yeah, that molly's not gonna work. But the kill into the player in Heaven, there was no reason to be out there. Could have just played it a lot safer. Obviously, it's 10-2, so you're not gonna, you know, talk about it too much. I mean, sure, they were ready to take fights just because if it was 10-2. They just had that big of a lead. Now this is interesting. They're faking the B play, but they got 3 players towards Squeaky, and they're gonna swing out with a Mac 10s. Oh, big surprise for Greeny. He had a molly in hand. Xanto finds the kill into Ask K. That is towards the B site. So that's still doing damage. Gonna be taken down by Brand, but in the meantime, Patty makes it into the site as well. It's a 4 versus 3. King Shield, Pedra, they come into the site and up close and personal here, State, and they're not overextending. They're just waiting for the swings. A flash comes through. There's a lot of noise made from main. Slime, they know about him. And now Quez, yeah, with the Mac 10, there's still a player in the back of sight, but Quez, he's gonna be enough, and that is going to be State with the round on the board.
Man, I'm sorry, but it feels like Fortress have got lead in their heads right now. They've got iron in their heads, and the crosshairs of State are just magnets right now. Every single frag, every single lineup, they just gravitate towards it. State have been looking amazing. I mean, you've got Slime 19-6, Patty 14-7. And Quez and Zanto have been fighting multi-frags as well. So this is a state that is just out-aiming, outgunning the side of Fortress. And there's a clear difference in skill between these two sides, at least as far as cash goes. Which is quite crazy, because this is Fortress's map pick, right? They were coming into this one hoping that they'd be able to catch State off guard, but they couldn't have been more on guard. Look at them go. Lineups, crosshair placements. Brando, that's his first big double kill coming around into this map. Finds 2 headshots on that Deagle, keeps things close. But it's an A1S and an AK going up a couple extra hand cannons. They're still fighting out onto the same bomb site. They've realized they have no need for this. Slime is going to be left as an offering out here to Fortress. Overwatching over some dropped guns, and they're realizing now they'd rather not let these guns fall in the hands of the enemies, but apparently you're going to let the round go in the hands of the enemies, as Fortress, on a force buy, second round after pistol, is managing to take you down. Wes left in a 1v3, and there's rifles on hand out here now for Fortress. Oh, you might get a free frag on Greeny. There's a leg. Kind of spotted it out. There's the one. Looking for a second. Quez. Nice idea. But doesn't get executed perfectly, so it will not pass. 11-4. Fortress 2 again at the beginning of the pistol. Beginning of the half.
Well, State now, not in the best of situations. They're going to be with the pistols. I don't think the odds are working now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it.
But, you know, it is just a pistol. So this one should not be their best position they've ever been in. We'll see if they'll be able to get something done with it. Although SK eliminates Patty, there's Brand with a kill. SK got himself double with that nade. It's all one to Slime, and he'll be taken down by Bedra. So it is a flawless round here for Fortress. That's great, but they need license more to tie the game up, and the weapons are coming back out. So I don't know if, yeah, it's going to be complicated.
Will be complicated, yeah. This is the CT side of Cash now, showing its, baring its teeth, showing its fangs, but only 3 rounds aren't going to be all too crazy. What would be crazy if Fortress managed to take this one and one more full buy and kind of get those gears kicking. But State only need 2. So let's see it. Eagle on hand of Bedre. Looking for a pre-fire out on Queenix. That's a warning shot. Queenix stirring the sights of old exploded Chernobyl here. Lots of people shooting at ghosts in round number 17. Trying to spam away for a foreseeable kill. But nothing's popping up on that feed.
Oh, delayed boost. I think there's no one really there to meet them. Brandon Vent, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he will be the first to fall. Patty wins that duel. No, split into the A site could be interesting. Or they could take it back to B, and that is exactly what they're doing. Ask K. He is the only one defending that site. 30 seconds left in Fortress. They should understand this fairly soon. Maybe they don't. I don't know. They haven't rotated yet, and now it's going to be too late. Ask K back at site. Didn't expect the late peek there, State, but still going to take him down. Molly deployed. The bomb will be planted safely. Thankfully, he wasn't one of the low HP players that was planting the bomb. He was Slime. He was on full King Shield, Greeny, and Bedra trying to deny State 12 rounds on the board here. whenever this flash is going to come through. There we go. The second flash around as well. And there's the kill from Greeny. Bedre finds the kill onto Xanto, and it's all of a sudden a 3 versus 2. The defuse is happening. Patty falls.
Oh.
There's Queenix, and does he have the time to take down Bedre? Yes, he does. 12 on the board. Credit to Queenix and his kills. And they find map point.
Okay, a saving grace brought out here by State. Didn't really have everything under control. The fact that Queenix gets this final frag with a second to spare is certainly lucky, as now they're on map points 12-5. Not the perfect T side that we were expecting, but more than enough to get the job done out here. State, they've had that wonderful CT side that just put Fortress down and out of the game. Now they only need one more to close it on their enemy's map pick, and up next will be their own choice. I believe we've got Nuke coming up, and Nuke was played out last time that State and Fortress did actually go head to head. State managed to take it 13-7. Flanking away in middle, Patty's gonna trade one back. Ask still down mid continues, and he's got another one down on highway. Bedre takes him out. And a 2v4. Somehow Queenix gets that kill. We went away right as he found it onto the off. Xanto, last man standing. Galil in hand and a dream to close it early. They don't have cash after this State, so either Xanto goes in the 1v3 clutch up, or State have to half buy into the next round, which would be all too fun for them, but ultimately they know they've got a huge lead, so they won't necessarily mind. Made a step. Go. For the headshot. Sets him out. Almost finding the kill. Does manage to actually find it in the end. Post-plant scenario now. 2v1. Honestly doable for Xanto. Coming up highway and truck. King Shield on the AWP. Could smoke him out as well. That would be a play that Xanto doesn't really have a lot of options for. Gets spotted on yellow and goes for the wide swing. Xanto 1v1 now. Bedre full HP and still manages to win it, but that is such a scary angle to take on the A1S. Just out in the wide open, crouched, turret mode activated. Bedre wins that duel, but if he hadn't, this would have been the second clutch he botched on up. Manages to redeem himself though. 12-6.
Keeping them on their toes, that's the thing. They're never gonna be feeling, they're never gonna feel safe. Fortress, even if it looks like, okay, we should have this round in the bag and everything, well, that's not necessarily something that is always gonna happen, so
a little bit tough.
anyway, well, this one shouldn't be all that tough. Just because it is a plain old pistol round.
Looking like it. Nothing all too surprising out here. A Deagle on Slime, but he's already down to 22, trying to rotate away towards A main. The moment he gets there, that's when they're going to open up that door. Now they're here. They might just wait until like the final 20 seconds and hope for a cheeky plant. Honestly, wouldn't be the worst round in the world. But that's shield on the one. And the A1S is going to line them all up here. So there you have a very clean round coming up here for the side of the Fortress. And a 7th on the board. Might be their final one though. AK is coming out to play now.
inching closer and closer, but it is still an uphill battle.
Let's see.
But you know, it's 5 rounds in a row. It's not impossible.
Not easy either, though, especially with man down now. Brand going away. And pushing out B main on Flash is certainly going to be scary. Usually you only get to see one player doing it alone. It's good that they're working on a buddy system, but if Shield doesn't land this shot on Xanto immediately, they might just be wasting time. They are going to go out. Oh, the timing. Xanto with the back turn, and that slime only to fall. Xanto alive somehow. They've caught them off guard. They've managed to find the one. Highway control as well gained, so Bedre has to save Greeny out on site and doesn't get to. Patty out from the smoke. Queenix on a headshot. This feels like the end. Postman scenario and the wide swing out on truck. Patty almost able to find them. Low HP's left onto Shield and Ask. Going up on the boost, Ask on the swing. Let's see if Patty can still get another, and he can find not only one, but maybe even both of them. 2K comes around, and there's the last one connecting. That is going to be State taking what is theirs, rightfully so, as the favorites in this best of 3. They managed to stay on top of everything and make this round and this map work completely in their favor.
Well, they're able to find it, but the thing is, it wasn't all that easy at the end of the day. At the same time, this is kind of what you would have expected compared to what they did about 2 months ago, where the end of that match, or the end of the 2 maps that were played then, were still like 13-7, 13-8. So State, could they have ended a lot quicker? Maybe. But Fortress did have something to say, because it's not like, oh, we're just going to lose 13-2 on both maps and, you know, it's not going to be any chance for us. It was their map pick, and State, this was the first time they played Cash, so that's not a great sign, because with New coming up next, and with eight maps played for State, and out of those 8 maps, 6 have been wins. While Fortress, they played a couple of times in the past 3 months. One of them was actually against State, where they lost, and they did win over Enjoy. So it's safe to say it's not looking great for Fortress, but they did get something, you know, they did say something back in this first map. So at least they got that.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing. I'm completely with you on that one. But for Fortress, this was their own map pick. So if they were expecting to win this best of 3, they should have been able to take it. And in the end of the day, they didn't manage to. So they've got to figure out something else coming up for Nuke, which is going to be coming to you guys in around about 10 minutes. So we'll jump on that ad break and we'll be right back for the second map. And we're back at it, ladies and gents, out into Nuke this time around. State A side, Fortress onto their CT side. As we did already get to see State readdress themselves, redirect themselves very quickly after losing the pistol rounds into the previous map. Now, they're looking to not drop any more pistol rounds. Queenix double entry out towards the A-bomb side as we go into an explosive pistol on a post plant to try to figure out this 3v4. And the odds keep getting bigger out here.
Yeah, they're not really helping the case for Fortress.
Lining on up, they're shooting quite well though. Greeny finds one out of heaven, coming right back around. Bedray can't really say the same thing. Apparently him and Potty are just gonna have a bit of a talk as Greeny comes around, saves the day, lands up 2 more headshots, and another pistol round is gonna be going down on the board out here for the Fortress side. 3-for-3 now, which is very interesting, seeing as they can't really match up to the fighting prowess of State when it comes down to actually having weapons on hand, but when they're on pistols, they're just decimating them.
Well, sure. Somehow they're pretty good at pistol rounds, and whatever happens after what we see on Cash, not necessarily all that great. But see what can be done here. As there are upgraded pistols, they do have the AK onto Quiz. Brand with a kill onto Zanto. Greeny has to back away.
Yeah. Stay trying to run them down. Whew. Okay, just keep on giving us headshots, I guess. Go for it. Why not? 3v3, aka 1S and a Deagle still on hand. Queenix already landed 1 headshot. What's 1 more to go? Down on the retake. No kit available. Oh, actually, there is a kit available on Ask. I'm just blind. Smoke as well down there for the MP9 is going to try to use it on up. Will they start sticking now? Yes, they will. Flashbang on hand as well. You have to deny for Ask out there, and there's not enough time. You've just let them defuse.
Yeah, there was not even an attempt.
Well then.
There we go.
Yeah. Right, wild. I mean, I get it, because maybe the only hope there was that they were just faking, but in a 3v3, you really are not too incentivized to fake. Felt like they misread the timing out there, and they're gonna be bleeding for it. Just an AK moved on into this next round onto Quez. Everybody else down on the upgraded pistols. State have got to truly get their things together. He's waiting down for someone to push out of main. Bedray. He's not really thinking of that. Brand just holding the angle for outside. State will be pretty hard pressed to actually find any good space taking.
King Shield playing very far back in secret, even though the smokes are not in place outside. Oh, Batty makes it past. King Shield is going to take him down. Brandon Main flashed fully. Nothing he could have done there. Quez with his 2nd kill. The 3 versus 2 favoring Fortress, though. Slime, he's gotten the bomb here. Asking Heaven. Quez. Oh, yeah, okay. For a second there, King Shield didn't get a kill, and I was like, okay, he's hesitating, but yeah, he's not. So, Slime, he is surrounded. There is doubts, but not necessarily with the position he's playing in. And there we go. King Shield lands the shot. And that is the round on the board. The 3rd for Fortress.
3rd for Fortress, indeed. That is going to be the overall start of Fortress's escapades out here onto the CT side of Nuke. We go from one CT side of map to another. So, you know, in a way, Fortress have kind of lined themselves up for success from beforehand. Now just trying to continue it up. We'll see if anything does manage to get brought forth out here by the state. The T side so far is not looking bright. Brand going aggressive, spotted one out in towards silo. Paddy just trying to hold the corner. Is going to nade Brand down once, and the second nade lands just fine. That is going to be Brand blown to pieces outside. But Paddy's not looking all too healthy either. Could play the little Bogdan's Law switch up now. But looks like they're just going to cross safely. Passage granted. Now.
In our time.
Yeah.
Trying to push in through secret. Although Xanto finds SK, there's Quest with a kill into Bedra. And Greeny has to quickly back away. Drops the nade as he falls back, but that doesn't really damage anyone. Getting 4 players through Vent here is absolutely insane. Yeah, a lot of things could have gone wrong there, even in a 5v2, but, you know, it wasn't the case, so... Xanto finds King Shield. Greeny rotated over towards Hell. Oh, he has no idea where Xanto is. Yeah, he couldn't, or didn't realize he had him in his field of view. But yeah, there we go. State first round on the board, and a very good one at that. Very solid round. Again, I'm not necessarily so happy about how they had 4 players going through Vent, because obviously when you're on the ladder are not accurate, so it could have been someone just mowing them down. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because no one was ready for that. So it is a force buy here for Fortress. There's already a player down into the Vent. He pushed quickly through Squeaky, and I don't think they have any idea that happened. And he can check secret and everything, and they could just walk in and they could take the east side quickly.
Yep. That's looking like how it went. But now they will have to continue coming around here. 5v5 still. Trying to hold this side together. Greeny, he's gonna have a lot of work to do. Finds the one, gets traded right back out. Good Molotov timing down on Vents. And Slime has to hold him away. Post plant will come around, but Paddy's already gone. 9 HP left onto Brown, but it's more than enough to keep him alive. Shield again is gonna take a nade to the face. This utility damage has still been insane for State all throughout. And now you're looking at Queenix landing up one headshot. 5-7 right back to the skull. There from Ask, and Slime has got the angle. He can take up so many frags right now. Unexpected and connecting. Finds the one, dropped on in by the second. The op is going to take him down. And you're still hoping into the 1v2 that Quez is going to find the lineup somehow. Nate goes out and you're searching for that frag. And Bedray in front of it is going to fall. Spamming away, not a single bullet. Another smoke ninja defuse coming on by. Out here from the CT side. Fortress, not one, but 2 out here into this map so far to get it again.
Well, it is the CT side. It is the favored side of the map. But, you know, a little different of what you might expect to see out of the side that have been looking better. Talking about State here. Well done. It is a buy from State here. So Brand makes it quick onto Quez. The opening kill goes the way of Fortress, and it is we were saying it is Nuke. It is the CT side. It was a map pick from State, but last time the two teams played, it was a 13-7 favoring the side of State, and a 7-5 on T side. So let's see if they'll be able to get it, because with defuses happening like that through the smoke, not looking too great.
Not looking amazing indeed. Trying to figure it on out. That is going to be Slime on the opener. Down on Squeaky once again. Hoping to deny it, but will it really be that easy? Apparently not. MP9 goes down, 2 to the back of the side. Still, Queenix another headshot. You never expect the third to be here. The King Shield goes out, not with 1, not with 2, but even with 3. And Slime activated wall hacks there for a little second. Glock in hand, trying to get Shield out of position. Half HP remaining on the A1S. Keep them together. The quick scope of Slime does land the shot. That is going to be the 2-4 now. State finding a much necessary round onto their T side here. And keep things going.
Well, the answer is good.
Mac 10 is 2. Goes out for it. That is going to be State running them down. Should be more than enough here. Brand all alone, hoping for just an exit frag and a steal. That will be it so far.
There we go. Good answer. Talking about how, State, they're looking like a better team, but it was a little bit of I don't know if I should say surprise, but the fact that some of those rounds did not work out. Just because of,
Yeah.
someone being in the smoke and people not spamming back for some reason. You would have expected, the spam to come through, but yeah, it just didn't happen.
Didn't happen the first time. Second time you ran out of bullets. It's been a rough show from the T side in the post plants, but overall, they're not going to mind anything coming their way now, as it's only going to be USPs trying to fight them down. That is going to be Bedrick going away. And everybody else still out on Secret. Slime on another one, but you gave away an op. That's kind of all you needed. Post plant scenario will be coming through, but you've got the op on hand. You're going to be happy with it. Just send it into the next. And that is going to be an equal scoreline on T side, 4-4. I mean, they're going to take it. Hey, at this point in time, you realize that State are still playing on their own map pick on this T side, and they've equaled things out 4-4. So it's certainly not bad. Maybe 2 guns can get saved away now. But Xanto finds one, and the other gets caught out. So that is going to be now an equal scoreline.
Yep, State trying to get a foothold here, and they're surely doing that. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not looking bad for them at all, as they equalize things. Because again, it is new. It is a CT side map. It is the map they picked into. So they're still going to be... They're still going to be feeling confident.
Yeah. Ask. On to one more. Trying to keep it up. Bedre on the second. You're still hoping for the trades to come around. 3v4. Fortress in a decent spot right now. For now, they haven't just really moved anywhere. We've gone control over window. We'll be going out towards B. Only Greeny to deny it.
Eventually. Yeah, Greeny, he's dead. Door swings open, he's dead. Oh, okay.
About the check. There he goes. Still gets away with one. That's pretty good, though.
There was a little bit of team damage happening there as well. So, Patty and Queenix. Nice shot from Queenix. Couple players left for Fortress and a couple of players left for State. As Queenix, I think this rotation is very good. But Patty will fall. And now Queenix will have to clutch it up. There is a smoke. Oh, but Queenix finds the headshot. And he tries to go for the one tap. Nade. Not going to be enough. 34 HP. Throws the flash as well. Yeah, he baited him. And there's not enough time anymore. There we go. It is the round on the board for State. Queenix, he played it well. He didn't force the issue. He took his time. And, well, that's going to be a good end to the round. So.
A good end indeed. The way the cookie crumbles now. Fortress had the advantage on CT side for quite a hefty while. A couple of rounds they weren't supposed to get handed over to them. And yet even that is not enough to keep that advantage going. State are coming in with a vengeance and they're trying to find a quick best of 3. T-side should have its advantages already. Even though you don't really expect advantages on T-side on this map. A dink to the wall, lands on Patty. He's down left to low HP. Quez takes down Bedre outside still. The next kill does confirm one more. Ask Greeny and King Shield. Last few standing. Xanto another headshot. Making that number go down by the second.
Well. State really not forcing out the issue. Taking their time with the push. Don't want to overextend. Don't want to lose weapons. Actually, not overextend. But not losing weapons would be fairly important. And also, the last two CTs are towards the B site.
Yep. Not too much to do. You gotta get that bomb down. You'll have it now, and you've just won the round. So 6-4 on T-side already. Some might say that's good enough in and of itself, right? Even if Fortress managed to bring this back, State are still in a very amazing spot. One more Deagle to go down. Just makes you wonder, what is the plan here for Fortress? This is State's map pick still, so things might be getting a little bit scary.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, certainly not great. That's for sure. As State are already able to secure an equal score at halftime point, and usually, you know, that's pretty bad news.
Yeah. Push on down towards A. Zanto hoping to deny early. Will be jumping on the opportunity, clearing out Hut. There's already Vedri's at the fight. As just drops on in to the side. No questions asked, nothing denied. And Fortress, they've got to back away and save already. What a quick round brought out here by State. A single mistake, a single dude onto Fortress. And everything just falls apart.
Well, good shot. Not that it necessarily matters. They're just trying to hang on to the weapons, and State are trying to hunt them down. Okay, they're losing all their members, State. Yeah, they lost every single player, and they have taken down either of the last two players still alive. But hey, at least they tried. And not that necessarily matters. 2-4. It could be looking towards an 8-4, to be honest, just because of how good they were, just how good they did in that round, and not the end. We're not going to talk about the end.
Yeah. I mean, no need to. It's still the advantage, as you said, out here for State. They'll have a perfect buy coming into the next. And now comes in final round of the first half.
Brand. He's got a pretty good position here.
Oh, what?
Wow. That is insane. The fact that Quiz gets that headshot is crazy. And I think Quiz is good as that. I don't think he takes down King Shield. If he does, that's insane. But no, he will not. So, oh yeah, in the meantime, they're pushing into the B side. As K finds Slime, they're not looking towards single door, although the door swings open. Bedra, he doesn't peek in to deny the bomb plant, so doesn't really matter that the door swung open. I don't think Queenix was spotted there. Patty throws the nade. Ask he's dead. Oh, and he's got a very forward position here, Patty. Very risky, and it's not gonna pay dividends. Santo. Oh, he's in a 1 versus 2, and a low HP Bedra will save the day for Fortress. I say save the day. He will save the round, not necessarily the day, because the day is certainly very far from being saved.
Yeah. Definitely not looking incredible. But it is going to be a 7-5 split going into their CT side, loving live State. How's this one gonna go? So far, all the pistols have just gone in favor of Fortress. Can they find even a single one? State hearing the Spartan steps coming out here from Trophy Room. Quez finds one, and suddenly they just go back in towards A. That's going to be Quez on 2, hoping for the ace out here. He's trying to line them up, but Phoenix saves his day. And that is going to be finally a pistol round in the bag. No more crazy 1v3 clutches coming out here from Fortress. It's State on 8.
Well, that's what they had going on. having their pistol rounds where they're able to overpower. But as that doesn't pan out, how do you deal with that fortress? How do you manage to make it work? Well,
let us see. Couple of tech
with an
never heard
eco.
no one.
Yeah, it's just with a plain old eco, it seems.
Not even armors, yeah. Being brought around here, ask. Trying to go out A. No, I don't hate it. I feel like I should have steeled myself and my resolve a little bit better before I jumped into this best of 3. We are watching 2 Danish teams play Muke. It's gonna be a bit slow.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
One towards outside. Nice little buzz sticker on that A1S fade. Buzz is gonna put it to good use as they're trying to run out ramp. The FAMAS goes back down. Slime, how many do you get to catch off? A bit of damage on all of them. Not really a kill connection on any of them, though. 11 HP for shield is going to go down to 0. Patty hoping for another lands it as well. And all that's left is Ask down on double door. To get swung on or to be the one that swings. Yeah, it does not matter. Because it is state on 9. There isn't going to be really a perfect Viking at a fortress either way for this next round too. So this is just feeling like a Hail Mary. Being tossed now by the fortress guys.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to do something.
Decent nade. We'll tag them down, going out secret quickly. Slime trying to jump down the vent. Let's see if Badre is going to be able to take them down. Shield, the first one to connect. Patty on the backbone of Secret. How many does he find? They're all tagged down. Look at their HPs. Oh, they can line up in such a beautiful actual nade. That is a nuke coming in. Tactically deployed Patty as well. Lands up 3, and that's the sort of play you want to set up for your team. Oh, the utility is gorgeous out here for State. This entire best of 3, I think that's the one key takeaway that State have been able to just outperform Fortress on. Not only the aim, but the nades sent in. I will go ahead and check out here, Pop. I'm genuinely curious how much utility damage was dealt in map number 1. Because again, we're seeing so much of it come through.
I'm thinking that I do remember as well a lot of utility damage, but I am getting the feeling that it wasn't necessarily like a really well thought out nade, like the lineup or something. It was mostly just having the knowledge of when to use them best, right?
Yeah. 100%. But that knowledge is really coming clutch for these guys. Sadly, I can't see utility damage on HLTV, which is sad, but it is what it is. There you go, Santo! What a lineup, what a multi-frag. There goes the stolen ace of Santo. Another round in the bag, 11 on the board out here for Stay. Yeah, they're just hitting some very nice clips out here for themselves. I think this is them trying to go to the finish line as quickly as possible.
I mean, it's 11-5. I couldn't blame them.
Yeah. Going outside.
2 more rounds needed from State here. Fortress still trying to brute force their way in. Slime takes down Brand. Ask a well called Wes, but there's Greeny with the trade. And another against Greeny. Queen X sprays down 2. King Shield will be taken down by the dualies, and Well, there we go. That is the 12th that they were looking for. Didn't really, or yeah, haven't really seen a lot from the T side here in the second half, if anything.
Yeah. Really haven't. I mean, it's not too easy to pick it out here for them, right? If you want to give a little bit of a silver edge out here to Fortress, is the fact that State are a much higher ranked team, a much better, well-off prepared team, and the team that's been playing for a lot longer as well, with bigger names. So it's really tough to try to figure out the T side of Nuke against these guys, especially when Nuke was picked out by them. So I think Fortress, they're taking this one lying down. They're saying, okay, well, we've been trying, nothing is really hitting. We'll do our best, but at this point in time, we won't beat ourselves up for losing this best of 3 early on out here. It is a tough one. The King Shield, last man standing in a 1v3, isn't going to live too long to tell the tale afterwards. That will be State finishing off the best of 3 in a pretty quick fashion. 13-7, 13-5. Finished off on Cash and Nuke. Absolutely overwhelmed the side of the Fortress and managed to siege that Fortress indeed.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't necessarily... It was different from that first map in the sense of State on the T side. There were a couple of rounds that, you know, could have gone their way. Maybe they could have played the T side a little bit better, but it was still a 7-5. And in the second half, when they were in the CT side, there was nothing from Fortress, right? We didn't really see maybe just some situations that could have turned into good rounds for them, but they didn't at the end of the day. And State, they just walk away with a very, very quick 2-0 here to open up Group A. I mean, it wasn't necessarily that State are like super dangerous, but you could make the case that they are. I'm gonna expect them in that winners match against Lazer Cats, but I am expecting them and Lazer Cats to kind of, you know, pull through into this group.
Yeah, 100%. That should be the expectations coming away into this one. As far as Lazer Cats go, though, we'll have to see, because they're coming into this next best of 3 as the heavy underdogs up against the Inner Circle Academy. So we'll see how everything is going to move out in an hour and a half. But until then, ladies and gents, we're going to have ourselves quite the extended break, as this first best of 3 is going to be finished off quick. And then we'll figure out which of the 2 Ukrainian squads going head-to-head is going to be coming out on top of Group A opening matchups. We'll be soon here, right back with you.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for some more action here at Thunderpick Europe Series 2. We've had a pretty swift first best of 3 as State was able to overpower Fortress in about an hour and a half. And yeah, they did pretty quick work of them. But now we've got Lazer Cats taking on Inner Circle Academy. And this one should be interesting because Lazer Cats right now, they're ranked very highly. Although that is because I think just the core is kind of not there anymore, so they have to like make it again, right? All the way up there. But you do have the players with experience, and I'm talking about Nikki T, Magic Keo, Paul Bandana, sure, Tripex. Maybe he's kind of more unknown factor, quote unquote, although he did play for Wildcard Academy and Big Academy, so I don't think he's even an unknown factor. I think the roster itself, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, we haven't seen Lazer Cats play in quite a little bit, and now that they'll be going on over to this Ukrainian head-to-head, it's going to be a good amount of fun and a real good litmus test out for the Lazer Cats to see where their level is kind of at, what they can do. Last time they played was 6 weeks ago against GenOne, and they were on a big losing spree, right? They lost to TNC, to AM, to Kalesi. So they certainly desperately would love to actually have some sort of just comebackable offense into this best of 3 and try to take down Inner Circle Academy, who are comprised of Nice, Norts, Epoch, Lee Seung, and Tame Fear. And this is one of the 2 or 3 teams in this past month that I've casted most of their best of 3s for. I've seen these guys on the highs and the lows, and honestly, at least against lower opposition, it's very easy to tell that they're of a certain level, right? They certainly do have the potential to break through into like top 100. But overall, this does feel like an Inner Circle Academy that's really on the dot when it comes to that academy name. You know, a lot of teams, when you get to see like G2 Aries or like Vitality Academy, you know that the academies themselves are just a placeholder for like young up-and-coming players that are going to be developing. For Inner Circle Academy, I feel like this is really a place where most of these guys came from not necessarily an experienced background in Counter-Strike, yet they still shoot very hard, they got picked apart, they managed to actually show up what they can do on the server plenty of times, but there's still a lot more patience and diligence to kind of drill into these guys, and the moment that's going to be found, I can see some of these pieces going away to bigger rosters, maybe joining Inner Circle itself later down the line. But for now, I want to hone on in to Nice, to Lee Seung, to Tame Fear. I feel like these are guys that have got a lot to give, and a lot to give on the server as well, but to be able to, you know, show their best form right now as the favorites coming through, voted by you guys on HLTV, we are going to be having Dust 2, Ancient, and Anubis. How are we feeling about getting a little bit of Dust 2 action and Anubis out here in the mix?
I mean, on paper, Inner Circle Academy, those couple of maps are one of their best, or 2 of their best. I mean, Anubis is their best map in terms of win rate. Dust 2 is their most played by far. They played it 15 times in the past 3 months. And on the other side, I think this is what makes it a little complicated to kind of shape out how this is going to go. Because Lazer Cats, you look on HLTV, it says 14% win rate. But that is up until the player break, or even a little bit before the player break. And also, it is with the 3 players that are basically the core. Because with 5 players, this is going to be the first time they play the map. So I'm very curious to see how that is going to shape up for them. Their most recent result was against GenOne, and it was a loss, but you know, you can't really blame them from for losing to a team like GenOne just because they're very good at Dust 2 itself. Just overall, you know, French teams are at home on Dust 2. They did beat Kalesi. Ancient and Anubis, I think this is or that is going to be the same case. They have yet to play as a full team, so this is going to be basically the first best of 3 that we see out of Lazer Cats where they play with this full roster, and that could change things a little bit. I think we can still, you know, look into how Ancient usually, or technically, is the best map of Lazer Cats, or at least the core of Lazer Cats, so they should be looking pretty good on that. And then Anubis, I think it's a pretty big difference, so it's still, you know, not set in stone, but on paper, just talking about Anubis and Dust 2, because you were mentioning them, doesn't matter the fact that Lazer Cats haven't played it yet. It does matter the fact that, you know, Inner Circle Academy are very good at those maps.
Indeed so, and speaking of Inner Circle Academy, they're currently playing on ahead on Cash up against G2 Aries in another tournament, so it's going to be curious to see how they're going to be coming off of that one after, well, it's 12-11 right now, so I don't know if they're going to be losing it fully or sending us into OT and to be waiting out here a little bit. But they did manage to pick up their Dust 2. Historically, they've managed to actually just win out ahead on their opening pickup of Dust 2 quite often, actually. Last time around, they went up against the INOX Division, and the only map they did take away from them was Anubis as well. So, again, these maps that they should feel like they have the clear edge over the side of Lazer Cats, they should be feeling quite confident, as you were mentioning. But onto the side of Lazer Cats, yeah, we don't really know what to expect. So, confidence is going to be coming and going. It's certainly not going to be something that we can 100% attribute to any of these two teams unless we get into the server, and maybe not even as we get into Dust 2. Maybe out when we get to see Ancient, maybe then we can start talking about a little bit of confidence and a little bit of an actual tale to be told. But for now, yeah, Lazer Cats are coming into this one as the underdogs, I'd say, but it's going to be very curious once more to just see how well they're going to be able to mesh and vibe together. Paul Bandana, Tripex, we know we like Paul Bandana out of his stunt over at Basement Boys. That's kind of what started off the good old Draculan. But out here, we did get to see Lazer Cats quite a couple of times, and I will say the core of Nicotine, Magic, and Keo, a year ago, I would have had big hopes for these guys. Now I'm seeing them just kind of, you know, struggle to keep themselves in the scene. So I'm hoping that they're going to have a resurgence, but the last train is starting to leave for them. So we're going to be looking forward to see what's going to be coming up next. But with that being the case, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. And once we're back, hopefully Inner Circle Academy is going to be done with their best of 3. And we're going to be starting off with this one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi. You remember how we did the pre-show and we were analyzing the teams and what things could happen and things of the sort? Yeah, disregard that because
Yeah.
Inner Circle Academy, unfortunately, they are still playing another game in another tournament, which means that it will be them that forfeit the game against Lazer Cats. So Lazer Cats, you can or no, we can, but they can move forward. And Inner Circle Academy, thankfully for them, they are not eliminated. They will be dropping down to the elimination match, and they'll be playing against Fortress. But hey, they're still in this, so that means that State will play Lazer Cats and Fortress will play Inner Circle Academy on Sunday. Although for today, we still have 2 more matches, Atro.
Yes, we do. Lost Kogutos versus New Vision coming right at you guys after a roundabout, I wager into saying maybe 2.5 hour break. And then we are going to be having X-Mana versus megoshort, a game which is going to be going head-to-head out there from 2 teams that do have experienced veterans onto them, but they haven't necessarily touched the server in a while, so to say. So, going to be very exciting to see how all of this is going to continue. But for today, me and Papa are going to be having a quick exit. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'm sorry about the forfeit, but you can still watch Inner Circle Academy right now, duke it out against G2 if you want to. So yeah, with that being the case, we are going to be seeing you guys later down the line here in around about 2.5 hours. Thank you for tuning in.
And a very warm welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. We're into the second half of our first day. We move on with our opening games into Group B proceedings. My name's TWC. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for this afternoon's action. How you doing, man?
Well, look, I think today is going to all just be about getting familiar with some of the players and some of the teams. We saw in one of the opening games today, State getting a 2-0. I'm not really too familiar with the organisation, but Paddy's there, Quez is there, you've got Queenix too. So you've got some experienced, well-known names on that Danish roster, and I think there's a few new boys on the block as such going into today.
Well, Lazer Cats, of course, got their victory a little bit earlier on this afternoon too, taking down Inner Circle Academy, and those are the Group A games. Again, we're shifting over to Group B for our third and fourth matches. We've got Los Kogutos taking on New Vision to start things off, and then X-Mana will be taking on megoshort in our final matchup of the day. A lot of teams outside the top 150, and therefore it can get a little bit scrappy at times as a result of that, Dwayne. All teams have a lot to play for when it comes to the competition as a whole.
I look at this group and say, mate, there's a lot of players and a lot of teams here that would love to get into a playoff run, right? I think when the competition's weak, when you've got a lot of squads struggling, it means that on-the-day performance could be very key to trying to get a few wins and try to push on in towards the round of 16.
And teams like Los Kogutos have proven in the past that they can maintain playoff runs in competitions like this. The last time they picked, they made it at the top 16, went out in the first round of the playoffs, and now they need to try and maintain something better here and now. I will say that there are a team that I don't believe is going to do much if they do make it to the playoffs, and therefore I don't consider them a major threat in the competition proper. At the very least, probably favourites going into our first match today.
Yeah, look, they're well known. They were, 71st in the world on VRS back in March, so to see them struggling and being pretty much on the cusp of 200 in the world right now doesn't feel ideal at all. The Poles have won just one out of their past 11 best of threes on HLTV, and their only win was versus a team called DH Premium, which is just a random Hungarian team, so not even any well-known players. So they're in a really tough battle right now where it's just loss after loss. They went 0-3 in CCT, where they're taking one map out of all 3 best of threes. I mean, yeah, it's a dire period for the Poles right now.
Indeed it is. So maybe a victory here and now may give them the chops about them to be able to change their fortune. Certainly, in my eyes, they would be the favourite team. They're certainly a lot more known compared to New Vision on the other side of the board. There's only really one player that I'm aware of for this CIS Russian-based team, and that would be Fen2k. Other than that, a lot of the players do not really leap out to me as being particularly of notable regard.
Yeah, Watamo played in that one-win academy team where actually a few of those boys got promoted in towards the main roster. I look at New Vision and say, with the pieces that they've got, with 3 players that have got about 100 maps played or less, they're actually doing okay to get themselves in close qualifiers and get represented on HLTV. Problem is, they're just not winning many games. They've won, 3 out of their past 12 best of threes. They've beaten a benched Gods roster twice, who I've never heard of anyone on there, and then Little Mix, who also aren't in good touch at all. So we've got 2 rosters today that aren't taking many wins at the moment. I will say for New Vision, this Watamo guy is their best player. He's their best rifler, so he'll probably be one to watch out for. And then for Fen2k, he was a part of Navi Junior at VP's academy roster, and then played some time on CYBERSHOKE. So he's the one guy that's at least got reps in tier 2.
Yeah, not many major reps, but certainly reps regardless all the same. New Vision have a new lease on life if they want to maintain something here in the competition, because they're taking on a Los Kogutos side who at least have a core of players that are at least notable with the TNC roster prior to this point, as well as that careers dating back in a lot more of the more distant history, I guess you could say, of CS2 and CSGO in the later stages of that particular game. So yeah, definitely a challenge for themselves here. Map beats coming up on the screen, Dwayne. We've got Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis to play in the best of 3.
Yeah, so we always get cash bans in from New Vision, always get Inferno bans from Los Kogutos, so no surprises there with the picks. Nuke is loved by the Poles, so they go into that one, and Ancient is loved by the Paravision Academy team as well. So there's no differences in what's a common veto for both of these teams. Anubis is the decider. Anubis gets quite a bit of pick rate from New Vision recently. So I think from a veto standpoint alone, disregarding, let's say, the win rates that they've had on it recently, they'll be very happy to play that map. I think for Los Kogutos, we've not seen many officials that they've played on Anubis with Marcos and Hot Dog. It's a lot more with Tomoko, Mari, and Adrian when they were playing on the TNC side. So I think for New Vision, they look a little bit more successful on HLTV recently, but this is the kind of game where there's probably not much in it. I think on the day will pretty much decide all. At least what we do know is that both teams have already played a best of 3 today. New Vision got themselves a 2-0 win. Los Kogutos got themselves an 0-2 loss. So there's at least a little bit of positivity going towards the Russians just on that basis alone.
And I mean, you just think about the back end of the veto. Ancient and Anubis are just the two highest played maps in the pool for New Vision on HLTV. So you've got that strength basis in the back end of proceedings. Yeah, Nuke might be a little bit more awkward. You're probably going to take a concession there. But even then, you're playing against the weaker Los Kogutos, because we've just been informed that actually Hotdog's not going to be playing with the team. It's Adex that will be stepping into him in this matchup. So there's stand-ins over on the Polish side, which might make the situation even worse for them.
Yeah, well, Adex is a Romanian AWPer, and going in for Hot Dog, I mean, Marcos is the AWPer of the team, so he's just basically going to be a field player for today, right? He's going to be a rifler. He might do a little bit of double AWPing here or there, but he's mainly just going to be plugging gaps. And then you're bringing in a Romanian player into a Polish team, so they're going to be communicating in English today. So definitely not easy for Los Kogutos. Things get a little bit more difficult for them.
Indeed, yes. So for New Vision, it does feel like it's ripe opportunities to take a decent upset victory. And I say upset mostly because of the fact that Los Kogutos are the higher ranked of the two teams. 234 in the world for New Vision as of this morning on HLTV's estimation. So that whole thing of getting a win that can push you up a few more places in the world, and when you're that low, a victory to get you a number of placements, I think just outside the top 200 is where they would go with that. And just every victory counts for teams like this at this kind of lower end of the tier 2 space. So it's perfect, ripe opportunities for New Vision in my eyes.
Yeah, of course it is. And I think for them, they just need to play a little bit more. I mean, you've got Marcos, right, that's got nearly 1,300 maps played on HLTV. In the past, he's been a part of some really successful Polish teams. Visited Krakow, Illumina is just ones that scream out volume straight away of experienced pieces that can play at that higher end of the scene. But then you look over at New Vision, and I mean, all of these guys are what, sort of 20, 19, 18 years old. Even Sinkin, 16, bro. So we're looking at some new gen players that are very new to this level of competition. Marcos is 27. He's been around the block for a while, and he'll know that we need to get Los Kogutos going. I mean, they've always been like a bit of a banner of when they get signed, whether it's going towards Permitter or TNC or Anonymo, wherever. They go to an organization, they get contracts, they get salaries. Every time they get dropped, they go back towards the Los Kogutos banner. So a lot of these boys have been here before. But for where they sit right now, I think they maybe not so much deserve, but the expectation should be a lot higher if they're VRS ranked than 190 odd in the world.
Yeah, the experience definitely counts for something in terms of the expectation regard here, even if they do have some unknown elements on their own part of things. And Marcos especially is a player that probably wants to get back to some sort of winning ways. Like, he's kind of, I don't want to say like he's completely at a wash just yet, but he's still only 27 years old, but that's the back end of a pro player's sort of career, I want to say. And the days of Wisla Krakow and the like are well and truly behind him. So it's going to be basically do or die for every single opportunity he's going to get in a lot of these competitions.
Yeah, and that can be said by a lot of the guys. I mean, there's some older players on the Los Kogutos guys, and they've been around for a very long time. They know that wins are going to be required, and they know that in this group stage, just like last time around, we were able to get out of the group. They beat Lazer Cats, they beat the ex-RUSTEC guys, they ended up facing TDK in the round of 16. So look, if we can at least make the playoffs in the last Thunderpick event, then that should be at least a goal. Get the round of 16 again.
I'd say that's pretty a fair assessment, to be honest. Like, that feels like it's an appropriate sort of a goal to aim for us, especially to look at them and say, right, go towards the playoffs at the very, very least if you are this Los Kogutos side, and try and see what you can do from then on there. But realistically, given what we've seen from back then compared to now, with all the losses in mind from Los Kogutos, is there any danger signs to make you think that maybe they can't achieve that this time out?
Oh, they definitely can. I mean, as I said at the beginning of this day, the group is weak, right? And even though their form does not look good at all, they're taking a lot of losses. When the group is weak, of course you can get out. Of course you can make it to the round of 16.
Well, this particular matchup, we'll have to find out whether or not the Los Kogutos camp will be able to maintain themselves with a stand-in and all to take on this New Vision side in the first map of this best of 3. Do I have a quick prediction?
I would say 2-1 to Los Kogutos, just because I'm more familiar with the players and I've seen them a lot more on HLTV.
And see how far they'll go in this one. In this particular respective, New Vision will be looking for a big old upset in today's opening game of Group B's proceedings. Pistol's about to go live for our first map up of Nuke. It was picked in by the Los Kogutos camp, so the polls will at least be on home territory to kickstart this whole proceeding.
And for New Vision, great chance to not only represent the Paravision organization, but to prove that they can start rising up on the rankings, start getting away from that 200 or so. Going into the pistol, very heavy in towards lobby, and very heavy towards ramp.
Just taking the first fight on. Pistol seeing the USP forced away. Fenn's going to find that opening kill on Maori, so it's a casualty to kick start. Damage being done to Fenn and Wallen. quickly downstairs into the B side. Seems to be the call from Los Kogutos, but losing a secondary man in the mix. Marcos down. Now the 2 players as the train walls will fall alongside Tomoko. Wanamo with a triple. It's all come undone with all 5 alive for the New Vision pistol win.
Very clean and very well executed. They get the contact out from ramp, they fall down, they drop back very defensively out on B, and then you just play the range with the USPs up against the Glocks. Los Kogutos shouldn't really be force buying here in round number 2. Didn't make the round costly, didn't get close towards a bomb plant bonus. If you're New Vision and you're going out into Nuke, I mean, you look at the play rates, 3 wins, 3 losses in the last 3 months. They're not playing a lot of Nuke. It's not one of their better maps. Los Kogutos play a lot of this. You need a positive start. You need to get yourself a really good round diff in the first half.
Basics out for round 2. Not much you can afford here for Los Kogutos. New Vision. It's allowing access to the bomb site from the entry points, let alone that bomb plant. So that might be the pace set for the CT forces. Should be a formality. Second round here. So Los Kogutos see what the hand cannon in the hands of Marcos could do, if anything at all.
You're just hoping for 1 pick. Fen2k just trying to spot out from Secret. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. Spot over the top of the silo. Player up towards the top of T-Red. At least sees that 1 rifle, so he can just fall back, play more defensive.
Just the 1 spot for now. No openings in the kill counts, the minute marker. Take their time with the outside play. Our hands are on the out corner of Mini. Starting the FAMAS double kill. Triple should be secure with it too. Indeed, no real resistance with the nade support, and all from teammates. USP will come out for Quadra. Effective, efficient, a shutdown of the anti-eco with no kills taken on anyone from Los Kogutos just yet. Rifles are in play for round 3.
And something that does happen a lot more in the lower rankings on VRS than the higher ranked teams is just stand-ins and rotating door rosters, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit with the ex-Mana boys in the next series and megoshort as well. Is that it just happens. Players, unfortunately, have got full-time jobs, and it's not always easy to participate in every single best of 3. So Los Kogutos will be familiar with using stand-ins, but it's just not ideal. Adex will have to do his very best on this T-side of Nuke to make sure they can go 1-0 up in the series. Now, going towards the outside, not only do they have the diag smokes, but they're playing very heavy with outside players. They can have 3 on the lurk.
The one this smoke landed on the roof there. That's not even very handy towards them. The diags are at least still in play. Fight from Fen still finds Tomoko beyond that smoke. Crossing out towards Secret, not allowed to move any further forward. Fen looking for another casualty beyond the tracer bullets. He'll spot out Marcos and tag him low, but unable to get a kill for the man 4-on-4.
So now for Los Kogutos, you've got plenty of space and plenty of time. So you've got Secret access, you can slow the round down, try and catch a reposition. Mari was hoping for a timing out there towards the door, but Zinkin didn't quite give him a jiggle or at least a wide swing before that smoke blooms. Now they can rotate down 2 lower. The CTs should be searching though. They should be re-walking Secret.
Well, with Mari. Alex will strike on the outside. Zinkin's going to get caught. Second man 4 on, but has to sit back and push him away on that man advantage. Only a single man with a little HP for a couple of players here, particularly the first contact in from ramp. Adex is low, as is Marcos. Leans forward. Wanamo back to where the bomb site, 20 seconds. They have to pick up the pace here. Los Kogutos going to rotate in towards A. Back up on Heaven, ready to receive them. M4 to watch out. The squeaky door will drop off to the backside. Take a fight. Adrian's going to win it out. And now they're just going to cut them off. Bomb needs to commit right now. Plant down. There's no time left. The 4v2 for Los Kogutos. New Vision probably don't have a chance in this one.
No, none at all. That was really well done from Los Kogutos. They slow the round down into almost silence, and then all of a sudden, low time on the clock. Looks as if they're going to be pressurizing ramp, dropping down to the lower bomb site. They force all the over-rotations. Even the A player that gets out towards Heaven and drops on towards the backside, you're low HP, so you can't even set a crossfire up with the event player. New Vision may have been able to win pistol and anti-eco, but come first gun round, the polls show their strength.
Opening gun round to the favour of the T side. They'll get very quickly involved into their own map pick. Of course, we'll be on the back foot for the T side basis. Allowed New Vision to get a pretty clean pistol and conversion set, but past the rifle, hope to try and take full control of this nuke.
And for Los Kogutos, I think knowing that they've got a stand-in today and they're playing T-side and nuke, they're just going to keep things pretty simple. Like, we're not probably going to have too many fakes, too many double pumps, too many gimmicks. They're just going to work outside. So what they'll do in the majority of rounds is throw diags, throw 1-2-3s, and just kind of work timings where they just allow extremity players to take space, take contacts, and then from there they can readjust and go in for site execs. Adex has got himself the first kill of the game for his sake, and I think for Los Kogutos overall, when you've got, Mari that's got 1,500 odd maps on HLTV, you've got Marcos not that far behind, Tomoko's got over 1,000, they're such experienced players that dealing with someone that's not Polish or dealing with someone that they've not played with before, they're not going to be fazed by that at all.
You said earlier that the team will be very used to playing with stand-ins. Los Kogutos project is constantly in flux, even when they just recently come off the back of a tenure with an organization. Only the core 3 of TNC remains under this Los Kogutos side. I'm not expecting a tactical mastermind in the first place, so keep it simple, keep it clean, and that probably should get you through most of the matches here for Los Kogutos. I mean, I say that they are on a losing streak, so maybe not. Where's the confidence going to come from? Where is the breakage of that streak going to supply itself? And how can Los Kogutos get themselves back into winning ways and get confident in the Tier 2 space once again? That'll be the question, the forefront of their minds for this match and for every other match that they'll have in the near future.
Well, what they've got to hope is that they get a bit of a bonus coming out of the player break, right? That you maybe catch a few of the squads that have taken a lot of time off, that they're just relaxing, they've made roster changes. I mean, for you and I, these last few days, we've seen a lot of squads that don't have full fives at the moment, or at least have some newer pieces. So I think for the Los Kogutos guys going into the second half of the season, those are the kind of teams that you want to go up against, the teams that are losing a lot of games, the teams that are quite fresh, and then that's when you can get going. I think bare minimum, a good par for them would be around 90 to 100 on VRS. I think that they've got the players and the experience to compete at that level. Where they are right now with going 0-3 in Swiss stages and getting knocked out of closed qualifiers, that's not normal. We don't usually see that from these boys.
Mm-hmm. New Vision quickly going to receive the execution. Los Kogutos fast play out of this AK. Tomoko and Mari overwhelmed the A defensive, holding out the defend corner. Watch out for Heaven. Wallen is hoping to suppress on the bomb carrier. They are searching for the man. The outside presence has got no access to the bomb site either. It's a 4-on-3 basis for Los Kogutos in an instant. They're going to bomb down 30 seconds into the round, and it might already be over.
Yeah, round's definitely done. Look for an exit, and if a kill presents, maybe you go in for the retake, but otherwise it should be a saving effort. Beaten by pace completely. Missed Heaven Smoke might give the CTs a little bit of a chance, but you can just see how quick those entries come in.
There was a moment to strike for a moment. Marcus could have got caught. Instead, Fen's going to strike back for Mini with one also involved with a casualty. That's 2 back for Mini, 1 from Heaven. Diffuse can just get held from this position. Alex has got no easy line into the bomb site. He'll get that first kill back. Diffuse kit sold towards one and all, and they're going to steal it away. How did they let that round go?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Los Kogutos have set themselves up pretty nicely in that post plant. They're both spotting double for Heaven, but then when the main player takes contact first, the player behind default tries to swing out wide, and they try and isolate the main individual to start. And instead, Fen2K just gets 2 picks. Very quickly, the kills start flowing, and the T side will be furious at themselves. And, I mean, you might even say that if Marcos' smoke lands up in Heaven rather than actually dropping down, they probably don't even attempt the retake. They probably don't even fly out from Heaven and go for it.
Matter of moments, the whole round fell apart for Los Kogutos. It should have been done. You called it early for good reason, in my eyes. No reason to disagree with you. What a steal from New Vision. They're third on the board, and they're going to look to get another one right here. They've got this down to a 1v2. Adrian, into the B bomb site for a post-plant. Attemptive will, of course, make no qualms about the position. They've heard the footsteps, and now they're inbound with 2 AKs to receive as well for Wallen and Wanamo. Adrian's here coming. Readjust towards Decon, see the feet peeking up. Spray is good. He continues with the spray of the second man and will return the clutch for the Los Kogutos side. A 1v3 full blown, and we go blow for blow.
And you know, Jay, when we cover Ancient, I love to always say that that tree position is one of the most overpowered. That one on B site and Nuke is the #1 out of any map in the pool because you've got Pika's advantage at single door and double door with the verticality. So as soon as you get up there and you hear one of the doors open up, as long as they're not going glass, you're going to win that round. Really easy stuff. Really strong reposition and never easy to get there that quickly. I think when you're getting the bomb down and you hear the vent rotation, sometimes you're a bit afraid to try and get up there. But an important clutch from the in-game leader, and that might just survive at least the start here from the scoreline.
Still a bit disaster from Los Kogutos with the previous round steal, but a reactive steal of their own has forced a reset against New Vision. No loss bonus allowed to build up for either side. Back and forth nature of this game going to make this very unstable. May well play into Los Kogutos' hands. Marcos. Assisted by the utility of the Diags on the outside contest. There's no real automatic weapons to face him. Only the FAMAS on one, but pistols and a scout for everybody else.
Well, Marcos is just trying to clear as many of these close-range positions as possible. Now, they're pretty stacked heavily towards A, so if there's B movement, what FNW needs to do is just block and then hope to either get a vent rotation or a ramp rotation, or you just full gamble. You try and hope that that smoke is going to funnel them back to A.
Smoke timing's good. That will push them back into that upper bomb site. Scout on Heaven's not looking to peek. Pistols will lie in wait with that from Ars. AK looks up, sees one, takes some damage. Adrian not going to get away easy with this one. Alex instead going to force the kill out. Trade back available. Matt 10's going to run that man down. 3 for 1 trades in the end of that last sequence. 1v3 now for Fen. A nice try, good effort, and definitely the right attempt for New Vision, but firepower and the weapons just not there for them.
And there's almost nothing now for New Vision, not so much in this 1v3, but just to the start of this game. Now, to me, I would say if New Vision want to cause an upset at #1, if they want to try and take Nuke away, you've got to be aiming for probably 7 or 8 CT rounds. I mean, that's just not going to happen at all. Knowing that you've now got the economy on the back foot, you're going to have to eco in the next. You go into the next gun rounds with limitations on the money. Los Kogutos are going to start building. So that clutch from Adrian, that's really set up some early success.
Los Kogutos. Square off the board at 3 apiece, and AK was recovered by Fender towards the end of that round. Unfortunately, there's not enough cash around the rest of the players to rebuy with it, and he's obviously not got any drop potential either. See some upgrades sent in by 7 drop towards 1 player, brought in by another man 2. Comparatively very little to speak of compared to Los Kogutos and their full set of AKs. And still going to try and make the most out of this. Take distraction, we'll get the first adjustment. The second man drops on the silo. Third player at point left beyond the smoke. Can't quite deal with him, but he has set up the trade frag from the USP. It's getting expensive for Los Kogutos, at least 3 casualties and 3 more pistols to claim.
Mari is doing very well, though, to get down towards lower, because what he can do is come up from secret, try and clear all of that B access, and allow the bomb to go down towards lower. Now, even though we have seen a serious heroic play with that AK on the outside, I still don't think this round's going to get won. I mean, how can it? I mean, you're in, what, a 3v2 with no weapons. Yeah, you've got some space, but, I mean, it still looks so promising for the T side.
Might depend on how these lobby extenders are going to play this here. Unfortunately, man on the outside didn't spot them crossing into secrets. That's a lack of information from New Vision. As you mentioned, that lower bomb site opened up. Look to try and seal the plant, although I say that, and those lobby aggressors do start to make their way down from ramp. Consider the options. Timing slightly off. Then they might just actually reach that bomb carrier if they Don't commit to sight right now, indeed. Can have Vision turned away from Ari. Alex has turned himself away the same. 25 seconds to the clock. Utility sent in. 5-7 are close. Roland takes the one trade. Good tap from Alex. Can't get a second man quite, but he will get space to plant the bomb. Here the second rotator coming in too. The swing needs that headshot rather quickly. The AK has been recovered by Wanamo. Sees the shoulder of the second man. Finally finds that fight. Where's the last? Vision on the bomb, shadow advantage, and he gets a kill eventually. Throws off the aim punch, holds a clutch, but Los Kogutos, a very expensive round considering what was really invested by New Vision.
It's well handled, and they've already proven that they can clutch twice in the 4 rounds that they've won in the first half. So not ideal when you're getting into clutch situations, but still getting the job done. Now, I think for New Vision, we're seeing decent work on the outside from Fen2K. We haven't really had many aggressive approaches towards that side of the map. They've been quite happy to play in secret, play back almost around the heaven and hell position rather than actually take the fight towards the T side. So slight limitations with the buy now. You've got AKs but not full util. Fen2K playing out in garage to start the round.
One of multiple M4s this time. New Vision not lacking in any firepower or regard. And Fen will go down first regardless though. Able to make up for 2 kills. Transition to the third, can't quite get the 4th. Smokes in the way. Adrian gets that advantage of the casualty to return, but now he's low HP, dead. Alex even lower in a 1v3 scenario.
Excellent hold coming through from Wanamo, and for Los Kogutos, disappointing because you got an outside kill, and you're thinking to yourself, if we just go 1-for-1 against the ramp anchor, then we just drop towards lower. Round's probably over already. We molly deep in the observation window down towards the double doors. We force the CTs into an instant save. You are never expecting the ramp player to be able to get 3. That's a serious hold. And for New Vision, they've been liking the multis, right? I think individually we saw it from Fen2K in the last round. We're now seeing it from Wanamo. Keep an eye on whether that's only going to continue throughout this map, even going into map 2, potentially the 3rd map. Just what some of the individuals can look like.
You said earlier about the youth and this New Vision side and the sharpness of the mechanics are going to be one of their key strengths. Certainly on display in this round. Able to turn one more back to New Vision's favor, a 4th to their board. Los Kogutos. Lead gained only for a moment. Snatched away by the Russians again. They find him in time when they want to make their way to the roof. Doesn't look like it, so he'll stay alive. 1 AK to hold over for the T-side basis, and we've got on him to do so. He's got cash to drop weapons. Unfortunately, no one else has the potential to buy. Still passing an AWP to Marcos. And a Galil to come from Tomoko. Mari and Adrian going to go even lower.
And for Los Kogutos, I mean, this might be the round where you consider that top site lean again. Think about how clean at least the entries were when they got that post plant when they rushed A. You don't often see it with the AWP up from Marcos, but even 1 and 7, I think he knows that it's an underperformance from him. He needs to get things going. Averages a 1.23 rating on Nuke in the last 3 months.
And the up towards outside only got a single kill. And they'll lead them up to the smokes that are diags. Into mini for Tomoko's position, tagged up by the player on top of the hut. Smoke just gets in the way, blocks him. This allows any further progress.
They've already got a rotation down towards that lower bomb site, so Fen2K can spot the secret cross. Marcos is hoping for that player around the lockers to peek again, but doesn't give him that chance.
Wallen. When he takes those peaks, Dan still finds the fight for it. Tomoko goes down. Starting advantage for the CT forces. And nothing more than that. 35 seconds. Los Kogutos going to have to make a play here. One man trying to act out. The body block would have been heard there. Alex knows he can just fall away and rejoin his teammates. Set for the upper side take.
But they need to get the vent rotation. They need to get that kill cleanly. And Adrian's got to try and win the round by himself on this heaven flank.
Shoulder was seen. Mario got that combo. He's going to try to find the entry in towards Hut. The M4 burst through from the hands. Adex and Marcos with the returning trades. Last player on the side, defensive corner reload. Now the player back at lobby. Going to flank. Got that bomb. 7 seconds goes in, but Marcos puts him out. Holds around for the Los Kogutos side, who want to try and reclaim their lead. That's what they'll get.
Yeah, so there was just a bit of an extension from one of the A players into the lobby, and Mari capitalized on that. It's a really important kill for the Tech9. And it gets a little bit messy just because of the clock, and there's a lot of duels going on, but I think they handled themselves nicely. And Los Kogutos were down by 1. They didn't even have a great buy state. Mari's got, what, a pistol in lobby, and then the Rapping Heaven player's got a Mac 10, so really didn't have a lot to work with.
Setting the economy down for New Vision. Los Kogutos. His pistol for round 10 still have struggled to these basics in the past. Case in point, as there is damage and a kill to go the way of the secret individual. Wanamo only for the 2-for-1 trade against his team's name here. Los Kogutos can establish secret access. 3 last remaining players of the CT forces are grouped together, and Mari might catch the short end of the stick there. Mac 10 versus 3 Kevlarless players. It could also come up to be his big payday, and they need some decent cash on Los Kogutos. They're still strapped for cash in general. Economies have not been able to stabilize. Los Kogutos will make their way to the outside and secret access, so either way, this shouldn't affect the execution.
Murray is in a really good pos right now because they're never going to expect him to be this deep out from lobby. Been a triple discipline to go and see all of these players and start cleaning up the cash. Now, I know that Los Kogutos was able to win 2 clutches in this first half, but it's still pretty insane to think that they've got a stand in today. They're on T-side nuke, they're up 6-4, and they lost, what, a 4v3 post-plant that probably should have just been the CT saving. I think when you look what has concluded and what the rounds have played out, they've done very well to get into this position now, and they could drive an even deeper scoreline than just 6-4.
Well, 8-4 is their best case scenario for the half. And I do believe that is very achievable here. Money's still able to buy into a rifle round for this one, but New Vision probably not so much in the next one. Orps missed Marcus, will still catch Tomoko, and even actually take a collateral tag on Marcos. Dips back in for Adrian in the second case. Third shot doesn't quite land. Marcos able to force him away. And 1 trade still to the favour of New Vision.
Now, even though they completely accelerated towards ramp, they've not continued down to B. They've just frozen up for a moment. They want to see if someone's going to give them the fight around hell, someone to re-walk down from mini ramp and come up from underneath. Marcos being low is a slight concern. I think Mari and Adex are going to have to be some playmakers.
Mari. Point of contact for the T execution towards B site. Onimo is the only man on defense. Have to be quick entries. 30 Oh, it's Adex instead that comes in from the closer entry path, the right-hand doorway to a 3-on-3. Bomb plant inside the smoke or just outside of it. They've got themselves away from the double doors. No one at decon for now.
And they've got themselves 1 more smoke, so that's going to go down towards probably the double doors or the glass just to try and block and freeze for time.
Well, there's the double doors in the end. Nade set, there's no damage. Flashbangs are all they have left on the T-side line. Or stand and fight. HEs will not reveal any vision right now. We have to wait for the smoke to clear. Mari and Marcos combined together to deal with Fen and Hans. And now Zinkin. Been a very quiet game so far on CT side as they slink away and be even quieter. No chance of a retake. Save the gun. Los Kogutos have the half.
And New Vision may have only played 6 maps of Nuke in the last 3 months, but Zinkin is the highest rated player. And when you're going down 1-7, you think, geez, nothing's going right for us right now. I mean, even the stand-in of Adex, he's not only won a clutch, but he's 13-3. He's getting a lot of frags, not taking many deaths at all. And New Vision are going to have an awful bide round 12.
Indeed they are. 1 M4 save provides a couple extra options. There's 2 M4s total, but the Mars on 1 more, SMG for another player. Wallen's down to a scout. really crippled the economy state to that previous round winner, Los Kogutos. New Vision. We're about to face another buy into in the next round if there was one. To contrast exactly how well managed the economy's been for Los Kogutos. Not all throughout the half, but certainly right now where it matters most.
And Wanamo saw that triple previously, doesn't even have an M4. Famas out for the hell entrance, gets away with one, and the MP9 strikes on A.
Hands on Mari. And Fen on Adrian finds another kill as the New Vision side extend out lobby. Of course, left the B site a little bit more exposed. Bomb still at the ramp entry path. Alex going to clear some space. Marcos could get flanked from this position, so his teammate finds an avenue of approach. He may get cut off in the midst of it. And no further extensions come in. They're not going to give themselves up.
Well, this is the right way to play a 2v5. You can't just force a plant immediately. You've got to wait for a mistake. You've got to wait for a reposition, the CTs to re-clear map control. Unfortunately, there's almost too much respect being offered. The CTs are just giving them nothing.
Sure, the double doors is cleared. They're taking their sweet time with this, allowing the rotation to come in from Vent. Adex starting to swing. Decon's in danger. Double doors exposed upon. That AWP is surrounded. To lean in and take a fight, missing it out. Players at ramp start to make their moves. Scout revealed. AK Alex needs to perform. He leaves him for abandoned. Shot from Marcus at close range. Hands going to get the trade back. AK desperate to find him in that corner, but he just holds and will find the kill in the end. That will send up New Vision a 5th round to close the half.
Well, definitely more impressed by Los Kogutos in that first half than I was from New Vision. I think the Academy side have found it very difficult on Nuke.
Los Kogutos leading at the end of their T-side half. Veterancy definitely paying off in that respect. Well, there's the New Vision offered up no threat, though. The T-side basis that you'd be the most concerned about when it comes to a deficit in the second half. A team of inexperienced players, too. Los Kogutos, their time to really take control of their map pick if they are going to do so. Pistol round going live for the second half. Geordie sets on 2. No major upgrades for the New Vision side.
It's definitely going to be an A-lane, but they're just waiting for the right timing of it.
Mari holds, and Adex finds the kill. Kicks things off with the USP done, looking for another one, but Zinkin takes the trade back, as does Wanamo onto Mari on the center of the bomb site. Adrian's going to have to leave him space. Flashbangs are sent forward as he tries to search a little bit more so, but his teammates are just cut off. Tomoko's backstab isn't being accounted for, though. Bomb plant to the backside, sees the player, charges in, runs him down, looks for that second, but Wanamo takes that chance to trade. Adrian with a response to a 2v2, sees the player in the open, but Zinkin just extends on Alex rather quickly, dishes out his double. And Adrian now, 2 players known about. 1 on site, search, Don, there's the head, there's the tap, where's the last though? He dives off and gets to the bomb site now on the defuse, 10 seconds through the stick, hoping that Zinkin calls a bluff that isn't there. He's checking sight, he's running forward, but Adrian might just have this already. No, he's forced into the fight, the USP stalled. I think Zinkin's done enough now, indeed. 10 seconds to the bomb, nothing left in it. He'll hold a triple. It was a very quiet game from him, exploding the life in the pistol round for the New Vision.
Well, Tomoko's going to be frustrated at himself because no one's holding hut. And when the Julies comes out, you know that there's 2 players on the backside. You're hoping for an instant double kill. If you can just get 2 and create a bit of chaos, that's when the main player can swing. That's when the Heaven player can swing. And that's when you're going to overwhelm the bomb side. He's had a bit of a difficult game overall. And right there, he just couldn't quite find the connection straight away. New Vision get themselves started with a pistol round win. But look, that's only a start of a pistol. Now, these boys played a LAN locally in Moscow, and their opening match was an upper bracket quarterfinal versus a team called Wingman, and they decided to pick Nuke. For New Vision's point of view, they got 3 rounds on their T side of Nuke, and that worries me a lot. I know on HLTV, their T side has looked a little bit better in some of the online officials, but I'm not sold when this game goes on, when we get more rifle rounds, that they're going to be able to kind of bully and hold weight versus an experienced team like Los Kogutos.
New Vision at least have the leg up for now. They've got the superior buy to the round win. Los Kogutos are going to force the issue, and so losing right here could give the lead back to New Vision. They are right to be concerned about the T-side bases. Again, it is going to be their weakest point. It's just Tomoko finds Zinga to kick things off. One of my a little bit premature to the shots back. Will eventually get overwhelmed by Mari, and now the SMGs are on to take another steal back for Los Kogutos. Losing Adrian elsewhere, though, forces them not to continue extending up ramp, knowing that B-side could get compromised. One player that was down there opened the double door, but just going to pull their attention.
Well, very clever. The ramp players have backed off, but they're still trying to hold guns up for as long as possible. You had Tomoko maintaining lobby for a good 10-15 seconds after they all left. And now, there doesn't need to be a search party. You've got 2 AKs being picked up. You've got a man advantage. You've already got Marcos that's rotated down to B. So I think the majority of CTs could just sit back and play passive.
A fight from Fen. His teammates behind him. Alex will get caught tagged up heavy. They know that they've crossed out towards Secret now. Rotations are beginning. They've already got a player downstairs. Marcos with a lot of work to do. On the rafters, here's incoming Decon open. Fight from the AK range though. They check those rafters. The XMD still finds them, catches them off guard. Secondary kill for Marcos. Assistance there from Tomoko's position. Fen's now alone. Low HP across the CT board, but Fen is just completely outnumbered. 17 seconds, and they're going to try and stall for time, wait for the backstab to eventually close in on him. Mari will take his sweet time with this. Marcos continues searching to harass him in the back lines, and Mari can spring the trigger and steal one back for Los Kogutos.
Now, we've seen a lot of MP7s in pro play over the last few months, but the difference that has over the MP9 is the MP7s are a lot better at longer range fights, and when you're a little bit more chill, rather than ADing, and jumping, that's where the MP9 is solid, right? When you're close range fights, and the accuracy in mid-air is really good. So when you can create chaos, it's the better SMG. Look at how they play that towards ramp. They're all just flying around, aren't they? They're not trying to slow the round down at all. Great still.
Continues to do so. New Vision fast into the upper bomb side with their pistols. Los Kogutos will force out of CK somehow. Wanamo, I'm not sure exactly how that happened against Zinke, but either way, he's down. Mari, Alex, and Adrian starts clearing house. Adrian with a double. And he gets shoved down. That pistol rush doing nothing for New Vision.
Well, I don't think there's any chances now. You're going to be on to, what, a Glock round, 6-10 at the deficit going into your first gun, and you've got 2 AKs and a Galil being saved on the CT side. Their money's going to get farmed up very quickly. You won't get an AWP investment in from Marcos, but the funds are just so high. And this is very difficult. And I think for New Vision, they've been quite unlucky to lose clutches and anti-force buys. They've had a lot of rounds where they've been at the advantage and just somehow not found a way to win it.
Los Kogutos. Feel like they're in the driver's seat right now for their own map pick. A hold their nature over New Vision, who did have a chance to really apply the pressure early on, but lost a few too many of those simple rounds, those clutches that went the way of the Poles. And we're here and now in this second half, losing out to basics of SMGs and the established weapons of the rifles not wavering when it matters most. Adrian's caught a quadra. And the Glocks are dealt with easily. Only 1 pick secured against the CT forces. What will look to be a 10-6 soon enough.
But even though Los Kogutos haven't been winning many games on HLTV recently, they're still playing some notable names. They played Atreides in the very last CCT Cup. The one before that, they took on Phantom and Johnny Speeds. The one before that, Phantom, AM, Ursa. All guys that we recognize at a decent level, a mid-pack level in Tier 2. So when you then go up against a team that's, what, 220 odds on VRS, that's mainly playing closed qualifiers and CCT challenges and ESEA advanced, there's going to be a lot of confidence going for Adrian and Marcos to think, let's shut these boys up. Let's just show them exactly who's boss in this best of 3.
Well, Adrian's doing just that, 15 kills deep. Alongside Alex are standing, both players top fragging for their team and for the whole server as a joint effort. Good stuff, Los Kogutos. Nades on. Oh, that's chunky from Marcos too. 3 players beyond the red box. Had to run to Tomoko last weekend. Still doesn't stop her hands from getting a trade. Starting things off. 10 HP down for the man, but Tomoko is the dead man.
And Alex has already rotated down to lower, and he's blocking. So it might be a man-up situation, but this is still going to be very difficult. Need that double entry, and it doesn't quite come in. Alex is having a game right now.
2 kills on the defensive. HE sent towards Wallen. It's good for he gets away from that because he's already on half HP. He doesn't need to go any lower. Advantage tip in the way of Los Kogutos. New Vision of their 2 lurkers over towards the lobby now to become centralized to an actual site take from this point because the bomb's out towards Secret alone. And hasn't really got options to work down B. You can actually see the CTs are working their way through the corridors, so they could catch the man completely with his back turn. Warren indeed does land a good tap on Marcos to his credit, but Adex is going to get the kill. That should seal the deal on the round. Bomb dropped, lost to the CT force, or to the T-side forces rather. Adrian finds Wanamo in the meantime, and Fen2K needs himself a 1v3K if he wants to have the round, and in 23 seconds, it's not going to happen.
No, don't even really want to be saving onto a Galil at a 6-10 score, but you've just got no other option. Los Kogutos get Adex in towards with a triple, so he gets himself closer to 20. And I'd say, I mean, it's all shaping up for a 13-6, isn't it? And there's going to be some concern going into Ancient. I know that it's the #1 map in the pool. They pick it in almost every single best of 3 that's available. But when you've just not really competed, like you've had competitive rounds and you've had chances, but then you look at the score and think, geez, we've got 6 on map #1. It doesn't scream a 3-mapper affair instantly. I think Los Kogutos will know the pressure that they can apply if they close this down very quickly and go into Ancient.
New Vision. There's quite a lot of work to change their fortunes here. Los Kogutos taking early damage to the half-bought hero AK setup. Adrian with nade supports to try and nade open the red box cross, swings in the open against Fen, and that AK is dropped. So despite the damage early, leading to kills, at least the ramp presence is going to act to get the bomb site. So a bomb plant can be secured from here. It might be a cash injection to go to the next round, but ideally you want to fend this off because you're looking at a 12-6 comeback to overtime. And with 3 AKs on the CT forces to spare.
You've got to take these AKs out. Last thing you want is to go up against mass AKs into what could potentially be the last round of the map. And the CTs are taking it very slow. They're expecting the Ts to search and look for fights.
Bomb was heard, shadow seen, spray is good. Adrian trailing into her hands. Looking for the Tech 9. One of those going to get that one responsive. HG's coming in. They're taking their time with this. Los Kogutos a little bit pressured. Indeed, was going in for the Tech 9 even so. They're dead out of time though. Held away. Smokes too late. Zinkin's going to get caught back, but Timoko is well out of it. He'll go up, as will Adex. Mission successful for the T side.
Well, they survived for a little bit longer. I don't think Los Kogutos have done anything wrong there. They're slowing the round down. They're waiting for overpeaks, and while they had themselves the extension out from Secret, the players on the bomb site didn't really move. They're all tucking. They're all just trying to play time. And then you've got that Astralis player with the Tech 9 that just somehow gets a kill, then lives for what feels like an age. And Los Kogutos, they know that they can reset them all immediately, do it in round 19 rather than let the game play out.
Map control for New Vision and this secret access for 3. Marcos downstairs to receive the secret access as the lobby players start to press. Los Kogutos an easy backstab onto Wanamo. Indeed, he gets killed on a first casualty for Mari, but Alex with a response. And now they have to accelerate the execution. 2 men receive downstairs. Marco saw one of them. Good shot on her hands, but not in Zinken. Adrian returns on Fen upstairs. Still got Tomoko top of the silo. Trying to get back beyond dodge, trying to avoid that window contact as Adrian continues to fight elsewhere. Wallen's going to get caught. Zinken in an impossible clutch. Caught from 2 sides. Does land a headshot on towards Tomoko. Alex also forced away at low HP, but now breathing room is now. The bomb's been lost towards him. HG to try for the smoke. Adrian holds his nerve and puts him down. Holds a map point for Los Kogutos.
You don't often see Adrian putting up crazy numbers, being the in-game leader of the team. You normally look at Mari, Marcos, and then maybe Tomoko to be that core 3 of dangerous rifle pack. But he's had an excellent game, 22 and 11, led by example. And for New Vision, we all spoke about it, the instant reset. They don't get a bomb plant bonus in that last round, so what do you get? Not even much. I mean, 1 AK, 1 Galil, MP7, pistols. That's an awful buy for round 20.
It should be the end of this game for New Vision. Los Kogutos to have their map pick of Nuke. Well fought battle at the start, and Hans is still going to try to do what he can to turn his hero AK into something. Trying to fight on the first, MP7 up close. Maru still takes that casualty. Down a quarter HP. His teammates are inbound though with support. He can double up. Tomoko gets fed in the meantime. Maru triple in fact. Not quite a quadra, not quite like it matters. Los Kogutos 13-7 on Nuke.
They get the job done, and in pretty good fashion. I think Los Kogutos get themselves a response that they're looking for. It's been a pretty disappointing day on HLTV. They went up against Entropy a little bit earlier on this afternoon. They lose Cash without even really holding weight. They lose Ancient in overtime. You now come here, and it's a classy showing, right? It felt pretty easy in the first half, felt pretty easy in the second. Get the job done. Look to try and get 2-0 now.
Yeah, and just make it look rather simple in general. I mean, look, yeah, New Vision had a good start, a positive sort of line of engagement at the beginning of the proceedings, but you could just see when Los Kogutos took control, right? They had that streak to sort of return. They'd had the clutches. They had the confidence to maintain off the back of those clutches, take that lead at the half, and then just carry that lead on in the second half too. Like it just looked like Los Kogutos' own map, and that makes sense because that was their pick of that nuke there, and I would hope the New Vision would have provided a little bit more. I don't think that necessarily wipes them off the series just yet, though. Again, the back end of the veto, a lot more favourable towards New Vision, their pick of Ancient, and that Anubis strength as well coming up in the second and third. So I don't think it's necessarily like it's going to be a simple 2-0 because of this confident result.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I mean, you've got to give the benefit of the doubt of New Vision to respond on their map pick. I think the problem is that you're still only winning Ancient against weakened teams, right? In closed qualifiers, in CCT challenges. Like, you're not really playing the best of teams, which is the opposite for Los Kogutos. So I think the polls will understand that we can probably outclass them quite a bit on the experience basis, but individually it looked quite good on the first map. So look, for New Vision, it's the debut here in Thunderpick. You want to try and make the most out of this opening best of 3, and you want to give the fight back going into your pick.
Well, have they done enough on the opponent's map pick to try and do just that, or do they have a few more aces up their sleeve? We'll find out on Ancient, the second map of this best of 3, picked in by New Vision after the break. New Vision going to bounce back from losing out the opening map pick. They're at least on their own side of the series. They're responsive of Ancient with Los Kogutos up 1 in the series. Their confidence might not necessarily ring into a 2-0. Let's find out exactly how far they'll go. Marcos has kicked things off with a pistol round start. Casualty on Zinken fell on 15 points of health. The teams are kind of held out here towards this late entrance, and the CTs are going to get forced away by the sheer numbers that are presented towards them, but Marcos still wants to dip in for more. Doesn't quite get a second kill for it, but he's continuing to do damage.
There's 2 players on B directly, and the HP bars are so low. There is no chance of survival here for the T's.
Marcos has had a lot of impact here. Casualty, nearly 3 of them, in fact. Hans can get 1 kill. Adrian has responded to. Mari now solo on the bomb site. Backup is rotating very quickly. They'll at least clear out mid, so there'll be some rotation options for New Vision if they can get past the likes of Red. Their hearts are currently set on that B site.
Well, they probably wanted to use that molly for the post plant out to default, but now it's a 4v4 and the health being so low, they need to use it directly on the site, either towards default or out to long. Tomoko going to search, see that bomb, know that they're not shifting anywhere.
Going to confirm themselves on the defensive line. Is still going to kill on Tomoko at point blank. So man advantage tipped away of New Vision. Trade so thick and fast available here for the Los Kogutos side. Mari now known towards this long control. With the third man's here, Marcos goosed and burning in that Molotov eventually, but the shot from Mari connects on Wallen to a man advantage of a single man for New Vision. Then 2K is the concerning element of the HP. The smoke will clear, the retake is set in. There isn't a defuse kit available to these two. Check those corners. Look towards the cave entrance, looking for her hands. Adex doesn't quite see him. Wanamo takes him down from the cave entrance. Mari now just domed in of his own accord. And despite the excellent start that was from the Poles, it is a pistol win again for New Vision.
It's a very good recovery, and it's one for Los Kogutos that they'll be annoyed. I mean, Tomoko going there into cave, wanted to try and get a kill and back off, and he just can't quite find the shot immediately. And New Vision had almost nothing going for themselves out in that pistol round, but they get started on the right foot, and look, similar to Nuke, they at least showed that they can compete early. They need to do the exact same thing now on their map pick, and even Los Kogutos don't even want to buy them round 12, they want to get the rifles in early instead.
Yeah, consistent in the pistol rounds at least, all 3 of them taken by New Vision. Conversions 1 allowed on the second half of Nuke. Los Kogutos would love to deny it in the first half here of Ancient, try and get back onto the easy lead, the economical control, that really tipped things over one-sided in the in their CT half.
All right, so just quickly, this is what Magic did on Mirage, where you go for a search with the USP. If you see nothing, you force buy. So they're force buying on B with the stat right now.
And around the corner, Zinkin tagged up. HG's to reveal for Hans, but there's so many presents around here. They're going to get 2 kills out of it. Adex will fall in turn with HG's, but Tomoko finds that responsive back over the cave. 4v2. Galil's in play for the last 2 men. Seam, jump phase, information casualties. And the transition of Fed is fantastic. Tomoko still takes him down. One of them still with 2 to deal. They both swing together, and they both combine to take him out. They will leave Marcos, the solo player, alive, but that is an all-important steal regardless for Los Kogutos.
Yeah, so for any of the viewers that don't know what I'm talking about with the Magic round, it's only something that's come into Pro CS recently, and it basically on the city side of Mirage, you have the first player that's got the best spawn for B have a USP, search B apps, and if he sees nothing, you gamble 4 towards A and you stack. And since Magic did that in a HLTV game, we're starting to notice it a lot more in pro matches, not just on Mirage, but on other maps. Very clever strat there coming through from the Poles, and it's an excellent force buy win.
Gaining what they hope to, instant economical shift. In the first couple rounds of the game, New Vision can win the pistol, but losing the conversion on single stage loss bonus, double eco, forced by a pistols to Tech 9s only. Then force spray of Adrian, good blind bomb to the first. Mari can follow it up on Fen in red. Walk right past the Galil player of Adex, whilst he will lose Adrian. He'll gain so much more. Tomoko now positioning himself against Wallen, who's in a 1 versus 4. The eagle in hand, bomb lost to him. 1 head at best, but even that's going to be rather difficult to ask for.
Now, I was under the impression in map number 1 that Adex, the Romanian AWPer, was standing out here for Los Kogutos, but as it turns out, there's a Polish Adex, a 21-year-old that has played 48 maps on HLTV. He stood in with some of the TNC boys previously, and he was a part of that Project 21 side that played quite a few HLTV tournaments earlier on in the summer this year. Now, funny enough, he played one of the only recent HLTV wins with Los Kogutos. That was the one I was referencing earlier against the random Hungarian team. So they know what it's like to play with him. It's not uncommon for him to come into the lineup. And with him dropping 21-7 and nearly dropping 100 ADR in that first map, I'm going to be keeping an eye on to see if he can show up again.
Yeah, he was excellent. Top-rated performer of all players from the first map, 1.79 on the HLTV numbers is nothing to scoff at. Marcos make light work of this round here. USP pulled out against the Glocks with the M4, of course, dishing out the majority of the damage. Quadra for Marcos in the end, and Los Kogutos surging into the lead here. Rifles will return from New Vision, even if they are limited in some capacities. Going to try and disallow any further aggression from the Poles.
Well, New Vision have got to look at this first T-side round in the gun perspective and say, okay, they're probably going to keep rushing us down. They're probably going to keep taking a lot of space. So we need to really control as much map control in the first 15 to 20 seconds or so. Maddox with the anti-rush out towards elbow. 4B early round for the CTs. They're just charging down ramp, instantly getting the B-doors player.
Kill for Adrian. Fen is a casualty. And no damage done to that SMG either. Los Kogutos. Full control of the circumstances here and do not need to press any further. They've got that man advantage to hold the bomb sites, hold the red room. I mean, I say that, and actually Adrian has pushed in from the B door, so he's back over at T-spawn right now. Zinkin might be in trouble too, this man. Keep your eyes on that mini-map and that kill feed. There's a fight coming, and Adrian's going to win it out. 5-on-3.
And now the T's just don't know where they can go. Do we try and go mid? Do we go back to B? Cave entrance, ramp? Oh, it's so difficult when you've got a backstabbing CT in spawn. Mari on the jiggle. As soon as he takes contact, molly off that cave entrance, and then fight for the rotation out on B.
Bomb info too. If Adrian can cut off the escape routes here. Swing with his teammate, looking towards the wood corner. See nothing, continue the campaign. Meanwhile, Tomoko in the back lines of the site. Flashbangs timed well. Turned away from by one player. Smoke almost comes out to block off the cave entrance, but forced to fall away as Adrian continues to backstab. All back to turn. First fight. Second fight's a bit more awkward, but he knows where the last two players are. Well, and Wanamo can actually trade them back, but Mari's on response. Wanamo 1v3, can't make it happen. Mari with the double. And Los Kogutos looking very confident now. Yes, lost the pistol, but since that point, they have delivered on the experience factor, and that has clearly been the better of the two elements in the two sides.
And Murray's going to be dangerous to deal with as that B-site anchor. He's a really experienced player. Got some chances on international rosters. Played on Eternal Fire for a little bit. Played on Sangul, but is more known in the Polish scene. And right there, you can just see with info, with the block. I mean, he sets up everyone for success. This is a really slow start now for New Vision. And for Los Kogutos, I mean, they're just kind of holding W for the first 15-odd seconds of the round, and they're just clearing all this space every single time.
They can do it with ease because they got the rifles and New Vision on the pistol. They can't afford all these guns. Lacking in bomb plants and latest fuse. Heading out towards the B in mid-control. The Molotovs and flashes being sent out towards A is going to telegraph the actual real execution. And open bomb site for now, but their hesitance to really make their way out of main has allowed the CTs to adjust. Smokes on Donut should give them a bit of breathing room. Can they get the bomb plant beyond the smokes? They're being tagged up incendiaries to block. Adrian continuing to hold and be wary of some potential backstabs. Tomoko also trying to take point on site. Bomb plant tapped once, forcing out more sprays, but Marcos got the winning backstab. Ben's caught. Zinkin and her hands go down, and that's all she wrote for this round.
And it doesn't matter if it's a light and deco, if it's just an overall Glock round. When you're slamming the opposition, confidence is going to be high, and momentum is clearly in favor of the Poles. New Vision got off to a perfect start by winning pistol, but then since then, I mean, they're not even really getting into bomb sites. They're not getting themselves in post-planning positions, so it's not helping out the economy. It's not helping out the overall fight back in this first half. We could potentially see a more one-sided score on Ancient than what we did on map number 1, and even that was comfortable.
Indeed. Look at the kill counts by comparison. Mari up to 8, Marcos on 7, and no players really breaking past 3 kills on New Vision, just to show you how bad the standing has been so far. Los Kogutos Damage done at the start of this round 2. And these Fens are going to get the opening kill, return on the favour of Marcos. The M4 of Alex unable to find the spray to capitalize upon the kills, and beyond that, Smoke will lean in for a much more open duel against his teammate Zinkin. So Hands are going to get caught by Adrian elsewhere. The opening fight is won out by the CT forces, and Alex can eventually deal with Zinkin, leaving Fen 2K on 23 HP as part of the 3v4.
They will not stop peeking. Doesn't matter if it's Shelf, it's A. I mean, everyone is taking duels right now for Los Kogutos. And for Murray, I mean, he's playing very passively on Beam. He's playing the reverse default angle, so he's not open towards Cave. That's where Tomoko can jiggle on the contact. And this off angle, especially with an AK, you're always going to have Peek's advantage. That's a great chance for you to just dome that first ramp player coming up on contact. New Vision do not have many options right now. Time is low, not a huge amount of util from them. You would expect with the bomb coming up elbow and a lurk outside the B doors that they're going to try and go for a mid-face and then bring that bomb up from Shelf and into Cave.
25 seconds. Adrian stands to attention. Here's him coming. Utility is sent. They're sent into a panic. Wallen doesn't check it all the way. Adrian can stall out. Should still see the bomb getting planted at least with a smoke down towards CT. No, they're holding in Donut. They're going to save their weapons. Los Kogutos, by the marker of 1 casualty, will do enough to win yet another. Post up 6 on the board, 6 in a row.
Yeah, they're getting absolutely farmed right now. And similar to how the opening matchup went down in Group A, State versus Fortress. I'm not really too familiar with the Fortress guys, but that was a Danish derby. But map number 1 on Cash, 13-7. Map 2 on Nuke, 13-5. Just coming in, showing experience, getting the job finished. And you had Queenix dropping 32 kills, 16 deaths. Really good showing from him. I'm surprised about State. I mean, they're ranked 65 on VRS right now, and I've almost not heard of the team. Like, I know of the players. A lot of them, well, I'd say all of them are pretty experienced in Tier 2, but I suppose because they've been playing in some of the smaller cups and not really playing the highest-end teams in Tier 2, they've kind of slipped under the radar, but I mean, they could be someone to try and challenge for a little bit of a playoff run. They won a Park and Land back in May, but they've just not really been playing many officials on HLTV since that point.
Their earlier victory from State's perspective, taking on Lazer Cats in the Group A winners match tomorrow. And look forward to how those proceedings will pan out. We'll be covering that game. And this match, of course, deciding who Group B's elimination and winners games are going to be tomorrow too. Los Kogutos currently in the driver's seat, looking like they're poised to take that winner's spot. Wanamo going to try and change that narrative. Alex going to get caught off towards 1 casualty here in round number 8. It's in the areas of the bomb plant position, trying to deny that plant angle. Can't quite get him from beyond the box, though. He's still a little bit covered off. Meanwhile, Adrian makes his move. Wanamo taken back. Zinkin with a trade back. Mari to swing up, catches him with utility in hand, but Wallen able to hold his teammate in the round. Ben's back, so just cut off the escape routes for these last 2 players as Tomoko gets caught, Marcos is alone. And New Vision have ended the streak at last, the second to the board.
Well, a lot of things go right for them. They get a clean opening kill into Donut. The rotates are quite slow and blocked from Temple and CT. And then even when it looks like there's a good timing that new box player is going to fall to the swing out from Temple, there's just a good shot and some good assistance coming from default. Crossfire allows New Vision to get up towards 2, but for Los Kogutos, there's a lot of money. And I think because they're so aggro on the CT side, because they keep fighting for lane and B ramp in from mid, Marcos is probably thinking, I don't want the AWP. I'd rather be on an M4 if we were going to play like this.
We're still on the top fragment on the CT side. Alex going to post up another kill of his own against the opening kill against Hans. Wallen able to deal with Mari opening in towards this ramp angle. Flashbang forward against Tomoko, but still gets the kill in with Zinken. 2v4 scenario. And locked out of the round from here. Marcos is still dipping forward. No gaps in that secondary smoke put up here. Maybe the long smoke might clear up a little bit early. The T's are backing away.
They just needed to get 1 there from Tomoko just to try and shape up that round. He knew that they were going to excel, knew that they were going to come up quickly towards ramp. He's trying to play anti-flash. He's trying to work around the util. Now, Adex is already towards A, but really, I mean, he's going to need a multi-frag and probably 2.5 kills if even Marcos wants to consider going for it.
None gained from Adex. In my mind, they could have lined up and grouped in, and maybe you could have taken down those 3 players or done at least taken down 2 of those 3 players that were on half HP or lower. But that is a different reality to the one that we live in. The third to the board of New Vision. Covering a bit more out of Los Kogutos, finding their confidence at last, taking nearly a whole half to get to this point. And of course, playing from the back foot where they can't win the half at this current stage. And only equalize. Los Kogutos still at a best case of 9-3. 6-3 for now. Plenty of cash to still rebuy. Try and gun for that perfection.
Well, Los Kogutos might just consider for a moment that let's, at least to the start of the round, be a little bit more stable, be a little bit more structured, and then start walking and clearing space, because they've been really manic for the majority of these rounds, and while it's worked to the start, it's now been an answer of 2 in a row. So that's where you try and adjust on the City side. You finally got the AWP up from Marcos, so that will probably tell you that they're not going to be as hyper-aggressive.
Sven starts off, Marcos is down, hand things in, and Adrian takes the returning frag. Zinken with 2 back, he's on 12 HP, but again, the forward stance of New Vision to come out on top. Kicked it into 5th gear on the T-side basis. The last man of the A defensive of Adex is just held back by a Molotov, can't really push the issue. Can't on the bomb plant. They're hoping that someone tries to make a strike back on the T-side. They're baiting a couple times at the taps of the bomb. Sven will get caught by Mario on the lurk back towards B, but still a man advantage for the post plant.
Adex is really hoping that someone comes into Temple, but at the moment, it's very passive. They've got a player towards A main and 2 around the big box position.
Adex will fall towards Waller more permanently. Mari to mid lurk. It's already been accounted for there by New Vision. Particularly keeping away from his position. Might get some exits though, depending on how things pan out for himself. First kill's easy on Zinken. Seeing the next couple of players. Spray's not quite as amazing. Will he get caught by the bomb blast? Yeah, both players go down to the bomb. An expensive round for the T side, but still a successful one too.
They're just going to keep seeing rebuys. I mean, the economy is so good on the CT basis, and even with 2,900 loss, even if they don't win round 11, they're still going to get themselves a somewhat decent buy in the follow-up. And that's been always the difficult factor when you're coming back from, what, 1-6 down, where you're not getting bomb plants, you're having CTs with mass players alive, is that you're just not going to get that lighter buy. You're not going to get that reset at all.
So having to work for it, you can't deny these downs. Monimo tagged up, burning to Alex's Molotov, and also Tomoko's assistance. HE damage is significant on the hands, but he gets his kill together. Marcos can trade him back. Now Mara at the task. Then round the corner, he gets that headshot in of his own. 3-on-3. B-side's open for now. The CT's trying to adjust and put a player into the back line.
Well, they've missed this timing. Look at that. B is completely open. Marcos probably thinks they're already up on site. Instead, they're still walking up ramp, which means Adrian's backstab around the B doors looks very promising.
As Marcos gets killed off by Wallen. Start to read what's happening here. Smoke's being sent in. Adrian trying to find an angle. Trying not to overextend, but now he's seen that AWP. The spray comes together. Back to a 2v2. Meanwhile, at Tetris, Adex going to find Fen, and the bomb needs to rotate back to A. Best chance for Zinken take this round. He knows where both players are right now. Coming off, actually, looking towards this shelf angle. AK trying to engage, but Adex has the better and will shut him down to win the half for Los Kogutos.
Well, right there, I'll just take a little bit too long. It's a very good kill against Marcos, but rather than sending it up on the bomb site, they open themselves up for extremity flanks. Wrap in from behind, in from the B doors, another one up from shelf, and the T players just aren't ready for it. The New Vision did all of that good work to get 3 rounds in a row, and what are they rewarded with in round 12? A terrible buy. You've got 1 AK up, but then it's mainly Galil's. But this is the perfect chance to go 8-4 for Los Kogutos.
Indeed it is. With 2 AKs and AWP in plays as bonuses on the overall buy. A single AK for New Vision is very lackluster by contrast. Marcos. Or in HE to open a smoke, look up. Not get any shots together for it. Not enough vision, not a angle of attack. Alex Molotov away from the temple entrance. He trying to get into the bomb site, doesn't quite find his kill. Bomb plant does get secured. Retake and a 5-on-5.
Very late from Adrian. He's expecting a lurk to come from somewhere. Now that Molly's going to do some tag damage, and they need to get a good pre-aim against the tree individual.
Players on the way in would have been hard there by Zinkin. AWP on the angle. Flashbangs are sent. Fight goes awkwardly for Adex. Mari Marcos training back 2 for 2, leaning up towards that tree position. M4 revealed. Tomoko takes back her hands, looks towards the AK. Diffuse on the bomb, spam damage. Body block attempt. The Fed gets his kill together. Wanamo with a response and Fen with the follow-up. And that'll be one more for the road as the Tees will end off the half. Still down at 5-7, but it could have been a lot worse from earlier on.
It's a good recovery, but I still think for Los Kogutos, they've shown that they can just bully the opposition. Yeah, there was a comeback, and eventually that over-aggressive style of taking map control came back to bite them. They're playing in a way where they're just trying to completely overpower the opposition, and I think going into the T side now, they'll probably play very similar, very individual, very high-tempo CS. And for New Vision, I've just not really been sold in either map 1 or in map 2 that they can actually win a map or win this best of 3. They've only shown brief periods of success.
Very promising to potential, but I think you're right there. Got to see more from New Vision to take this best of 3, to take even the map in this best of 3. It is their map pick, and now they're moving the CT side of it, so see whether they can try and maintain the defensive. 4 players on the B side, execution coming in very quickly. Zinken in that wood corner will draw out the opening kill. Wallen with a trade back, but he gets overwhelmed. Adrian with 2 picks, bomb plant secured, back down default. Fen's trying to search for him, trying to look for his backup. Adrian played distraction there, and his teammates are tagged up. Hahan's down to 2, Fen down to 1. Wanamo with a turning frag, needs another one though. The Glock's running out of ammo, needs to get a reload in. Hold and face and fight, and seeing that shoulder of that one player. He needs just 1 bullet to land the low speed individuals, but he's got not quite connecting. Tomoko pressured from both sides. Adex, the insurance policy, sees the face, finds the fight, but loses backup. Wanamo trying to win it on his lonesome, but gets headshot off. Adex 1v1 against Fen. Needs the perfect head, but he's out of time at this stage. He'll get the shot off, but he has to run for the hills. New Vision will concede their first pistol round of the series.
Well, you just know in that 2v3, if 2 players are gooshed, there's no chance, is there? Even if the kill comes in cleanly against the default player, you're just going to play time, and it's so difficult for the CTs to all try and overpower when you're all down on red HP. It's a good effort, but Los Kogutos get it done, and Adex just adds another clean round to the tally. Pen 2K will look at New Vision's chances in the second half and think, well, that's not what we wanted at all. We've got to go down to a lighter deco. We've got to try and get the rifles in early. We're going to be down 5-9 now.
Los Kogutos maintain their control in amongst all the chaos. New Vision might have the exciting future stars, but in the present, Los Kogutos reign supreme. A harsher eco basis for round 14. We'll just tank this one. Make the concession. Marcos will lean in, see his contacts. First, second, caught the 3rd player, but 1 casualty to return to the Glils. And Mac 10 now to take point. Let's cash together for Tomoko. Triple sequence, excellent work. And right back to that rifle, throw away the SMG. He's got a cash reserve for the T side, as they'll face the full gun by of New Vision in what may be one of their last 2 chances to contest now on their own map pick. They are getting outclassed. And down a map already in the series, a 2-0 is calling Los Kogutos.
It definitely is. And I think knowing that this first gun round has already got a player on an SMG, it puts pressure onto Fen 2K on how he's going to play and how he's going to strike early. Fast CT smoke, and it seems like this is just an A fake, just to try and draw over rotations.
Adrian inside the elbow smoke. Fen is watching for an extension. Not going to see anybody as right now. Meanwhile, the B round presence makes its move. Marcos first man in, the first man down. Flashbang's good to keep him blinded, so Fen and Zinken just mow through them all. 3 for Zinken in particular. and barely even any damage done by comparison for New Vision. Fen on 81, everybody else on 100. Alex's lurk, well, useless at this stage, lost the bomb, lost the round.
But tactically, it looked pretty good from Los Kogutos. You had yourself an elbow lurk, and there was only one defender on the B bomb site. So if you get that kill cleanly against the default guy, the elbow lurk probably comes out and gets a clean kill against Shelf, and then from there, the CTs are just going to get scrambled. But you have to deal with the site player, and Zinken has one of the better holds that we've seen from New Vision across the majority of the anchors, map 1 and map 2, to be able to get 3, stay alive, have 100 HP. Adex knows that there's no hope but just to try and either save the AK and armor or look for a little bit more damage, try and drop a few more CTs in the process. New Vision get themselves up to 6.
Half the momentum early. Deny the easy streak from Los Kogutos into the series win. A couple more players with him as well on Adex. One more fight back on a site. That takes him down, so no man stays alive in the end. At least the extra casualty kill bonuses will be a little bit more impactful to his own economy state. Unfortunately, the rest of the mainlands don't quite line up for a full-on, fully fledged rifle buyer. Still going to buy him regardless. AK for Alex. Mac 10 for Mari. Galil for Tomiko and Marcos. Adrian's going to be in a similar stead. Not ideal, but it is still a rebuy.
It's going to be something quick. A New Vision, no, win this, and it's game on. This is a really important rifle round. Lurk out to elbow to start things off, but fairly heavy for what looks to be a B-pop setup for Los Kogutos.
And the B smokes in, or the B door smoking early from New Vision will block the rush per se. Take the defaults in. Smoke start getting sent out towards long. Jump faces from both sides. HG sent in by Wallen. Tags up Adrian decently enough. Mate, Zinken goes low though. Adrian gets the casualty. The flashbang perfectly timed. Wallen gets peeking in, goes down alongside Fen, and Wanamo's immediately out of there. What an execution. Los Kogutos just looking lights out.
Oh, they are pods. I mean, come on, man. There's 3 on B, and you're up against a weakened buy, and you've done, what, 45 damage against a pop. I mean, that's just terrible. Los Kogutos get themselves an easy one. And to be fair to the polls, I mean, Ancient's their second highest picked map in the pool behind their go-to of Nuke. It was spoken earlier how they went 0-3 in CCT, that they lost to Entropy a little bit earlier on this afternoon. They picked Ancient, and their T-side looked a little bit shaky. They only got 4 rounds in the first half, and then it was their CT basis that looked a lot better, and it dragged that game out towards an overtime. I'm looking at the way that the economy is, and I'm thinking that 4 that they had earlier, I'm not even really going to think about it, because there's not many more rounds to close. They've definitely got the 1-up over the CTs now.
Moments of brilliance and periods of domination are good benchmarks to build into a map up, but they're not enough. You need something more. A New Vision finding that out the hard way to maintain the excellence from that 1-6 comeback. Haven't done so in the second half. A tactical has been called out because they are basically out of time. Nearly out of options too. 2 rifles held over, M4 and AK. Harsh USP pistols around them, so New Vision are going to make a concession here around 17. 11-6 for Los Kogutos. And try play from there. You are letting this run down to the wire though. And the Poles, when they got map point last time, didn't let it go for even a second longer. In towards K very quickly for the rifle basis. 3 men again on the B site, one of which is the rifles. Our hands can't be seen. Let's catch a dink off on Adrian. So that's a decent start. Wasn't going to panic a little bit. Going to be a little bit wary of what's going on here, and they will find Zinken in the end. Julie sets also isolated, the last player in that corner. Defensive line, her hands with a good casualty. Ready for more coming his way. Yes, he is. Marcos can get caught. Meanwhile, the elbow presence of Alex strikes on his Fen. Wonamo with a responsive, and finally her hand goes down. The AK of Adrian there to cut off the backstab. Will deal with the last player and hold the round together for Los Kogutos.
Oh, just about. That was almost a big troll there from Los Kogutos that really struggled to deal with that cubby individual around that wood corner. But
yeah,
in the end, they get the job done, and I think you just need to focus up. It's 11-6 on the score, very similar to how things were going down out on Nuke. There's just not a huge amount of success in the second half. There's not many rounds to work with. You go into the next gun rounds, you've got Wallen on the AWP, but he dropped, what, 12 kills out on Nuke, didn't really do much. He's on 7 going into round number 18.
Adex starts off well against Los Kogutos. One of those going to get pressure from both sides, overwhelmed by Tomoko in the end. A hands on 18 HP in mid. Pressured by shelf and elbow. HE coming in, he's going down. Forced out in the open and sent flying by the nade. Fens on a backstab. And the footsteps. And with the back turn, sprays good for both of them. Third man standing. Switching to the rifle though, the wrong timing for Fen. AK would have been ideal, but M4 would have been better in the particular moment. Now Wallen's alone in the 1v2. Wallen's going to make his way towards the B site. Commit with ease. And this should be 12-6 minus a miracle moment from the big green gun.
He's got to go for it. There's absolutely no point saving in this moment. It's one of the closest rounds you've had in a little while. You've got AWP, scope in, try and see if you can get a contact straight away. Tomoko and Adrian have still got a smoke and a molly. That's just going to help them shave time off of the bomb.
Well, opts for the AK instead of the AWP in this one. Probably better idea. Kits were available, but no utility. God, he's dying for a smoke. Molotov, forcing him in. Gets a good shot. Tomoko down. Wallen the close extension, but Adrian wins the fight and will hold together map and match point for Los Kogutos.
Well, the polls have definitely shown that they are the far superior team in this one matchup. I know that they've had some struggling affairs on HLTV recently, but when you've got a core 3 that have all got over 1,000 maps played on HLTV and you're going up against a young academy roster with 18 and 19-year-old players, the confidence is going to be very high to bully them. This is probably a bit more one-sided than what it should do, and I think the head coach of Waterfalls here for Paravision's academy team, he'll be disappointed, right? I mean, he was an ex-pro. He made the quarterfinals with QB Fire at one of those E-League majors in 2018, but recently he was coaching Space last year. He's been coaching the Nuclear Tigers as well in this year, and they're a squad that's, what, top 30 on VRS that are trying to get closer towards Tier 1. So it's a really good scout to bring him in to try and coach up the new generation of players, but you've just been outclassed. You've been completely bullied in this best of 3.
The experience has trumped the youth of fire. Los Kogutos now they're working their way in to try and end this one off in a heartbeat. Hands with a couple of trades back in the SMG, at least trying to keep this competitive. The AK of Marcos removes him from play though. Teammates on the site, bomb plant, open the box, open for donut. 3-on-3 retake, AK extension of Tomoko's a little bit awkward. The pistols can find a responsive, and there was no damage done to that spray either. Wallen lean forward, found the spray, lines up 2, Fen gets caught, Alex 1v1. AK pulled out for both players. Smoke's going to fade, and he just slinks away towards the donut entrance. 18 bullets in the mag, so he's got plenty to try and shut down a defuse. Fen's got a smoke to put to the bomb, and virtually no time left. Back his turn, spray is good, and Alex closes it for a 13-6. Los Kogutos simply 2-0 their way through the opening game of the Thunderpick World Championship and take their winner spot in Group B.
Well, it's a very good response. You come into today with 1 win out of the last 11. It looks rough. There's so much red. So many best of 3s where you're not even taking maps. You come in today with a stand-in. But look, you get a very comfortable map win out of number 1 and of number 2. So they'll be happy with that one. I think for Los Kogutos, this is the perfect group to get out of, right? To at least get yourself into a round of 16 and just start putting some wins on the board. Start showing us that form that we know and love from them.
Yeah, and of course, to end their weak form, the 6 in a row that they lost coming into this matchup had now ended, so they've got a win on the board. And you were talking earlier about the VRS points that New Vision could get out of this particular victory. I mean, even Los Kogutos moved up to number 180 as a result of this win, according to HLTV. So that's positive for them in terms of the grand scale of the respective projectives that they want to gain out of the tournament. And look, a win is a win at the end of the day, right? And it was a confident win for Los Kogutos. So not only do you establish the end of your own loss streak, you establish confidence over the new blood, and that really is what you want to do for a key set of veterans. Now let's see if they can do it for the winners game and from then on beyond, because they are going for the playoffs, and above all else, they'll be going to try and maintain something greater in the playoffs compared to last time.
Yeah, well, they'll look at the other side of the bracket and say, look, I mean, we don't really rate anyone in our group, so let's look at ourselves, let's come in, let's perform like we did today, and we should be able to get another 2-0 tomorrow. We should get top seed, make sure that we get ourselves the best draw possible going into the round of 16. I think for New Vision, it's one of those best of threes where there's not a huge amount to learn from. It was a very disrespectful style out there on Ancient, very aggressive, holding W, taking a lot of fights first half and the second half, and you were just getting out-dueled completely. I think as well, they let themselves down in a lot of clutch situations, a lot of 1vx's being won from Los Kogutos on map number 1. You can't let that happen. You do that against any team in a group stage or even a playoffs, you're just going to lose maps and you're going to lose best of threes.
Yeah, most certainly. Unfortunately for the New Vision side, they're going to have to work upon that upon their experience basis. Something's only going to come for them with time. So we'll hopefully see them back here in tomorrow's elimination game with a chance to return against the loser of our second series. As you mentioned, Blake, other side of the bracket is what we shift to in terms of Group B. ex-Mana will take on megoshort in a bit of a battle for the bulge, if you will, to a certain extent. And one of the lowest ranked teams in the competition in megoshort here, Dweg, is going to be quite a tough little affair for the Swedes.
Yeah, the Swedes have had it really rough. They're not in good touch at all. They're not even really holding weight in a lot of best of threes. At least ex-Mana are on HLTV a lot more. They're the more experienced squad. But even from their sake, they used to be decent a few months ago. They've really dropped off. So both teams desperate for a win in that best of three.
Indeed, they are. We're coming back after this extended break. Match set to begin in about an hour and 20 minutes time, where ex-Mana and megoshort will close out the opening day of the Thunderpick World Championship EU Division number 2. We'll see you back here for our final match of the day. And a warm welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. Time to close out day one of the European second series with our final matchup of the opening stage of Group B. We've got megoshort and we've got ex-Mana doing battle in one final time to see who is going to take that spot in the winners matchup. Dweg, before the extended break, we said obviously that megoshort probably at the very key underdog position in this matchup, and probably for very good reason too. I think for both teams, though, we aren't expecting much in terms of the competition overall.
No, probably not. I think there's a lot of squads and the majority of teams on HLTV, right, that are all looking to show positivity, to show results, to show improvements. These two squads are looking to survive, right? They're just looking to try and scrape through these next few tournaments, next few months of competition, because for both ex-Mana and megoshort, the losses are just crazy right now.
Indeed. For megoshort's perspective, they have taken 4 losses in a row coming into this series, including a loss to a UK team and a Finnish team. So not exactly the highest level of caliber. As well as that, as of this morning on HLTV, they had them down as number 337 in the world on the VRS ranking. So probably one of the lowest ranks I think you and I have ever done in terms of VRS.
Yeah, but have a look at the lineup. I mean, Bebop and Era here today. I mean, that's just classic megoshort. You have a look at the last 3 months, they've played with 8 different players in their HLTV officials. You've got guys that are coming in, guys that are coming out. You never really know who's on display for megoshort. I think the Swedes are reputable with the names that they've got on the lineup, but the results have looked very rough. They've been playing in the majority of closed qualifiers, not really getting anywhere there. The BC Game Masters, they're getting into Swiss stages, not really doing much there either. So going up against ex-Mana today, it's definitely a winnable game, looking at how both teams' records have been recently. But even if you win today, it's going to be struggle to win tomorrow and even to get out of the group stage for sure.
Yeah, Los Kogutos obviously looking extremely dominant against New Vision. So whoever wins this particular best of 3 is going to have to do a work even harder to win the next one too. Ex-Mana, of course, are kind of in similar regard to a lot of the other X teams that we've talked about in recent times. The ex-Sparta boys, the ex-Ruby boys, where you kind of lost your organization and now you've only got the core 3 and you're trying to figure out how to move forward from there. But unfortunately for ex-Mana, unlike the teams like the Rubies and the Spartas of old, they didn't necessarily have like the highest end of tier 2 ranking in terms of like where they stand overall. Like they've always been a team that's sort of sat within those unranked teams, the unranked tournaments rather, the United 21s for instance, and barely making their way through play-ins a lot of the time. So it's kind of a bit of a stroke of luck that they're even here to begin with.
Yeah, well, their peak was what, 99th in the world on VRS at the end of March. We're now going into July and about to be August, and they're outside of top 200. So they've definitely dropped a lot. They've lost a couple of key pieces. They had Kali in the lineup. They had Senna as well from the old B&E boys. No longer with them. The organization dropped this project in June. So it's coming up to 2 months now that they've been unorged, and they're not really achieving very much. They've only won 1 out of their past 5 best of 3s on HLTV. The last Thunderpick event featured not even a single map win. They went 0-2 down to GenOne and then 0-2 to the Bird from Sky team. So very uncomfortable. As from the veto perspective, Cash and Nuke are the instabans for both of these teams. Dust 2 is really liked by ex-Mana. megoshort pretty much picked Mirage and Ancient as the only 2 maps, so something different to go in towards an Inferno today. It's one of the maps that doesn't get any play rate from ex-Mana recently, so they're trying to go into a little bit of a punish. And then Ancient as that decider. I think Ancient could have even been a map pick from the Swedes, so they'll be pretty happy to play that as a decider.
Yeah, again, back end of the veto seems to favour the megoshort camp. I don't necessarily know whether or not that makes much of a major difference in terms of like a team being able to win or lose this series. I mean, it's so up in the air with how lowly ranked these two sides are. I guess in terms of megoshort, it's probably a good thing that they've got such high caliber stand-ins for this matchup, and maybe that might be a positive in that particular direction. But this is such a low-level matchup that it is very, very difficult to really call with absolute certainty who should be overall the favorite. Well, not the favorite, but like the team that should that will get the victory overall. You can look at the favorites of Mana and say that they've got the higher ranking and they've competed at a higher level in general, especially in more recent times. They've had a lot more tournaments on record, but it's very, very unstable at this kind of like bottom end of the banner.
Yeah, and even the 2 newer pieces of Zonic and Valon, I mean, they're not looking great individually. I would say that from Valon, I mean, he's never played at a high level in the past. I know that he's played with a few of these guys a few years ago on Blink and the Suspect, but he'd not really have a huge amount of HLTV experience. And then Zonic comes over from Big Academy at just 21 years old with only about 130 odd maps played at this level. You then look over at megoshort, and I mean, we all know Robin, right? We all know Era, we all know Bobek. There's a lot of names that are well established over on the Swedish side. I think for megoshort, I mean, they're probably not pracking. Looking at the lineup and looking at how it is just a rotating door, they're just playing the odd HLTV official here or there. I think that the lineup's got enough depth today to be able to win and potentially get second seed in the group. It's just on the day performance. Like Group B is really weak out the majority of groups that we've got in this one competition. So if you can just show up on the day, then it's going to be enough to be able to push you into that round of 16.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's really what it is about. I mean, in terms of them making it through in the round of 16 from the higher end of the group, it's probably doubtful with Los Kogutos in particular. But in terms of the second place position, I think that is a little bit open for these for all three of the remaining teams here. I think that there's going to be a lot of unpredictability about how this match and the next matchup is going to play out for both of these teams. So I just kind of want to sit back and enjoy the ride, see how far Mana have fallen, see whether there is anything about megoshort that will be able to provide some sort of return, whether there will be something to deny any sort of like major sort of step ups that you would expect out of Mana by comparison.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the Swedish scene for the lower end teams is in a really weak spot. Alliance are doing very well at the higher end. You've got the Eyeballers doing it as well. Metasport trying to do their very best with the core. But once you look past those top three, there's not really much to think of. There's not much competitiveness and teams that are getting wins frequently on HLTV. So there's quite a bit of separation from them right now. And I mean, even ex-Mana, I mean, they've been the #1 team in Kosovo for years now because well, B&E just hasn't done anything really in CS2. Like all those guys tried to bring the project back, didn't work. They've all tried to go for international offers, didn't really work there either. So they're sort of looked at as the kings of Kosovo right now. But when you're ranked outside of top 200 on VRS and you can't get out of CCT closed qualifiers or Nodwin closed qualifiers or even European Pro League closed qualifiers, you think that it's going to be very difficult in these main tournaments when you're in group stages and Swiss stages to actually just win best of threes and to show that you can still compete at this level.
Yeah, I mean, National CS in general has always been a little bit more of an awkward stance in the last handful of years, and it really has proven with these two scenes in particular as to how far the Swedish scene has fallen. At the very least, for the Kosovonians, they don't have the same sort of like level of backing overall. End of the day, however, it just kind of comes down to on the day, and we'll see how the day will perform as we're looking at set to get into our first map up between megoshort and ex-Mana. Predictions, Dweg, as much as I'm hesitant to ask, you back in ex-Mana in this favoritism?
No, I'd probably go megoshort just with the stand-ins today. They'd probably close in 2. I think both teams are so hit and miss that having Era and Bobek is a huge upgrade to megoshort.
Yeah, I think I'd agree on that sense. That just those two players alone would level things up and make a big time for megoshort. They're on the CT side of Dust2 to kick things off in our best of 3. Of course, picked in by ex-Mana, so have to get on for a decent foot. Pistol round, seeing them looking towards this B-bomb site. It's Zen with fast contact. Goosh down to 24 points of health. I think they have a lot of damage and overwhelming sort of presence around the numbers of the game around him. Zonic can get those 2 kills to kick things off and draw first blood, forcing Era back. Danks down on Robin. Will take him out of the fold as Bleeder will cover him up in the backstab. 5-on-2 for the post plant. It's a pistol win for ex-Mana.
Yeah, that goosh on Zen towards the backside was everything. It made that crossfire very uncomfortable around the big box and out there from Car. Bobek can't get anything, so they just get completely overwhelmed by pace. ex-Mana get themselves started with a pistol round win. Indeed
they do. Very confident pistol round win as well. One casualty of Bleed Up. Coming down off Twinkie in the post round rather than anything else here. There's nothing that will lead in towards a steal here from megoshort, of course, by that position. Then, of course, way too low HP, so Valen can take a couple of kills. But megoshort not allowed to retain anything into the follow-up. You've got basic USPs, and that should be about it.
16th Dust2 pick in the last 3 months for the ex-Mana boys. They love this map. And they picked it in both of their best of 3s in the last Thunderpick World Championship events. You know that they're always going to lean this direction. Force Spy coming in, Era going up for the scout. Upgraded pistols for everybody else.
The Eagles and 5-7 as megoshort trying to get involved early. So early presence from Robin actually finding a mark. Casualty, smokes in the way of the long access, but Bleedar still beats into the punch, catching Robin. for the smoke could bloom. Got the information and of course got the kill for it. Another trade didn't quite come down. Awkward sprays to bleed. Others come again together again here in the end. Looks like Twins falling. So getting those 2 kills on the backside and overwhelming the defensive. Decent effort from megoshort at the start, but the overpowering rifles will overpower them easily.
And megoshort have Zen just to try and see if he can approach out here from short, try and take a contact. ex-Mana have been pretty quick with these first couple of rounds. First in towards B, then out there towards long. As soon as they take contact against Robin, they just keep scaling up on the bomb site rather than slowing it in. Zen gets himself a returning kill, and I remember Zen quite early on in his career. It was when they qualified to that IM Road to Rio RMR, and that was basically the core that then went over towards Little Mix and 0-0 Prospects, which was in fact Bobek and Franson and Hype. So Zen was one of those guys that didn't quite go on to have a successful career. I mean, after Ori went on X Gamer and Kappa Bar and Little Mix and kind of all stayed around the lower divisions in Sweden, whereas all of his other teammates went on to be very successful.
Yeah, never had that same sort of career. He's been playing for mixes ever since he left Kappa Bar. Oh, the reason why megoshort are the lesser team is according to our partners at Thunderpick, of course. 3.2 on the money line. In the early game, Bobek and Era have not made the biggest differences to the megoshort side. Could all change with the rifles inbound for the next. Of course, forced by the previous eco upgrades for the follow-up. ex-Mana pistol conversion set is standing from 3-0 beginning. I think they'll try these pistols. Won't be able to get too much in the round here. Maybe a couple of tags who hopefully can isolate Cerber towards top and mid if you have the numbers against you. And Bobek's D has gone down towards City Spawn. Yeah, Robin will find that one deagle shot, so that's something.
Yeah, there's still Bleeder D towards the top of long, though, so he's going to try and cut those CTs, make sure that that rifle doesn't stay in play. Just make sure you keep the press up. And Bleeder D might get caught in a timing with that wraparound player from Zen, so this is a pretty successful eco for now.
One more pick to make it truly expensive. 5-7 going to fight directly, and actually, no, the AK gets caught looking the wrong direction. Here's footsteps coming in. Matt 10 round the corner. Zen holds his nerve, holds for his contact man. Engaging the AK against Robin as well. He's trying to fight. He will go down. Zen does get another pick out of it. They don't quite grab the AK for their trouble, but they have got 4 casualties against the ex-Mana camp, so that is encouraging.
That's a very good round. And for megoshort, though, look, you get the AWP up from Era, and you get a full rifle round in. This is where you've just got to play vibe CS, and I know that their lineup pretty much changes from best of 3 to best of 3, but Era and Bobek have not been here before, so you play a lot off of intuition, you play very individual on the CT basis, fight for long for the majority of rounds, get the AWP roaming around mid. Valent's got a very good spawn to try and go for an early contact towards long, but not seeing anything.
Well, he saw something, just couldn't stabilize the crosshair of the AWP to get the shot off in time. megoshort back away, put the smoke in. Now take space with one player towards this long pit. 2 men up on short on the boost. The AWP trying to lean in. Watch out the underpass and lower dark areas. No one going to be seen just yet for an opening casualty in megoshort. And access will be taken by ex-Mana.
The Alliance are a pretty good Dust 2 team, so we know that Era and Bobek are going to be familiar with playing this map frequently on HLTV. Resmoke goes down to allow that AWP to hold up. Oh, great shot from Era.
He's in the perfect moment, Amar. Dead to right. Era caught. Half HP might be a little bit concerning for later on in the round, but for now it's a sacrifice worthy to get the man advantage. ex-Mana also not going to get given an easy trade against the man. Reposition out towards the mid access from CT Spawn, watching the doorway. ex-Mana set towards short access.
As soon as the smoke goes down, Robin will put that incendiary up, just try and block for as long as possible, and then the rotation from Twinkie can come out from long.
The flashbang will come in. They are caught blinded by other flashes. Robin is struggling with the M4 spray. Now he gets Molotov himself. Damage heavy. Now he's also on half HP. Back up with the M4s coming in from CT Spawn. Undetected as of right now. Bleeder D can take down Robin. Cerber also gets Bobek's D. Puts out towards that long access, gets his kill. Twinkie down, 4v2 for ex-Mana. megoshort, last 2 players left to save.
Well, they're just getting out-dueled right now on Dust 2. Robin was in a perfect position, good util usage, great jiggle out there to the right-hand side of ramp. If he gets that kill in cleanly, ex-Mana are pretty much flustered. They'd have to deal with a CT player, they'd have to deal with one towards long, one up from the ramp. It's a really difficult crossfire when there's that many CTs on the bomb site. Instead, Robin just whiffs. And then instantly Cerber is looking for those exit frags. If he doesn't catch Era, he might catch Zen. megoshort down 0-4 to the start of Dust 2.
And the first rifle round will not be their change of fortunes. megoshort struggling in the early end. Dust 2. Right to point out Robin on the defensive line. Era did great work to get started. Not followed up by the other riflers. XD is also yet to get a frag in this game. 0-4 on his kill counts, but still buying into an M4. They're going to force the issue into round 5.
megoshort need to get a bit of a move on if they want to compete in this first half. Great long spawns from the T side. Of course you're going to abuse.
Valon straight in. I'm trying to get out of the way here for Mars. Needs to run back ahead of the flashbangs. He will evade the contact of Valon. Returning members also available here. Utility getting sent into the A-bomb site. The smoke out towards long will try and block the T side line. There is a bit of a gap to work with. The FAMAS will be able to use to spot information, not get the kill, not take any damage either as they behind the manic spray from Mana's part. Sonic first up, takes the fight. He's really low with the AWP instead of taking from range to seen out towards the short access. Era can take down Sonic, and Cerber's forced to trade back on Twinkie. Era still half HP, 4-on-3 established. Cerber try and force these CTs back into spawn, which will be successful with that Molotov. Era even repositioning. One plant is secured. Era caught tagged, but he gets the head of Cerber.
It's still a very difficult retake with no nades. I mean, the AWP is just trapped. He needs to get help from short players.
Just seeing the drop off of Amar, however, throws off his accuracy, so he couldn't get the stray bullet. AWP continuing to line up. XD takes down Valence, finally getting his first kill of the game. Trade from Amar's good, but now he's on 3 points of health. Bleed our Zorp at the late portions of the matchup. Will have to get involved this round from range. Amar still holding him as long as he can, though. Zen seen taken to the side of the head and low HP against Era, but Era still hits that one good shot. So all he'll get, though, 4-way, save the gun once again. ex-Mana, 5-0.
Well, what we're seeing is that they're just bullying the mid-rounds. They're coming in with a game plan of being very aggressive and keeping it very chaotic, which is difficult to deal with when you're a mix. And I think that's the game plan that ex-Mana are going to display for the majority of the first map, going into a map like Inferno 2. And for megoshort, they may be able to compete in some of these rounds with Era getting picks, but the scoreline is just being taken away from them. And you go into a light and deco, you've got a decent amount of investment around that AWP, but for ex-Mana, I mean, this is a perfect start. Everything you're looking for.
Yeah, megoshort showing us nothing. No rounds secured. Individual excellence seems like it's on from guys like Era and Zen. Impact doesn't conduce to a round just yet. To remain that way as well for round 6. 2 casualties have come down without resistance, without trades from or anybody here. Era can only afford the AWP by virtue of the save. The other players have half-bought weapons. Ease off on the economy investment and try and get some true rifles in the next round. Try and get something back. Era does hit one good shot though. Cerber call out in mid.
They're playing heavy for B, but we've seen outside of the pistol just A-Lean after A-Lean from ex-Mana. Valen is waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of short press. At the moment, it is shaping up to be a B-Lean, and you'd expect that Twinkie is just going to walk forward and try and search.
Just seen there. Amar finds that shot he's looking for. Twinkie's search yields nothing. Couldn't quite spot the info of the rest of them. AWP still on site though. Shot missed out by Era. So he's a little bit closer. Zen can swing up to get the kill. And the second round with the assistance of the AWP tag. Bomb dropped, gets out of the way. Era travels in onto Valon. Bravy's not as good as the first man. Takes up, but he gets the second anyway. Zen couldn't stabilize the spray. Despite all the hard effort of those two, it still wasn't enough to get megoshort on the board.
It's a crazy clutch. It's a beautiful pre-aim towards that backside position around the default angle. But to be able to control the spam and keep as much attention drawn towards Car as possible, you're expecting Zen to be able to get that refrag. Close range with an MP9 is the best position. Double frags for both of them, 20 HP, and then just not that final connection. Oh, that was the best chance yet for megoshort.
On the basis of a half buy, maybe you might give some credit to doing the damage, but the damage needs to be converted upon because ex-Mana, I mean, their economy's on the ropes. megoshort's down again a number of rounds out of a reset here. They just need to convert on it, and that's always been the problem so far. 6-0.
Going for a double orb. I like this instantly, right? Like, you recognize things aren't really working. You get bullied in the majority of gun rounds. Change it up. Zen's already a hybrid player. He can secondary orb on loads of maps.
Hero's going to take his orb with the boost up towards the short access, looking towards underpass. Well, a dark fight spray, good on Cerber. Does damage towards the man, but Era maintains his life. 19 HP, barely alive, backing up to a reposition. Twinkie's caught on a leg shot towards mid. The orb of Bleeder also chimes in.
But megoshort aren't looking great at the moment, but it's still recoverable. You're playing very heavy for mid. You're giving short access completely. Era is just pinned out to long. The flashes are going to have to be good, and they need to get some trade shots off. And then Bobek is in a very tight off angle in the pair.
Zonic leans in, Era. Shot down by Zonic. M4 spray of Bobek's D's just all over the place there. Lagging behind the actual target. And I'm going to catch Twinkie in the meantime. Robin, good 2 kills back at Goose, but he needed a lot more than that to hold the round. Bleeder takes those responsive. Zen's in a 1v3. 7 in a row for ex-Mana.
Just rubbish there from Bobek. I mean, he should be getting one, at least one, maybe 2. I mean, to be able to get nothing when you're not being flashed and you're up there on the lip, not good enough. He's 1-7, Twinkie's 1-7. Robin tried his very best to get a couple of kills, but he was just going to get completely surrounded. A defense was so weak. And I'm even looking at Robin, right? I mean, he's not been on a legitimate tier 2 team since Alliance over 2 years ago. So, I mean, this is just a full mix. There's some old guard players, but right now they're getting slapped about, and confidence is going to be very low.
Yeah. Maybe like a silver lining to add to it. They are just getting wrecked. ex-Mana. Well, to dominate their home territory. Bleeder finds Robin, kicks things off on the right foot. Valon also leaning up towards XD. Some leaders win the first fight, the Thunderpick on the spirit side. It's the trade to ensure the man advantage stays within them. The HE of Era's placement is good on Bleeder at least. Something back to a 3-on-3, so again, these lesser weapons are trying to keep pace with ex-Mana.
Well, megoshort were trying to press the issue out there from top mid, but they won't be too happy with getting it into a 3v3. You give easy map control towards long because you play so heavy. And now, if you're the T side, I mean, you should just keep contacting. CT smoke can go down. Late lurk from a mark and come out to the lower tunnels, cut rotations.
Zonic. Now on the A-bomb site. That bomb across as well. Amar will get tagged up a little bit, but find the fight on Zen on the backstab. The Twinkie. Looking for a moment. Does find an angle. Zonic does get caught. Second player of Cerber. 100 HP in his current line of thinking. The mid-fight could come down from Era. The AWP's picked up and does land on Amar, but the HE can take back Twinkie from beyond the grave. Era up against Cerber. Molotov sight. Flash over. The Orc back down with a hard drop off. Cerber's going to search for him. Deagle versus AK. Deagle is the headshot, but he thinks he's a little bit too far back than he actually is. Orb recovered as Cerber will maintain the round. 8-0 for ex-Mana.
It's just nothing's going their way. There's been a few tight moments, a couple of clutch opportunities, just not been converted. Era's not getting a huge amount of help at the moment. It's good connection out there in mid, but always a very different clutch in the 1v1. 8-0, ex-Mana have proved that their Dust 2 is very solid. I mean, they're 19 wins, 10 losses on it in the last 3 months. A lot of officials very quick, trying to come out here towards long.
As Robin finds Amar, kicks things off. megoshort are on a man advantage for once. X-Man are probably not going to let that go lying down. Working their way into short access. Per usual on the default, all short of 2 men to try and receive it, and Era hits the kill onto Cerber, so it's a 5-on-3.
It's going to be contact heavy out to beam. Zen getting that incendiary towards the right-hand side gives them early info. This could still be a punishment of the B bomb site on the right timing. Bobek's very low.
Zen leaning for info. I think he spotted that AWP up. Smoke up. Denies access. And the blind spray too, and gets a decent amount of damage towards Zonic. XD also tries his hand at the blind spray and does a lot more towards Valon, but Valon takes the kill. Advantage reduced by 1, but there are easy trades available for Zen.
Well, they have to end B, and they can't go anywhere else. Going to try and pop through.
Zen's repositioned, a re-smoke comes down beyond the tunnels, so X-Mana start backing away to the save. Not confident in the lack of HP, the re-smokes on, the lack of information, and also the lack of money. Despite being 8 in a row, X-Mana don't have the cash to fully rebuy in the next round. At least Bleeder can have some drop potential, and there'll be some minimal bonuses for Cerber and Amar. It certainly would be a lot better than if they had all 3 gone down.
Well, for megoshort, this way, you've just got to try and generate a round streak, get yourself to 8-4, feel as if you can contest towards the tail end with the reset of the economy. And we know that Era and Bobek just got knocked out of Blast Bounty. They had a top 4 in China at the LAN just before that one. So they don't have to play any officials right now. So pretty easy to say, hey, we'll go and stand in with the boys today, help them out. But you want to try and get a result. You want to try and show that you can compete.
Strikes Bob XD, kicks things off again. Flash smokes in from Zen, trying to block them out of the B-bomb site. Secondary kill to a 4v4. Here's another one out of the Mac 10. Can't hit the jump up, so we'll get caught out in the open. Valon trading the man. Advantage for X-Mana. Era burning. To the Molotov ahead of the window. As Robin get tagged up a bit himself. Bomb plant can be secured from here. Advantage X-Mana on the post.
Well, they've got to go for this retake. And, well, with the hate sheet towards Car, they can set themselves in. Smoke towards the upper tunnels. Flash. They've got another incendiary. That can go out to the big box.
So we're watching the B doorway. The AWP of Era leans up to try and spot an angle with a pixel. There's seen. There's the boost. Dismantled by Cerber. Can't transition to the third. But I don't think it matters. I think he's done his job. Bleeder and Amar against Robin in a 2v1. The AWP will get recovered as Robin will start to walk away. Fade away from the bomb site. And concede one back to X-Mana. May have wobbled for the last. But back on track with 9-1.
We just see there that they're getting desperate on the CT basis. They're going for an aggressive duel with Bobek out in mid, and he just instantly loses a fight. It's not even 10 seconds into the round. It's just an opening death. He's not getting any picks. He's really struggling to find form. And X-Mana from there, I mean, you're always going to pack and group. You're going to execute as a unit. Out to that B bomb site, Zen tried to live for as long as he could to buy time for the rotations, but not enough. megoshort get 1, but then it's an instant response from X-Mana.
Valon quickly moving in. Twinkie can start the first kill. Secondary kill comes out against Valon 2. Zonic down in the meantime. Boxy with the kill. And a second. Much better from him in the long defensive. As this time they are shut down, losing the bomb and all within just 20 seconds.
Well, Valon gets a bit unlucky there. He's in a really good position to get that trade and that 1-for-1 kill. The player of Twinkie is already low and kind of turned away, so you'd probably think Valon's going to get that first, maybe even transfer to the second, but he just doesn't get it instant. And anytime you're rushing towards long with good spawns, if you're not getting at least 1, even 2 entry kills, you've got no hope, because then the CTs are just going to have the pre-aim in through that smoke. You can see how easy that second kill is from Bobek. I mean, they're walking through a smoke. You're just never going to be able to kill him. X-Mana can take a tat, they can get themselves a rebuy. But look, I mean, 9 rounds on T side, you'll be really pleased with that. It's a really good scoreline.
Even if unlikely, still possible to make it 10. If ex-RUSTEC do that, then megoshort. I mean, I don't even know what else to say at this point. Taking you an entire half to look decent. Ex-RUSTEC up. Best weapon in the setup is the Deagle or the Tech 9. Firing the CZ from Amar, no automatics in play from ex-RUSTEC. And they'll take their sweet time with approaching to this default. They can't really afford to do anything else at this stage. Past the minute marker, there's no opening casualties.
Balance is getting no disrespect. It's hoping someone goes aggressive out towards mid. The flash timing is really good. If they can drop the AWP, the round's on.
They're quite nice to do so, though. Era hits him, and now Twinkie on the long defense. Flashed in by Robin. Killing off one player down to under a 2v4. Bomb all isolated back towards the longhouse. Survey is a good kill with the P250. Can't turn back in, though. Zen's going to catch him. The Tech 9 struggles, but so does the rifle back here at Twinkie. Switching to the Deagle, he will connect his man and will make a third round happen. Still, 9-3 at the half for ex-RUSTEC. It's an excellent opening half.
Quite disappointing there from megoshort. I think any time that you're a mix and you're going up against a team that picks Dust 2 as frequently as the ex-RUSTEC boys do, you need to individually be looking on it, and you need to contest pretty much back and forth in the first few gun rounds, and they just weren't able to do so in the first half. So I don't expect that we'll have much competitiveness here. It will probably be a pretty one-sided score to close out map number 1, move into map 2 of Inferno. And for megoshort, they might be able to survive with a pistol round victory, but ex-RUSTEC know that they have completely outclassed them on this.
Overwhelming. ex-RUSTEC start things off in the pistol round in the second half, already taking down Zen. One of the two performers right now for megoshort. Leader adjusting towards the long control, seeing all the T-side presence. Tags up for there, he's got plenty of backup already with him. Bleed out with a kill, Twinkie with a responsive. 2 kills back from Twinkie. Robin gets one of his own. Era responding, but Amar, he's got all the shots coming his way. Running out of ammo, though, Era can just take him down and just clutch the round for megoshort.
What we see there from the CT point of view is that they've recognized it's a long take. They've already got the kill towards top mid. They're getting success on the bomb site. Everyone swing together. It's the right attributes, the right way to play that. You don't want to be respectful, you want to all swing together, but the kills just start flooding in, and Era has had a very good game. He's now 14-7. He's the one that wins another clutch. And for ex-RUSTEC, they're going to be looking to try and force buy, try and reset that economy.
Scout in, SMGs, the Eagle standing forward. Onyx tagged up player of Era already. Server gets caught on the first casualty by Robin, though. The Eagle stands attention. There's one pick, losing another teammate, though. Onyx now suddenly very, very alone. HG's and Molotov still hits the head on Zen beyond the smoke. One more not quite possible. The Scout, however, lands a collateral. Bleeder turns it right back on his head with a single bullet. And Twinkie hard towards mid now. Info called in. Val's going to start to sneak up. And Bleeder will get called out towards it. He's dropped the bomb and all. Holds the longhouse entrance. Shot is at least baited. Galil picked up the second one. Lands against Twinkie, though. Third one, not so much. But Valon's got all the time in the world. All the space to breathe. Not even the bomb getting picked up by Twinkie. It's just more time being stalled out. He's going to turn his attention, though. SMG versus AK for the headshot, and Twinkie just clutches.
Oh, back-to-back rounds that clutches have been required. ex-RUSTEC will be furious at that one, because that Scout could have played the round very differently. I think if he sits back on the A-bomb site, you have a little bit more room that if you're not getting the kill instantly, you can fall back towards CT, you can fall back towards short. They heard the reposition out from mid. It was just a bit of greed there, wanting to try and get the kill straight away, setting up the clutch scenario. Oh, ex-RUSTEC, they know that that was so on in the 2v1.
Out of a harsh Rico set, megoshort can start to close this gap. Gap of 6 looks to become a gap of 3. .50 here from CYBERSHOKE. The grab on Bomb HD, we're expecting him to be out there towards the B-bomb sites ready for him. Bleeder with his USP can get one pick back. Server now with the Galil. Takes the fight and loses it, Robin. The triple in the round. Still taking 2 casualties out of no investment with the other damage that was done previously. Time to look towards that and say, okay, reset potential. And if X-Banner can do that, that'll be the end of megoshort.
I do think for the Swedes, although they've simply been the weaker team to the start here of Dust 2, the round diff is only 3. So there is comeback room. They just need to try and step up a little bit more. They need to show a bit more quality in the majority of the mid-rounds. Got at least Bleeder D with that AWP, trying to see if he can work anything in from mid. Early util towards the upper tunnels takes Twinkie down to 53.
Bleeder hits a pixel of a shot on Twinkie to kick things off for X-Banner. Orps in with the other set of rifles. Didn't see the play and they're tending towards Xbox. Folks. A cratch off. Robin will catch Bleeder with a flashbang though. XD with the assistance. 4 on 4 now secured. Serbo rocks corner ahead of the B doorway. Still can't hold his spray. Robin takes him down. The M4 of Valen will respond. 3 on 3 ensues. The CT's backing away to respect the smokes. Era's going to try to sneak forward of one of them. Or just hide inside one and look towards that B play. It's where the split play is going to happen.
But Valen's going to have a serious hold. Rotates are so slow.
Era's role now is to cut the rotations off as well. Back's turn towards him. He lets him go for the time being. Waiting for that second player to reveal himself. Fight on Valen goes forward. And second player now seen. There's the head. There's the spray. Perfect 2K. Era doing all he can to dig megoshort out of this hole. 16 kills deep. He's having a game.
Yeah, he's having a game, but he can't bloody land a CT smoke. I mean, you can see what's going on there at the Xbox. He tries to smoke CT and just misses it. And that should be the ticket for X-Mana to capitalize. Missed util, out in the open, and then Bobek just comes in and swings, and then Robin can walk up. And the pre-aim is very good around the box, so it's a very good recovery from the Swedes. Not making it easy for themselves with how these rounds are panning out, but the scoreline difference, it is closing. That's the only thing that you can say right now.
4 in a row for megoshort's T side. Zonic unable to hit the Deagle. Half-ball upgrade pistol into this round. The AK going to get caught off by a Mar. Twinkie also runs into the firing squad. Info to gain. HG's up. We'll try and force them back. Molotov got also in the way of Valen, who will get caught by Robin's AK spray on the smoke down to a 3 on 2. megoshort in control for now. But for how much longer? Bleeder picked up another AK. The body of his teammate. 2 men round the corner to faces. He's going to try and extend. He will. Robin seen, but Robin kills.
And now the last player, Serber, was playing out to B, so nothing that he's going to be able to do. megoshort's going to get up to 8. And round by round, you just start believing in the tilt factor a little bit more. I mean, what happens if X-Mana don't take Dust 2? If they go down 0-1 in this series, going in towards Inferno, are they just full shock? They're going in today thinking that you're up against Quick and JiJieHao, and then all of a sudden Bobek's playing and Era's playing, and you're now finding yourself, well, another loss potentially on HLTV. They've only won 1 out of their past 5. Do not want to be dropping it against megoshort today.
Oh, they're calling in all the tacticals now. Second one used up by X-Mana here in this map. Because megoshort are starting to threaten them. It was a solid lead, a 9-3 advantage. It was a 7-0 start. X-Mana. A 9-1 basis. And haven't won a round since. Era continues to make it so that megoshort can set in the comebacks. An awesome frag towards Valon towards the mid doorway. Shot landing perfectly for his 18th kill of the game.
And that's probably a good reason why I've never heard of this fella. I mean, look at him. I mean, 8 and 15, he's just struggling. Really finding it tough for X-Mana. And when you're losing round after round and the streak just continues, and then you lose a pick instantly, oh, it's so difficult to respond. Because now there's just so many options here for megoshort. They can put short pressure on, they can split mid to B. The CTs are getting really desperate.
don't have any answers. Now the turns have tabled. ex-Mana in full control at the start of the matchup, now in no control at the end of it. Robin is walked forward. Amar's going to catch an opening kill. Bleeder has no idea about the short threat. This could get very interesting. The 4-on-4, the man advantage has been neutralized. 40 seconds. It has to be an A hit with this position of Robin. Look at his walk forward now. He could find 2 out of it. There's the first. Heads will roll. He whiffs the long-range kill, but gets it in the end. With Era catching Amar elsewhere, it will come together. Almost a blunder, but megoshort have evened the board.
I actually think they're just going to be full tilt now. I do not know how that you can respond. You've got an AWP holding short for an age, and then there's the craziest timings in the world where you're not quite holding the angle. He walks up, and then he walks in behind and just kills both of you, and the round's over. Era's going to hunt down this last player, or at least attempt to do so. Very difficult save from Cerber. Era's keeping all that attention drawn while Bobek's coming through from the flanking T-spawn. megoshort are going to make it 9 apiece, and ex-Mana. I mean, this just tells you exactly why they're not ranked top 100 in the world in VRS, right? That they were in a pretty good period a few months ago. It's slipped down and gotten really awkward since not playing with Kali and not playing with Senarm. It's just been getting worse and worse, and now you're getting throttled by a full mix, like a complete team that do not even brag.
This was a 9-1 scoreline, I'll remind everybody at home. And now it's 9-all. ex-Mana felt like they couldn't be touched early into this match, and now megoshort bringing out double AWPs on their setup. Admittedly, they have lost a lot of HP in the early round here. I think Bleeder hit a leg shot on Bob XD, and I think Twinkie took the earlier AWP straight in towards the good spawn of the Longhouse and got nailed down to 43. HP advantage for ex-Mana. Half buying into this round and a hero AWP in from Bleeder. A minute to play with. The teams have the mid access as standard, and there's no major challenges from ex-Mana.
They're keeping it very slow and very contact heavy. It's going to be a B split, and I mean, one player on B with an MP9 with no util. There's no hope.
Miles going to have to do something on this boost up angle. Seen by Zen, spamming the Eagle back. Robin was successfully HG's onto the man. It actually starts to extend. Looks beyond him, smokes the clear. The Eagle checks it. Robin gets him as he spams his way with the drive-bys. A re-smoke back there. Disallow the AWP to find the fight against him. The teams are backed away. Rethink the angles. Zonic gets caught by Bob XD. Good shot of the AWP back towards this long house. Now we look on towards the A side where Saba holds. Shot on with him and the big green. Double kill with Zen falling. Dink down onto the AWP of Era as well. He'll fall to the triple, but Cerber's now alone. Lost his backup. 10 seconds. Probably to get picked up and committed. Cerber sandwich from both sides. Bomb now on site. Valon coming in from shore. Is it a safe plant? I think it might be down at default. Valon's not going to swing either way. Bob XD at 20 HP, Robin on 100. AWP first contact, puts him down at first port of call. And somehow, megoshort have brought the comeback into a lead.
Well, if you're Cerber, you're just furious because no one's helped you. You have stayed alive for ages. Out on the A-bomb site, you're getting pick after pick. Where's my car player getting success? Where's my B rotator getting success? Just someone get a pick somewhere. And it doesn't happen. He can't stall for long enough. Even Valen thinks he's going to get swung from short rather than just re-aggressing the angle straight away. Era out from mid. Doesn't quite get the opener, and Zen's also got another AWP.
This time Twinkie is the first to fall. Bleeder's AWP connecting with that M4 of Cerber in position, upgrading to the AK as a swap places with another AK of the T-side line though. Robin will surge. He knows there was a close quarters player. Does he think he's escaped all the way?
Look at this timing.
I mean, just look at the position he's got out towards this mid door. He could find the CT presence. XD going to pull attention. I mean, B seems like it's going to be the play. Server's going to catch off Bob XD, so that's a casualty to take. Rob's going to fight on Valor in the meantime, and now Amar's got to deal with him. He will be able to find that casualty, so 4-on-2 for X-Mana. They've dealt with the threat rather well. But Era, his time to step up. He's 21 kills deep into this game. An open free B bomb site is going to be his target. He needs Zen support. They're both on AWPs.
Yeah, definitely not free because of how long the rotation takes, and they know that the position can then be picked up from mid. They just need to keep contacting here. When you got double AWPs, don't use any more util. Just keep scaling.
Well, Zen will scale up into waiting arms of Bleeder. Gets a tag against him, so that's a shot. Doesn't connect the casualty. Era starts searching into the mid doorway in the meantime. Is he going to be wary of the player in the cubby corner? Check him, can't get him. Bomb lost. And so should the round be lost with it too. Good effort from Era. And an even better effort from Robin, but still not enough.
Just really unfortunate, because when Robin walks out mid, they know that he must still be lower tunnel. Like, he has to be, because we've walked out through that tunnel smoke, not seen anything mid. He's got to still be there. So they had the info, they just couldn't quite get the kill against Amar. If they get that kill cleanly and Robin walks out, that round's finished. That round's over. He's getting some unbelievable timings right now. But X-Mana just about scraped through the end of the round streak, but I mean, even still, megoshort have got a lot of money, and they'll be looking at 10-10 saying, let's still close this out. Let's still get these last few rounds to finish up the map of Dust 2.
X-Mana have been working off max loss bonus for the majority of this second half, so now you're knocked back a peg. You start to see some limitations of buys if you do get a round win here for megoshort. Obviously, the reinvestments have left little in the reserve for both teams. X-Mana could find a full reset themselves and put themselves up to map point. Robin turned away from the flashbangs coming into the CT side. HG's to reveal nobody. Contact. Molly's sent. HG's continue to come out. The backup is here. Robin hits a kill. Damage on the Zonic. And Bleeder 2 behind him. Looking for a secondary pick. Doesn't see the player at the box. He's seen the player on short. The AWP shots land. He's 7 HP. Meanwhile, Era's looking for his own pick. He's desperate to hit that shot. Ducks and dives to the CT side. Now he adjusts back towards Server, who gets his kills. Then can take Bleeder back beyond the smoke, though. 4-on-3. Advantage remains at megoshort. There are no flanks inbound on the CT side. It's still pressing in from spawn. Robin gets killed off, and Valon takes down Zen. Twinkie with a responsive. It's a 2v2. Bomb now. Tapped again. Looking for presence from outside the site. Server still deals with Bob XD. Twinkie back to a 1v1. It's another clutch scenario. Tapping the bomb again. Going for the wide face. AK wins it out with a head claimed. They reclaim the lead with it too.
All right, I'm thinking, if I'm Twinkie in that 1v1, mate, tap and draw. That Valon guy is rubbish, bro. There is no way you're ever sticking a plant there. Because he's been struggling so much in the clutches, and because he's not putting numbers up, it doesn't matter if it's Twinkie, Robin, Bobek, Era, Zen, anyone on that megoshort side, you will always tap and draw the fight. There is no way you give that guy respect.
And that's exactly what they did. X-Mana in a world of hurt. Ending their choke streak to concede one more immediately after that. Buy states broken, megoshort forcing X-Mana to use their last tactical timeout too. Is there any answers to this? Into the tunnels could be the first point of contact. Players at lower, players at upper. M4 swings the server to strike. Twinkie takes him right back down. Orba Bleeder pushed away as Zen strikes in mid against his backup player, Azonic. 4-on-3 for megoshort.
Well, Bleeder D had to escape, and that's why the short player is going aggressive to take some attention away. Bobek's going to win the round off of timing. He's got full range of A. Easy kill against the short player too.
Lean forward. Eyes on CT. Check elevator. There's the headshot. Eagle around the corner. Does get one decent kill back from Amar. It's sandwiched by the T side. Forces still holds his own. SMG on the way. Bob XD is going to carry and cut him off. Fighting Valon's head. Now they can go wherever they so please here. Bomb is at least lost to the T side line. Amar picking up an AK. He's done well with the Deagle so far. HG sent evaded on the damage. The Molotovs will drive them back. Should give some space over towards the T side. Where does he go with this?
Well, he just wants to try and block. He just wants to try and do as much util damage as he can. It's so difficult to win this clutch.
Oh, the nade does connect on towards both those players, and they start walking their way, running their way, in fact, towards that B-bomb site. And Masa wary of a secondary lurker, but he's going to give that space and timing. Look out from the B doorway. Flashes over, Smokes are going to be landing a little bit late. There's a chance to speak, there's a chance to strike. Doesn't get a kill on the first man. Second man does drop the bomb. And it comes out of Twinkie again. 2 HP in this clutch for Amar. Bomb. Thrown away. Twinkie going to plant it, stick it all the way down. Amar doesn't see him. Razor blinded. He's running out of ammo, but he gets his kill. And there it is to 12-10. Map point for megoshort.
You know what? Fair play to Twinkie. He's won 2 incredible clutches in this second half to just be able to push megoshort ahead. And he's easily one of the most inexperienced guys on this entire roster. He played on, Granite Gaming a couple of times, but he's pretty much been known for mixers, not known for professional level CS. And he stepped up. He's had a very good map. Ex-Mana with an awful buy in round 23.
Two chances to close for megoshort from a 1-9 deficit to this. Sonic at least catches Zen off guard. One positive start towards the longhouse access. The short control maintained by megoshort, though. Benefits of rotations. One player's watching from the CT spawn level on that short presence. Robin's going to put some utility out. The AK of Twinkie does get caught off by Cerber on that scaffolding area. Era now with the bomb inside the smoke. The M4 spray catching. One player caught on a reload. There's 2 trades back from Robin and Era. Player on the back side now stands alone. Molotov sent in there exactly where he is. Centralized. Era takes him back. They will lose Robin in the meantime, but Sonic is low HP in this 2v2 retake.
Yeah, all Valor needed to do in that round was just try and block, get a single kill, but he's made it very difficult for the rotators now. And look who it is in the 2vx. I mean, Era and Bobx, the worst players to be up against.
Well, they might be having a quiet game overall, but it swings together, gets his kill on Bleed Art. Era upgrading to an M4, looks from the outside of the site. Sonic will be heard, and BobXD puts him in his place. And that is a stellar comeback for the Swedes. 13-10 from a 1-9 deficit. I can't emphasize it enough. That was a choke and a half from Ex-Mana.
Yeah, they're full trolled there, haven't they? They had everything in that first half. And yeah, you can sit there and say, oh, they lost a few clutches, they lost this and that. When you're going up against a full mix, you cannot lose maps when you've got that kind of a lead. So if you're megoshort, you're laughing at that one. And now going into your map pick, you just know mentally they're full shock. They're completely tilted. There's no way they're going to be able to respond. Get a 2-0 and look into the winners matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, you mentioned the mental game like very early on into that second half, and it was just like, man, you could really see how they were just struggling to come up with any sort of answer. And I'll emphasize again, forgetting the part about like the whole like mix thing, right? With megoshort, you're up 9-1. How do you not close from that position? That is like an unlosable kind of scoreline, and you still lost it. You conceded that from 9-1 to 9-all. That is a straight streak that you should never be conceding in any sort of regard. And I think that's an embarrassment, honestly. And I know they're a lower ranked team, but they were an established core, and this is a mixed side that they're taking on. They should have won this game easily. They should have had a very handy Dust 2, but they didn't. And that is a very big embarrassment on their part.
I think it just shows you where the level of the team is right now. I know that for you and I, we casted these Mana boys through different iterations across maybe the last year, last 18 months, and at times they're decent, right? They're established players, they're well known, but the way that they've performed recently since being dropped by the organization with what was on display today, it tells you that not only is it a dark period for the boys, but we might never see that form of what was in the previous iteration of the lineup. This is a really rough period.
Indeed it is, and it might well lead them to a simple 2-0 loss against the megoshort side. At least Inferno is a map that they haven't been able to win on the Swedish perspective. Can they do it this time? We'll find out after the break. megoshort, pull off the comeback of a lifetime. X-Mana pull off the choke of a lifetime and head into Inferno. The Swedish map pick already going to start with a pistol round. Era has drawn out first. Brothers megoshort are taking the approach with utter confidence. Zonic is still completely undetected though. He whiffed his shots and does get one back down in the end with a secondary kill to drop the bomb. Drops out to Robin, pushes forward to that smoke and loses his life. It is a triple from Zonic to try and kickstart a comeback and a return from X-Mana.
Well, that's a very lazy clearance out there towards the top of Banana. There's absolutely no reason why that position should not be getting checked after the opening kill. It's such an easy check. And it would have been that even if there's a 1-for-1, they still accelerate very quickly into B and win that pistol instantly. And that's such a shame that Era gets the first and no one clears the sandbag. For X-Mana, it's a positive way to get started out here in the second map. And, well, they've definitely got to try and respond after that performance on Dust 2.
X-Mana. Flying star here on Inferno, and really would like to maintain that start all the way through to a confident map win. Of course, it is the opposition pick. They brought in some upgrade guns, of pistols, of deagles, of Era and Twinkie. Era tagged up early, no casualties yet.
Yeah, megoshort just hoping for a couple of contacts with the upgrades. X-Mana taking all of that banana control, so they could play very passive around the A-bomb site. Don't need to fight for brackets at all.
Leaning on megoshort. Era will be there to cut off any rotations that might come in from top end to mid. Armors control sees the SMG bleeder. Meanwhile, we'll find Twinkie. Open kill finally picked up by the CT forces, then also gets tagged up. M4's adjusting with the SMG to swing. Kill found on Robin. Back turn, bomb dropped. Valen undetected by Era now has been seen. Get found with bleed. That was double, also landing up. Bebop needs to take one trade out. Second one, not so much. Pistol and conversion into the rifle round quickly. 2-0 start for X-Mana.
And you're going to expect Era and Bebop being really well drilled on just the T-side defaults for this map. It's one of Alliance's best in the pool. They pick it in a lot of best of threes. So just allow Robin to call a pretty simplistic game. I mean, he dropped, what, nearly 30 out there on map number 1. People will remember Robin very early on in CSGO. Played at the very first major. But since then, I mean, we've not heard from him in a little while. But if you followed Tier 2 for a very long time, he's a reputable name.
Followed the UK scene for a while, you know, he's a reputable name. Honorary Brits, despite being a Swede. LXD. Like the spotlight. Things off and the death to his name, Amar, combining with Zonic. They kill together the SMG's favour. AK upgrade as a result. It'll start to back away. Molotovs will drive him even further back, burning to nearly his demise. 8 HP remains. The man advantage also remains with X-Mana.
No, they've just not been able to trade him out in Banana. They didn't expect him to be that aggressive down with the flash set up for Bobek on the logs. And this round's pretty much unrecoverable because the CTs are playing heavy towards A. They know the HP bars are going to be fairly low on the spams. You need some clean entries. And, I mean, even the util, they don't even have a molly for the pit player.
No, they don't. Twinkie again gets tagged up. 2 HP remaining in the apartments. Incendiaries. And drive the AK forward. Valon now joins his teammates. 3 men total on the defensive. 4th, considering a rotation. Twinkie will finally fall down. 3 men we go on this T side aggressive. Then they're going to have some sick entries if he wants to maintain anything here. The M4 sub to get ahead of the curb. Some quite land a kill shot. Starts to make his move. Got to check sight as well. Back to be turned towards one of his CT members, and indeed, the M4 starts firing. Era's lead will find Server at last. Players on site will try and hold their own. Robin can sneak out the 2 kills required to get a bomb plant, but 2 more to go to the clutch.
And knows that Amar is low. This is very winnable for Robin.
Challenging with the Galil. Amar's got an AK and he's a headshot perfect. Sonic is also tagged up, so the HP advantage definitely sits with Robin. No info where they're coming from. Now we'll hear the footsteps. There's a good burst. Do you hear the second man? Will do now. Incendiary sent Robin's force into the bomb site. Trading places around the default box, seeing the M4 fires. The Galil can't find his angles when it gets on the high ground and will find the kill. He can't find the bomb. He can't find the bomb.
Always got it.
But he will have it just in time. Diffuse kit's going to aid him there. 3-0 start for ex-Mana.
Now, I'd say that's a pretty good recovery, considering that they didn't have any of Banana control. They had a man disadvantage. There's almost nothing to work with going into that round. Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that Robin can't win the clutch in the end, but you can still reset them straight away. Lost bonus is kicking up, got yourself a bomb plant, so you'll definitely be buying again. ex-Mana, it's a positive start, just like Dust 2 was, and they are giving the fight back towards the Swedes.
Reclaim their dignity. Losing the opening fight. This one, Hero AK for Robin. One of the 2 top performers for his team in the last map. In fact, the top performer in the opening of Dust 2. ex-Mana tagged up quite heavily as well to that 1 casualty. Val on 68, Zonic on 27. His upgrade now with another M4 to work with, another rifle in Zen's hands. ex-Mana lean in, Valon finding Robin, Era with a responsive, doubling up with that Deagle. And once again, megoshort try and find the threats, but he does going to try and neutralize it, but it's still a man advantage.
Well, they know 1B, 1A, so they should be able to siphon off this AWP. This is a really tough sight hold for Bleeder D, because you don't know where you're being swarmed from, long, apps, or short.
And exposed towards the apartments, Era's going to swing at the right timing, take him down, and that should be the end of the round, the first round of the board of megoshort.
Well, Era was individually just farming from pretty much the word go on Dust 2. He was the only player in that first half that was looking threatening, putting up numbers, and he's doing the exact same thing. And you can pretty much judge Era as one of the best AWPers in all of the current Tier 2 landscape. Very solid online, really good on LAN, experienced, and right there with Eagle to be able to get 2 and then get the AK for the 3rd. Zonic's got no other option but to hold on to the save, and ex-Mana have got a little bit of cash around them, but they are double eco, so you'll be buying down around this safety weapon.
Once again in the situation, much like as it was on Dust 2, so that's extreme. And the streak has still seen some heavy casualties on the CT side, so despite the 3-0 start, the economy is not as amazing as it could have been. AWP can't get brought in by ex-Mana. I think M4 is getting sent out and possibly refunded. Server on the SMG. There will be limits to this by the CT side. From Arsene Valen, a UMP from Amar, that's a bit unorthodox. See what they get out of it.
Well, they're playing 3B early rounds, which tells you they're probably going to try and fight for Banana. Early anti-rush util from the T side, try and catch anyone out there towards the car area. Obek gets all this freedom, and unlike previously, the T's have been able to gain Banana without even taking damage.
Only a tiny amount, realistically. Good nades to respond right at the feet of Zonic. Players inbound on the CT side, flashes forward, SMG runs up damage. The AK adjustment there from Zonic can still take a 2-for-1, and they'll sacrifice Serber to take Robin and Bobek with them.
Well, Twinkie has heard the apps player, and they know that they've got to try and pressurize A.
Amar inside of that smoke. Body block. Oh, Molotov's certainly been thrown off as a result of that. The UMP revealed and drops out. Information again for the T-side presence. Player over towards the short access past the truck. UMP finds the fight on the right timing. Zen is caught next. Era down afterwards. And they know that Twinkie was there in the apartment's last known location. See him on the jump face. The round is over. No chance to win this 1v4. He'll try. There will be a fruitless effort.
The brute forcing attempts of taking Banana from the T side have not looked successful. You've got a previous one where Bobek just gets caught on the logs. You look at that one there. Yeah, you're getting top car. You get an opening pick, but then a multi-frag comes in from the sandbag. So megoshort are probably going to have to readjust and think about how they want to try and take that area of the map, whether it be a little bit slower, maybe with more players. And they can't just allow that to be the freedom zone for ex-Mana. And that was a perfect moment to go 3-3-4, and instead you're down 1-4 with a rifle round where Era doesn't have the AWP. You've got some Galils to play out with, so definitely a disadvantage going into round 6.
the first contact and the first kill. They are not missing a beat here in the apartments. Defensive line hold, man advantage gained immediately for ex-Mana. megoshort going to try and find a different angle of attack. The long control is challenged by Amar, but Zen takes it right back. He's followed up upon by Valen. Now down to 2 men now for megoshort. Only 1 trader's response. Valen, they're caught on a reload actually and nearly missed times. The era can't quite find the angle though. Takes him away as his teammate starts to work up Banana. Bomb on the back of BobXD, and now he's dead to Sonic. That is the round officially over.
Well, you can almost guarantee that if we get into anything similar to a 1-9 deficit, you're not going to come back again. That happens only once every blue moon. Mana have come in with some very good multi-frags in the majority of rounds when the rifles are up. megoshort just can't really get anything going. So slow start on T side. Feels as if there's maybe not much threat in trying to get a 2-0 at the moment. I think at a bare minimum, you need to be pushing for 5 T rounds.
I wish I had one of those loop pedal things so I could sample that exact clip that you just said.
Oh, it's never going to happen. It happens
again. ex-Mana rated as the underdogs of the Thunderpick's money line is shifted against them, and probably rightfully so, given what we just saw on Dust 2. They get it back in their favour though. Quick up from the pistols, Robin's runs it back with flashbang. Sonic. They start opening damage on the second player too. Here at AK and BobXD, who swings up the tech on the Zen, can take the 1 casualty again. They're not going to check all the corners of that on that double kill. Triple sequence, in fact, as Ira will also drop, and Twinkie is well out of position, nowhere near the main pack, was lurking towards the A site, and his lurk will lead to his demise as Server puts him down. 6 to the lot of ex-Mana, only 1 secured by megoshort. T-side not for the best of starts.
Well, Sonic and Valen at the moment are just fighting quite aggressively towards top Banana. They're getting a lot of success around the car, the half-wall, out there from the sandbags. You don't really want to change very much out on B. Good for confidence when you've had a very disappointing map number 1 individual showing. You can go out towards the second, you're 10 and 2, you're getting a lot of multis. 1 and 6 down for megoshort. You still don't have the open play for Area yet.
ex-Mana swinging the head. Sonic gets caught, tagged up to that Galil. Funny it was an AK for that ding. That would have been a casualty straight up. Molotov's back will drive players out of the corners, the cubbies of Valen in particular. Focus turns back towards that A-bomb side, which has been on lock thus far. Long's been left open a little bit with the short presence being taken aggressively by Bleedar and Serber. Orb shot rings out. Bleedar's baited, doesn't connect a tag or a kill. Watch out for long presence because Robin's taking a lot of that space away, but they're caught between 2 worlds here. Amar does catch Robin on the extension back from Arches. The starting advantage for ex-Mana eventually.
Yeah, these lurk timings just aren't coming up with kills. Ira's desperate for the one out towards Library, and while it's being offered, it is a 1-for-1 trade.
2 for 1 overall, including Robin's casualty. Sonic is low around the corner. Box needs to adjust towards it, does get in man. 2 more men left on the A-bomb site. 3rd player watching Bernardo in case there is a last-second rotate, but there isn't. Look committed at this stage. Bomb will make his way back towards Long. They might actually find an angle to work with towards the Archers and wrap towards B. Player in the apartments. Twinkie finds a kill on Serber. That will draw even more attention out towards A. Bleeder can get caught with his back, turn the timings off. USP's pulled. Now he's left out of the sight. Plant can be secured, but the retake stands at evens with a HP advantage over Bomb.
Oh, good shot coming through from Bobek, and now even a resmoke that can go down towards Moto. So that's just going to try and make it very uneasy in the clutch.
Hell of a swing. Should have lost that fight, but he's quicker to the trigger. 19 HP incendiary main pit. Bobby team's going to get ahead of Mini. Bringing up past the truck. Full attention. Still losing the fight for Zen. Bit dangerous now. USP's pulled. He knows that to his solo jump face. USP does his damage, but Bob XD still gets his head with the AK. From 19 HP to 3 in the end. It's a quad kill from the main man, and megoshort find their second at last.
Well, they're very lucky because that 2v1 was played awfully for the T side. There was not a swing on a contact. Really, Bobek should be draining as much of that attention away once he takes contact out from the truck, fall back, and then 3-2-1 swing. Instead, Valen is able to get into a position to isolate both of those duels, and then Bobek's got to, what, try and win a 1v1 on red HP? That really should have gone the way of ex-Mana.
That kill will go the way of ex-Mana at least. Bleedar kicks things off on Zen, gets his revenge. Early advantage. The CT side, and megoshort Get followed up upon with Twinkie going down next up. It seems like one good round comes out of the clutch. Immediately, X-Man are right back on their high horse. No trades found by the T side yet. They're going to try and lean into the B site and get something out of these two defenders. Valon is very eager to go aggressing, and he will find a kill for it. Era goes down next up. Zonic's also peeking with him. Combined together to get another casualty out of it. Double for Valon, 13 deep into this map. Complete contrast to the last of Dust 2. He will lose his life eventually, but Zonic is there to take Robin back right down. Have a free AK for 2 men, and X-Man up out of the half.
And you just have to look back at some of the schoolboy errors. It literally starts from round number 1, not clearing the sandbag on the pistol. If that comes in, we might see a 3-0 start for megoshort. They might be able to get 5-6 rounds on the T side, and then from there you think, all right, we're getting to the second half. We've got plenty of rounds to work with. We'll close this game down in 2. Slight mistakes have cost them quite a lot, and now, I mean, there's almost no threat. They're really struggling on their pick.
It was so similar to the early game with Dust 2. Just difficult. Heavy resistance and no responsives, no answers coming out of megoshort's camp. X-Man up. A bit of a 4-man play towards the B site, which ironically megoshort were leaning into the A play. Now they're had to lean back into the heavy-handed defensive. They do isolate Amara at least. That's 1 pick back of the wrap. Now Server about to face the full firing squad. AK at the ready. Are they going to expect the rest of the presence though? As Server goes down, certainly not. Flashbangs forward. Valon is blind, but Twinkie gets caught anyway. Robin goes down next up. AK swings up with 1 kill, 2 kills. Third man above XD right around the corner, losing his hand as Zonic. And just a sheer numbers game involved in that round. Couldn't have expected that last player to be out there at Banana. X-Mana, unintentionally in some regards, shutting that down at late 2.
Leader has got a timing, even up here against Era. Needs to go and get the kill. The clutch could still be on.
He opened his hands. AK seen. Oh, he hits it. Era is here for a reason, and still they come out good for megoshort.
Well, I'll tell you what, they deserve that, because that's just so unfortunate. Again, playing 4B and 1A with an AWP in the apartments, it's such an unorthodox setup from the early round. And I think when that space gets created and you see that Long's open, of course you're always going to hit CT, especially when you get the opening kill. Of course you want to try and get in and wrap around. But it's such a unique circumstance. And Zonic put up a crazy hold. What a clutch, though, coming out from Era. And 5 T rounds could still be on offer.
The aggression of Robin's going to get ahead of this smoke. I mean, they could find a timing. He's done this before. He's made his way away from Boiler. He could catch Cerberus. Bleeder will land against Twinkie. They'll drop the bomb. Robin is all the way up in the A-bomb site here. This is very interesting, but it's not yielding any results just yet. This is a long-term play if I've ever seen one. Zen will get Cerberus. That's 1 responsive. And now the AWP is in danger. Bleeder has no idea exactly how much danger he's truly in. Robin. Oh. Of course you would, Robin. Run right up into his head, take the kill. Advantage for megoshort. They have the A sites.
And they've got a lurk from Era towards Banana just to try and slow down Zonic. Now, the CT should be saving. I mean, I know they get that kill in the 3v3, but looking at the positions, looking at the money, no util, you should not be going for this retake.
Yeah, it's going to take forever for Zonic to get in a position. Amara and Valor, they have to do something really miraculous just to get the retake started if they want to go for it. They will eventually find that third man in. Right around the bomb side. There is no moto smoke in play right now, and aware of Robin's exact positioning towards the broken wall. Rod XD leans up, sees him coming. Brady's good. Amar's caught. Next man back in. Zonic will take a trade back. Needs a follow-up. Player in the open on short goes falling. 7 seconds to the bomb. Robin gonna hold it out, get a kill. Last man standing. Bomb's not plotted for him. He's got to swing right. He gets his headshot in time. And we'll go up with the explosion, but we'll still hold the round together for megoshort regardless.
I'll tell you what, that may be one of the most BM kills that Robin has ever gotten. But think about it, right? I mean, you're what, 1-9 down and you come back on Dust 2. For the most part of Inferno, you're pretty much getting trounced on. Like, they've not played very well. They've struggled to even keep this game competitive. And yet, you can just mentally try and tilt them. Just try and get the opposition furious.
I wish we had a replay of your perspective on that one. Robin. Mocking ex-Mana now. And even though megoshort will be down on the scoreline advantage at the half, they still leading to that CT basis with what looks to be the best scoreline possible at this stage. 5-7 at the half. Recoverable in many, many ways. Ma will fall first. 5-7 taken out. SMG Oblida alone on the bomb site. That range back turned, caught off. That is round done. ex-Mana will try to commit these last 3 men into a retake. They have no choice. It's the last round of the half. But the chances of success are extremely low.
And getting even into positions to fight from brackets is not going to be easy. And megoshort will be just so satisfied. I mean, they were 1-6 down, and they're going to get away with 5 T rounds.
There traded back by Zonic. He'll get the AK back in the apartments, but will get his head taken clean off by XD. Zonic was also tagged up to the line sprays beyond the smoke. In the end, Zen will connect the casualty and close the round down for megoshort. 7-5 half still favors the opposition. ex-Mana ahead by 2. Will that remain for long?
I think megoshort will be happy with what they've achieved towards the tail end. They really need to get a bit of a move on, though. They need to show some of that quality that they had in the second half of Dust 2 and bring that in, almost lock in as such. I think with some of the way the rounds were going down, yeah, they're having fun and they're all just sort of trolling about, but you don't want to lose this map, right? You don't want to go in towards Ancient and have to play a decider. You are the stronger team against ex-Mana. Just go and prove it now on the CT basis.
Pistols are set. megoshort in the first pickup. Amar down first again. Server, other player in the apartments moving in. Establish something here on T-side basis. His main force is moving in mid. megoshort have a lot of presence around the A-bomb site. Nothing seen a banana.
Such a heavy stack. It's just going to draw them in. Era's just going to spot for contact.
Era moves up, sees heads, takes 2 headshots, perfect, triple kill. He's just so damn good. The reason why you're calling him one of the best AWPers in the tier 2 space with the pistol in hand. He just proves himself to be a step above the rest here. In server today, megoshort beneficiaries of his talents. Quadra in the end, and a pistol win that should start to set us up for an even score.
And I think this is sometimes where VRS can just be like a bit bullshit, right? That you've got Twinkie, Robin, and Zen as the core 3. Jazar and Quick are the 4th and 5th players, and yet you can come into Thunderpick and use Bobek and Era from Alliance, right? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I was watching some games from Quick last night. That guy is just awful. Like, his stats are just so rubbish, and it feels a bit of a shame there from ex-Mana that you're not playing the team that you expect to play. But even at the same time, it is still a full mix, right? And I don't think there's any excuse to be dropping a best-of-3 series versus these boys.
100%. There's a reality that ex-Mana may have to face. megoshort against the force buy. Bleeder's going to find Robin an overwhelming first up, so that's a decent start, but Eric can spring the trap back from the cubby corner at long, turn it into a 4-on-4. Again, it's Amar. Last man down on ex-Mana. M4 now above XD. So many lined up. He'll take down one of the casualties, losing his life and losing Era in the meantime. Zen's on rotation. Will catch a play with utility in hand. Tech 9 round that corner. M4 at range. Flashbang seen. Peeks ahead of it. Gets blinded. Meanwhile, Twinkie takes down, step back towards the A-bomb site. Zen struggling with that M4. On the reload, gets back out. The bomb's recovered by the Macedonian at least. And runs for the hill to rotate towards A. Twinkie's going to be up to receive UMP. At low HP though. MP9 also up the engage. Seen towards long. A quick burst is good. Twinkie keeps control.
I'd like to see a little bit more out of Twinkie in this competition because, again, it's a player that I know of, but I just haven't really seen many of his games because he's not played professionally throughout his career. He looked really good on map number 1. He's been pretty underwhelming for the most part on Inferno, but that's a really good timing in what is an uncomfortable 2v1. You're on low HP, your other teammate is all the way on the other side of the map. great burst, good connection, 7-7. ex-Mana will be disappointed with that one. They'll have to go down to an eco now.
Indeed they will. Pistols in, mass numbers of forces around the corner against Robin can overwhelm him, but the M4 of Bob XD holds strong and true. And that one pick, nothing of value lost. megoshort in the lead. Well and truly in the lead at that.
And while Era and Bobette might only play the single group stage, it's sometimes nice to go back with some old teammates, right? Even if you're just a stand-in. I mean, Bob and Zen, they played together in 2021. Robin and Era, they mixed and even won a local Swedish LAN a couple of years ago. So call-up comes in to bring the big boys over. And now they're 5 rounds away from being able to get a 2-0 victory. Era with that AWP looking to try and challenge mid.
Corpse of Era caught off on a flashbang. A mark and kick things off for once, but Zen trades it. 3-0 response. Twinkies are very alone. Here into the lead site defense. He's going to have to hold on for 3 players around the corner. Decent damage done to Server, but not enough to get the kills. Not enough to hold them off. 2-man advantage for ex-Mana here. Bob XD and Robin trotting around the bomb site, but surely should not be up for a retake.
Save onto the AWP and the M4 is good. That was pretty gimmicky, quite a heavy pop setup. Era was beaten by pace. And in that moment, Twinkie needs to show up in order to allow Zen to just kind of do something. Make it slightly expensive. I think that's why Robin and Bobek are hanging around in exit positions around Library and Long.
So able to give himself up to leave that AK towards Bob XD now. Still searching beyond the motor smoke in the hopes of catching contact. All the apartments at this stage for the players that are making their way out. They're going to find their exit strategy. And they will lose Bob in the end. Robin now going to have to run. Finds him hard to cover. Barely survived the bomb blast. ex-Mana quickly equalizing the scenario here. megoshort right back on the rebuy though. Do not want to let this go back to their favor.
No, not at all. Now, this is for ex-Mana where they've been able to finally end the round streak of, what, 6 rounds in a row, and that was healthy. Very quick to top banana.
Leader, swing in, AK is coming out. Robin with the opening kill. They're wary of Bob XD. That smoke was sent up towards the sandbag. Lead is so low. Transition perfect from Bob. Third man, not so much. Valen can get the kill with the HG. They're down a man here on ex-Mana, and an M4 has reached the back of the B-bomb site. Meanwhile, smoke's in the way of this brackets area. Gives Era a bit of blockage, but he will find Server as the smoke will clear, and Zen will find Valen on that B play in the end. Instant, confident response from megoshort.
I tell you what, that was proper coming out from Bobek, and he'll probably agree. He's been fairly mid throughout this best of 3 by his standards. He's not had a good game, but the spray control to be able to just continue to hold mouse 1 down and instantly dome the second player, that is an expectation of kind of what happens when you've got him on the side today. That was lovely. And for ex-Mana, I mean, the buy state is awful now.
Era will lose the AWP pick in mid, of course, a forced buy back from ex-Mana, featuring 3 mainstay rifles, but a Deagle and a MAC-10 as the weakened elements here. Zen will recover that AWP, make sure it does not fall into T-side hands. I won't be giving away any rifles at this juncture. AK quickly charging up for Server, smoked off. Funky, Bob XD again into the aggression will bait out the AWP shot and take a little bit of damage. Not a mass amount.
As long as he's got top banana, they can play 3A. They don't need to rotate Robin over until Bobek eventually starts getting pressured. They need to find a returning kill. And that AWP from Zen, we saw him doing some double AWPing out on map number 1. Used to be an AWPer, known for being a hybrid, so still got a lot of confidence on him to deliver.
XD hearing footsteps. Catching a man, kill found, Robin on long in the meantime, dealing with Amar. One rifle down, one pistol down. Cerber's AK caught off by Zen's AWP. Bleeder can respond back on Robin, it's still a man disadvantage. Zen is low HP in this exchange. Trying to bait out the shot from the man, but he doesn't miss. Bleeder gives him just a little bit too much of his arm. And the AK up closer, Twinkie can drop the last player. Even if they do lose that AWP, they can recover it quick. AK firepower lacking on the CT side. That doesn't matter though, they've got a full buy state. X-Mana do not.
I tell you what, there is a lot of B players out there that would be shitting themselves to re-smoke top banana and walk through like that. I mean, that's just an experienced player of Bobek, recognizing that, yeah, I can sit back and I can play deep on B, but I could also just try and bully, just try and annoy the opposition. It's one of those sequences that's so tilting if you're X-Mana, because why has he walked through that re-smoke? He shouldn't do. He's the only B player.
X-Mana on the Nico. Lost Kevlar 2, but run down by the M4s anyway. Bob XD and Robin again. Both combining into Banana to take down Bleeder and Zonic. They take a fair amount of damage, but not enough to get kills in for X-Mana. 3 on the trot. Bob XD down less than even 30 HP, but look at the push and the confidence from Zen to walk out here in towards mid. The AWPs era landing on the Valdon, looking towards Boiler for one more player. The apartments angle of Cerber. Taken by the M4. Zen will find him. And it looks like it's going to happen again here, Dweg. An advantage, not as extreme as the previously, but X-Mana, a single round scored in the second half, and megoshort 2 away from the win.
It doesn't matter who you're playing or what the maps are. When you're 8-0 up on map 1 and 7-2 up on map 2, that screams 2-0 straight away. You just instantly close from those score lines. You instantly allow the best of 3s to be finished without even a third map decider going into your thoughts. And instead, they are 2 rounds away, megoshort, from being able to get the opening victory in Thunderpick. Aggression out towards Banana from both sides.
Then finds the opening and he's falling. Secondary player seen there towards Banana's entrance. Bob XD. HE sent down the center of mass. That'll catch players. Lots of damage being done to Valen in particular. He might be blind, but he knows that they're out there. Eventually he will fall back to protect his own state here. Both players tagged up heavy on the B defense.
Well, X-Mana are going to struggle because, yes, you've got top Banana, but you need to find a returning kill. And the AWP's been very consistent around brackets. Amar just trying to slow walk, and I mean, look at the read that's going on from the CTs right now. They're going to cross paths and get the AWP to play out on B rather than A.
Makes sense with both those players being tagged. The AWP still finds a crack angle against Amar, backing out of the way. Smokes to hold. Bleeder, we're going to walk forward. Is he going to be ready for the boost up though? Robin. Flashbang sent, going to telegraph his position. Bleeder looking to kill back. Aaron needs the cold shot, but no, his head is given up towards Bleeder without seeing the man. 3 on 3. Now he's got an AWP to play with. And megoshort can seeing the B bomb site. Do not want to opt for a retake here. They might search for the likes of Cerber, but he won't be found to them. So a concession for X-Mana's second in the half.
Well, it's a slight mistake getting punished there from the CTs. They've got a 5v3, and rather than just playing silent and holding crossfires, Robin tries to facilitate a flash play to get the AWP to play up on the spools, and they just get crushed. It's an instant double kill coming through from Bleeder D, and there wasn't much going Mana's direction in this round, so they've hung on. The issue that they're going to have, though, is when do you force a reset, if you do at all? The 3 players are saving, money's mass in the reserve. And for megoshort, we've seen so many times on Dust 2 that every time they maybe lose a round that slips by that they shouldn't do, they respond cleanly. They show exactly where the quality in the players lies.
Oh, I got 2 rounds to make up for X-Mana, still on the back foot, quite heavily so. megoshort. There are some confident responses to ex-Mana so far in the half. Can they get away with another one? Twinkie might get faced by two. Warps in support of him, and they both go down. Error and Twinkie, wonderful team play. Not even a lick of damage done to either man.
Look at this setup. They're aggro apps and aggro banana. I mean, you don't see that at all. If you're going to get aggressive, you do it on one side of the map and you play passive on the other. Oh no, I thought they weren't going to quite clear him in the end. Robin's done well to at least get one, but the T's are just going to accelerate. Smoke off CT, get the bomb down.
This time megoshort have the man advantage. They will lean into the retake. Zen first port of call. Them crossing. Nade sent. That will do damage. It will not deny on Valen. Just give him the health advantage for this retake. As well as the player up. 100 for each man on the CT basis. Neither player unscathed. HG to the back site. Tags up Valen even more. It hasn't got it worse. Orp shot missed from both players. Bleeder being seen by the AK, sending direction. Incendiary's out finally. Twinkie's going to go down. Legs landing. Bleeder was so low. Forced to fight. Will go falling. Where's the last though? Valen unknown. Searched on. Back to Dark. Zen does it the hard way. And he does it the right way to get the defuse in. And the 12th round. Map and match point for megoshort.
That's a very good effort in from Blitz D. I'm not sure how that volley's not caught to him. He's somehow been able to get onto the back wall and just AD around the pillar. You're thinking that he's doing enough. There it is. It actually bounces off the pillar. Look at the chances of that one. But Zen comes up with a clutch. And I tell you, megoshort have been on the money with clutches today. First map and second map, they've won a lot of 1vx's. And you could probably say that for ex-Mana, that they've been unfortunate to lose so many of those rounds. But the individual talent's definitely outclassing.
megoshort charging their way into the fight. Want to try and get this one over and done with, but it might be a bit too overzealous. BobXD and Robin conceding their lives. Finding Amar, yes, but still, man advantage for ex-Mana at this particular juncture until Twinkie finds a kill in the apartment. Cerber is caught. Zen's got backup on the way. They know that there can't be anyone leaning into this A-bomb site. The backstab's closing in from that CT AK. Defensive hunkers down and ex-Mana into their last chance.
It's just proper mix CS, isn't it? Fighting down mid, fighting down banana, fighting deep apps. You're just with a flow state. And Ira, I mean, he just needs to try and block.
Peeks in, gets legs for his troubles. We'll put a smoke up in the end just to try and suppress. Twinkie's on his way in. Zen on the back lines from an active contact angle. They usually play the jump up on the first. Gets caught by Zonic in the end. And the Orb of Ira needs to hold back, needs to not concede his life. Might be a save call soon enough. Twinkie's still closing in. He's wary of this banana presence, whether there could be someone top banana sandbags or whatever. Valen's now watching the angle. Twinkie with a HP disadvantage. Still wins that fight. 2v2. They're so low here on megoshort though, so they don't want to go for this. Don't want to risk it. They'll fall back. Look to get the exits in, preferably. But keep an AK, keep an AWP. See their first match point.
It could be everyone going down from Bleeder D and Zonic's point of view, which would be awful because it would mean Galils are going to be up.
Here lands Bleeder. It's out of the way. Zonic goes up with the bomb. Not enough hard cover, couldn't get himself behind that corner in the end. megoshort got damn close to winning that one, even with the disadvantage. Again, maybe a bit overzealous, but still. Confidence in mind to even trade these casualties back. There's that pick there to the back of Nubox that really ended the round overall, but megoshort still got away with damage, as you mentioned. ex-Mana got Galil's out, the 3 men on the rebuy.
It's just so light on the utility. megoshort have got a huge advantage in round 23, and they're looking to try and contest banana.
XD finds Valen, takes things off again, continues to spray with Robin. On support, Zonic down, Amor very low. Upgrade the AK, Amar gonna get caught by Robin while beyond the smoke. BobXD will fall aggressing, but it's more than fine this time. 3-for-1 trades, this game is over.
It's just so BM in some of these rounds as well. I mean, look at Bobek just walking through that bottom banana smoke, and it's very tilting when you're losing to this kind of style of CS, but I think the stand-ins today have just shown up. Ira and Bobek have both put in 18 kills. The Preston megoshort have been able to They just comically get their way through this series, and for Bleeder D and Serb, I mean, there's not even util to go for a B site exec. They get one smoke down to CT, and that's it.
Now put it up. Twinkie will at least be separated. Player in the back site. On is lonesome. Twinkie will make his way quickly in towards Coffin's angle. The flashbang is also sent in for the AWP. Robin check in. Eventually, Bleed is challenged. Goes falling. And Server also down and out. It will be 13-10. It will be 2-0 for megoshort. ex-Mana will be kicking themselves with the advantages they had, particularly on Dust 2. But even here on this Inferno, 7-5 at the half, still couldn't quite turn over the map win and couldn't quite turn over anything in this best of 3.
Yeah, disappointing for ex-Mana. I think obviously the form looks really rough right now. I think this is a really good opponent to go up against today, where you're facing a mix, a team that's barely winning any officials on HLTV. I mean, even the last few wins they've got in the last 3 months, one was against TNC that was a 13-11, 13-11. Another one was against Aminex's mix squad. There's just so many losses for megoshort. And then you come into today and you're going up against 2 top 30 players in the world, and instantly you're just kind of getting farmed by Era on map 1 and map 2. So yeah, underwhelming for megoshort. It's a victory. I'd like to hope that this is the 5, at least for this one tournament, but whether they can actually keep the likes of the Orpa and Bobek right for the next few officials, I mean, we really don't know on that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely a kind of team that you wouldn't expect to remain long term. I mean, when they have to go back to Alliance, and they're going to go back to Alliance, right? And that's the whole deal. So that's the reality of the situation. megoshort may be able to enjoy in this one tournament, maybe the next group stage match 2 in the upper winners game, maybe the decider game 2 at a push. But the reality is that I don't see it being a particular a unit that lasts forever. Honestly, like again, it's a mixed team, as you mentioned. It shouldn't be a major threat in terms of the tier 2 space. It's a win for now. Certainly, ex-Mana have been defeated by it. I will say from their perspective, obviously, we're questioning whether or not it's going to be a long-term project for themselves. They've lost their organization and all. The result, having lost what you did, the 9-1 advantage, the significance of the Inferno 2, like there was a lot of concessions made by them that does put futures in doubt in my eyes.
I'll put it this way. I've mentioned it so many times. A lot of organizations pulling out of CS. Why would you pick these guys up? Like, when you look at who's unorged right now, there's some very good teams in tier 2. There's teams inside the top 70 on VRS that don't have orgs. So for ex-Mana, you try and play out for as long as you can, look for individual offers. I think at the moment there's probably not much going their way. They were the only Kosovo team being pushed by an org. So yeah, difficult from them. They're just going to keep slipping out of the invite zones, and then eventually you'll just see closed qualifiers, and that's pretty much it on HLTV from them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the way it crumbles, but that is the nature of the beast, as they say, and that is the beast that Mana will have to face, or ex-Mana will have to face. megoshort move on to take on Los Kogutos in the winners match of Group B, and that concludes day 1's worth of action here in the Thunderpick World Championship for Europe Series number 2. Tomorrow we will round out the winners and elimination games of Group A and Group B, starting with the elimination games. Fortress take on Inner Circle Academy, and of course ex-Mana will be going up against the loser from the previous series as well. As that, State and Lazer Cats in the winners game, as well as the Group B winners match covered in the later portions of the day. Quick preview for tomorrow, Blake.
I think that State team is pretty good. Like, they've got some really strong and experienced players in tier 2. Lazer Cats just aren't playing officials at all. They're just not playing best of 3s. So I've no idea what to expect from them. I think for Los Kogutos, tough draw against megoshort. If the Swedes come out and play like they did today, we probably could see the Swedes topping out the group.
We'll see how far they'll go in that respect. Again, we'll start things off at 10 a.m. CEST tomorrow. We'll roll on with group stage action here in the Thunderpick European Series for the World Championship. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow.